Chapter 551. Challenge. Senior brother Kui Lang, please. With everyone getting their numbers, one tall guy faced Kui Lang. In front of this demon of days long past, the guy turned meek, bowing on the spot in hope of leaving this ring with his life. As he bowed there, the lowest he could, Kui Lang came kicking, snapping countless bones like twigs, while the victim shot for the ground and left behind a crater. All the others saw was that guy spurting blood and slumping unconscious. Well, shit, all of them are savages. None of them hold back at all. They gasped in fear as they watched Kui Lang cursing. "Humph, once you're up here, it's either death or life." The others gulped at the cruelty. The other matches went down just the same, Liu Zhu and Yu Ling getting their win just as easily. While their opponents had a ghastly exit, at least their lives were safe and they weren't crippled. They'd be back in shape in a year. Wiping their brow, the audience lamented. These geniuses are the essence of demonic cultivation, unhesitating. They're easier than Guihu, though not by much. Among the five, senior sister Mayor was somewhat compassionate. At this thought, they turned to her match, where she swung her hips and batted her intoxicating eyes at her opponent. The guy was lost in those wonderful curves, those charming eyes, that sexy body. Humph, that fox is using charm again. Kui Lang eyed her with bloodthirst, while the audience watched on with jealousy. Damn that punk, he's so freaking lucky. The victim thought the same, sniffing Humayer's aroma, bringing him into the ninth heaven. Humayer giggled. Hi, junior brother, what are you waiting for? Come. Right away, senior sister. With a dumb look and lustful smile, the guy grabbed for her two most prominent features. Humayer's smile turned cruel, and she said, "Junior brother, where are you aiming with that?" He. It's my special art, Ches, a heart-piercing dragon claw. Senior sister, do be careful, ha. The guy eyed her like a wolf in heat, throwing himself at Humayer's chesties. No good two-bit filthy lowlife, the audience cursed in jealousy and envy. God damn it, why isn't it me up there? Humayer's face changed tunes the instant that guy closed in, her eyes taking a darker and savage tone. PFF. Humayer's dainty hand clawed the guy's throat out. The victim gurgled in his feeble attempts to breathe, even as the lust remained in his eyes and his smile remained ever so vulgar. Humayer drew closer and sucked the guy's yang out. Everyone watched in shock. She's even more vicious, stealing his essence. Ugh. The victim groaned in pain, twisting but in vain. He was growing weaker by the second, and soon his Yuan Kai scattered. He slumped on the ground without a breath and life. All that remained was a lost look in his eyes. Loosing one's mind to charm would only result in one ending, death at the hands of the fairer sex. Bang! Humayer flicked the mummified corpse away and walked off the ring. Humayer dabbed her lips with a hanky and giggled at the crowd, but no one bought it anymore, looking at her in fear. It dawned on them what it meant to be burned by a woman's scorn. Beneath that intoxicating look, she is hiding a deadly venom. Letting out a breath, they looked at the dried husk with pity instead of envy. No matter how deserving it is to die under a flow, who the hell would want that? If it came to choose between life and a hot number, most of those true characters would choose the first option hands down. When faced with this choice, all anyone would ever care about was their lives. Moreover, before reaching success, it would be a darn shame ending up killed from lust. Everyone had endless regret and remorse for the corpse. The fourth ring's winner, Humayer, the judge announced, which drew a close to the elite spots candidates just as planned. Though Zai Yu didn't like it anymore, Zai Yu eyed Humayer. Venerable she, Grand Elder, I won't speak about the rest, but how could even she become an elite with just charm? The elites are crucial this time for the Double Dragon gathering. The participants there are all known figures, with staunch wills and high cultivations. How can they fall for something as simple as charm? It's not worthy for a charm user to become an elite. Ha, sect leader isn't exactly right. Venerable she shook his head. Our demonic sect is based on strength, with the winner taking everything. Since Humayer won, she has earned her spot among elites. Changing the rules will earn everyone's ire. Then again, if there's a sixth person beating her, it's also acceptable. Venerable, she revealed a nasty grin with Grand Elder and Second Elder nodding. Only Zai Wayu felt like cursing to high heaven. God damn it, with you fools killing everyone worthy, how will there be a sixth challenger? Wait, didn't Zhuo Fan say he'll come slapping? What's taking that punk so long? Zai Wayu looked around for his figure. Meanwhile, the three shadows in the tree 1,000 meters off sneered at the outcome, while being regretful and sorrowful. Humph, see? These bastards are crossing the line. Are they that damn short of talents to let a charmer become an elite? Her eye batting would be worth a damn in the double dragon gathering and will end up ridiculed. One shadow snapped. The others nodded. With the elite's tempers and cultivation, it's unique to have her charm among them. Raising her as our elite will be for nothing. These old-timers only care about using their disciples to steal the sect's resources. Be that as it may, I find Gui who quite capable, as is Kui Lang. A shadow pointed out. The others nodded. Even the most average batch has some talents. At least this time we have something to work with, unlike before. The three sighed bitterly. Gui Hu, Liu Zhu, Kui Lang, Yu Ling, and Hu Meier, sect leader has some words for you. An elder shouted for the five to approach. The audience watched excitedly. What came next was the official declaration from the sect leader that these fives were elites, granted the highest honor. The least they would be in the future was elders, men among men. Greetings, sect leader? The five bowed. Zai Wayu hit a sneer as he fulfilled his duty. Congratulations, from now on you will be hold it. As space warped on the ring, a guy and a girl appeared. The familiar voice continued, sorry, it seems you five still have a challenger left. Chapter 552, Double Play. Who's there? Venerable, she barked in annoyance because of the sudden appearance of the interlopers. Not even the Venerables, ethereal stage experts, picked up on their arrival. How could this happen? Venerable, she soon found a young man with white hair and an attitude to boot, holding a broom over his shoulder. As if to say, come, get your spanking. His insufferable arrogance had Venerable she crawling up the walls. He had never met another person more deserving of a beating than this punk. The other arrival was an 18-years-old girl, her lovely looks ruined by the cold disposition and the icy air around her. Even as an ethereal stage expert, his heart seized for a beat. These brats are up to something. While Zai Wayu's face turned sinister. Who are you to show up here? Outer disciple Yuer. Greetings, sect leader? Yuer was familiar with Demon Scheming Sect and its rules, showing her respect. Zai Wayu nodded, but Zhuo Fan still held that broom like a broadsword over his shoulder 1 second, and the next second he cupped his hands, his voice booming. I am laborer Zhuo Fan. Greetings, sect leader? Zai Wayu's face twitched at Zhuo Fan's straight back. He was the picture of heroism, with not one submissive bone in his back, not even in front of the sect leader. This brat, casualness is fine, but doing it in broad daylight, you're taunting my name. Humph, you must have had an easy time ruling on the outside that not even the labor office could curb your tendencies. Zai Wayu grumbled inside, but he did need Zhuo Fan at the end of the day, so he overlooked his fallacies. At Zhuo Fan's declaration, everyone was stunned, even Venerable Shi and Grand Elder. They eyed him with suspicion, looking for any clues. So he's the one sect leader brought. Let's see how great he really is. While the big shots had eyes only for Zhuo Fan, the 5 elite candidates watched Yuer. Yu Ling sensed the cold vibe coming from her baby sister and was left with a blank stare. How can she release such an icy aura? Just looking at her makes me shiver. What did Zhuo Fan do these past months? Yu Ling was perplexed by Yuer's aura. Kui Lang was dumbfounded as well. But unlike Yu Ling, what had him stumped was the last growth to the 9th layer of profound heaven stage, and that thick bloodthirst made even the great black Yama feel threatened. What did Steward Zhuo do to her? Even Ganger only gained a layer when he took the heaven-reaching pill, so how come this girl gained 3 layers instead in such a short time? Kui Lang muttered incredulously. Hu Meier heard him and gnashed her teeth at Yuer. You impudent laborer dare cause a scene at the inner sect competition. Venerable, she roared and turned to Zai Wayu. Sect leader, this man has breached the rules. Please describe his punishment. Zai Yu sneered inside. Venerable, she knew Zhuo Fan was on his side and now wanted to push him into punishing the kid to test him. If the Grand Second Venerable couldn't deal with a measly laborer, was it sect leader's turn now? Always acting alone in other matters, yet he wants me to attend to such trifles. How disappointing. Zai Yu hid his annoyance and turned to the two. Zhuo Fan, what is a laborer doing here? You better have a good explanation or you'll suffer for this transgression. Second Venerable's face twitched and the rest of the oldies rolled their eyes. Any demon-scheming sect member worth his salt knew about sect leader's wild temper. Yet he was tolerant towards this laborer for no reason. Even the oblivious oldies knew this laborer was on sect leader's team, which in turn sparked their interest. Zhuo Fan grinned, cupping his hands. Sect leader, I am but a laborer and have only come here to sweep. Yes, sweeping. Though it seems my timing is off, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan paused for a moment before coming up with an apt excuse for interfering with the inner sect competition, no matter how absurd, sweeping. What damn sweeping when so many of us are here? Venerable, she berated. Lunacy, how can a laborer come to the inner sect competition? Speak, who told you to sweep here? Or else? The boss, of course, told me to come here to sweep on the 23rd. Zhuo Fan's eyes spun around thinking of more white lies. He couldn't point fingers or he'd only sink himself. And Zai Yu picked on his meaning, adding, Today's 24th. Oh, gotcha. Sorry, bye-bye then. Zhuo Fan scampered off. Holding his broom, he ran like a little thief desperate to fence his goods. Venerable, she was stumped. The kid sure is dramatic, worthy of sect leader's patronage. No elder, venerable, or even sect leader said that he could leave, yet the punk ran off. Venerable, she shouted, Hold it right there. This is the demon-scheming sect, not your backyard. I don't care who you are and who's protecting you, you will suffer for breaking the rules. Zhuo Fan stopped in his tracks. Venerable, she grinned, finally getting somewhere. He bowed before Zai Yu with a cruel smile. Sect leader, laborers are forbidden to enter the outer and inner sect competitions. Please punish him. Venerable, she taunted Zai Yu. He must have had a great plan in store for Zhuo Fan, and the sooner Venerable she dealt with him, the better. Forcing Zai Yu's hand was the same as slapping him. Zai Yu was more than familiar with his intent and turned to the rest. Who's the elder in charge of security? It is I, sect leader. A grizzled elder bowed. Crack, the next second he was flying, losing his life before he even hit the ground. Sect leader. Venerable, she watched, stunned. Zai Yu sneered. A laborer mistaking the day is normal, but letting him inside is the true offense? How many executives and elders in charge of security will escape, I wonder? Zai Yu's eyes flashed with bloodthirst over the victims. Regardless if it was an excuse, but just being under his ruthless gaze felt like being watched by a viper. Zai Yu turned to Venerable, she at last. Anything else? Everyone is beyond grateful for the sect leader's benevolence. I ask that you spare them. Venerable, she gnashed his teeth with a bow. No matter how much resentment he carried in the deepest corners of his heart, he was clearly threatening other people's lives to let Zhuo Fan go, or he'd soon have a dead pile growing. It would certainly strain the elders and Venerable's cooperation. Hatred had that kind of effect on people. Zai Yu, I'll get you for this. Venerable, she fumed. Zai Yu beamed at Zhuo Fan, who beamed back. Chapter 553. Shaking the Stage. Respected sect leader, esteemed elders, distinguished venerables, since you have no need of me, I shall take my leave. Zhuo Fan spoke and cupped his hands, and bolted the same way he had done before, fearing for his life. Everyone snickered at this one-man show. No matter how he appeared on stage, he was just some nobody laborer and a village idiot. But then recalling sect leader and those big-shot elders' reactions, getting scared was only natural. Zai Yu jeered as well, not at Zhuo Fan's comical escape, but at his impeccable theatrics in shifting the elders' and venerables' attention away from him. The grand autocrat steward Zhuo played a tiny role just now, yet it was enough to piss someone off. As for the other oldies, they had a mocking smile. There's nothing going on between the sect leader and him. We're just too paranoid. No way would the sect leader care for a nobody. Only the true connoisseur of Zhuo Fan's boundless might knew it was just Zhuo Fan's way of laying low. When he jumped in for real, he would do it with a bang. Yu Ling and Kui Lang smiled and shook their heads. Hu Meier and Liu Zhu watched the comedy man run for his life with a dark face. It was then that a shout came and someone shot towards Zhuo Fan. "I don't care who you aren't leaving the competition so easily." Gui, whose eyes flashed with bloodthirst, going at Zhuo Fan with fists swinging. The pressure got so heavy, even the audience groaned. Gui, who is a beast, not even letting a laborer off. Is he a natural-born killer? None of the audience noticed how under this heavy aura, Zhuo Fan showed no reaction. Gui, who grew excited. Having heard from Hu Meier and Liu Zhu, Zhuo Fan was some fancy expert. He wanted to test him. Since all his fights for a long time had been dull in the inner sect, he was curious to test himself against Zhuo Fan, an unknown variable. The thrill of battle consumed his mind. He didn't give a flying hoot about anyone as he was crass to the venerables and even sect leader. Though no one quibbled about it. The oldies were too lofty to concern themselves with petty stuff, or at least wouldn't speak before sect leader did. Venerable Shi and Grand Elder squinted. All they had ever heard of Zhuo Fan was that he was some hidden variable. Gui, who was the best person to test him out. Zai Weiyu was at ease as well. Even though he was in the dark about Zhuo Fan's level, he trusted his potential. As a bone-tempering cultivator, he fought the amazing radiant stage expert Huangpu Qingshan to a draw. And now that he was in the 8th layer of profound heaven, he should have no issue with any radiant stage expert. As for Kui Lang and the other three, they shook their heads at the brash Gui Hu. Kui Lang and Yu Ling the most. They were more than clear about Zhuo Fan's power, having gotten handled like ants. Gui, who stood no chance whatsoever, he was charging to his death, while all Gui Hu had on his mind was to test himself for a couple hundred rounds with Zhuo Fan. A shame he'd be utterly disappointed. Zhuo Fan's ears twitched, and he turned his head to see the savage beast coming. "Here I was minding my own business, and you had to ruin everything. Screw off." Zhuo Fan used the broom with his right hand glowing red. Gui, whose cackle came to a jarring halt as the incoming force left him shell-shocked. This can't be. Zhuo Fan just swung a broom, yet he had him pressured. How was he human? While others only felt a breeze, Gui, who got the brunt of the wind pressure. The one before him wasn't just blowing smoke, but unleashing a raging storm, an unrelenting force bearing down on him to crush his bones and rip him apart. Sweating, for the first time ever, Gui, who was scared. But he bore through it, unleashing his Yuan Kai and making his palms release some gray light. "Underworld fiend!" Gui Hu shouted as he slammed into the storm, but then his eyes were bloodshot and almost popping out of their sockets. PFF. Gui Hu spurted blood, his feet planted in the pavement, but the storm pushed him down still, as the rocks beneath exploded outward. It followed with him flying off the stage from the heavy winds, laying on the ground with his waist below the stage, just in time for the wind to go right past his nose. From the stage, all one could see was his legs, a warning to all that this laborer was a monster. The shock was so great everyone was in denial. A simple sweep of the broom had the top inner disciple lay flat on the ground without putting much of a resistance. Everyone was slack, jawed, watching Zhuo Fan still carrying the broom like nothing had happened. Who the hell is he? There's no way a laborer has such power. Venerable Shi sighed, shook on the inside. No amount of guesswork helped them prepare for what they had witnessed. At least not for Gui Hu's inglorious defeat. Gui Hu couldn't even touch him. The strongest inner disciple was useless. The gap between the two was a world apart. The elders and venerables were speechless. All they could express was endless shock. Zai Weiyu was no different either, despite being the one to recruit him. He and Zhuo Fan met 3 years ago. He had some guesses that he'd be strong after all that time, but not outrageously strong. He had no way of knowing about the transformation that followed after he left, or about the might of the Qilin arm. Seeing it for the first time impressed him greatly. Zhuo Fan's freakishness had him believe that getting this godlike creature into the sect was the best thing he had done, and more surprises were left to come. Paying that measly 9th-grade pill was all worth it. He had struck gold. As for the other 4 soon-to-be elites, they were lost for words. Kui Lang and Yu Ling fared better, having been manhandled before, though clearly Zhuo Fan hardly tried back then. How can such a monster exist on this god's green earth? Hu Meier and Liu Zhu had goony looks. Such power was unheard of even among elites. Zhuo Fan was so strong that it left them powerless and bitter, deprived of any options to deal with him. Gui, who slumped at the edge of the ring, pale and horrified. For the first time ever, he felt this was the closest he'd been to death. He never thought a peer of his could ever treat him like an ant and made him feel the taste of demise. Zhuo Fan's calm was too unnerving. He felt like he was facing a venerable and not some laborer. He was no threat to Zhuo Fan. Chapter 554, Elites Fight. The 3 shadows 1,000 meters away were lost for words. They thought Gui, who was the best this inner competition had to offer, the only one worthy of rearing, only to find their promising seed smacked away like nothing by an even more savage one. These 3 lamented about the sect's rot and now felt hope blossom like never before. We have to have him as an elite. One shadow drooled, excited. Speaking of, who is he? One of our sect's disciples. Why haven't we heard of him before? Another shadow pondered. Looking like a laborer, it's only normal that we missed him. Laborer? Throwing such a genius in the labor office, those rotten bags of bones must want to ruin the demon scheming sect. The third said, enraged, then overcame with glee again. Ha ha ha, but now that we have our seed, it won't matter at all. We'll ask Wayu to put him among the elites tomorrow. Another shadow nodded, but the second one sighed. Don't forget, no laborer can become an elite, it's the rule. Not even the sect leader can change it. How is this a violation? Elites can come from anywhere, just how High Venerable came from the labor office. Why can't we have him? The third shadow rebuked. The other 2 shook their heads. This rule has been in effect for ages, just to defend the purity of elites. Since laborers are either criminals or wastes, they are tainted. Especially those wastes, having been cast out, have no promise. No matter how many pills are dumped into them or how much they toil, their core will never recover. Thus they are barred from becoming elites. I hate this rule the most. They let those with natural flaws in, but are not willing to mend the rest. The demonic cultivation is based on strength, period. What do your 18 generations of ancestors have to do with it? The third shadow was annoyed. The other 2 were just as pained. If the base is shaky, it affects the future. The sect had put out this rule in consideration for the sect's future, but to see it turn into a burden instead, a cruel irony. The labor office is all about dumping the loser disciples. The moment one enters it, his future is shot. Yu Ling and Kui Lang were the only ones in luck, recovering through great achievement, but there are still plenty of outstanding disciples stuck in there, left to rot. The third shadow sighed. The other 2 echoed his sentiment. Then the third shadow perked up. No, the elites as they are can't join the double dragon gathering. This kid must become an elite no matter what, even if we get the entire sect against us. The other 2 agreed with conviction. Meanwhile, on the ring, Zhuo Fan's gale had left it as a mess. Zai Wayu laughed after collecting himself. A true laborer indeed, sweeping out all the dirt. Venerable Shi and company twitched. Blatant mockery, to hell with sweeping dirt when Zhuo Fan just threw Gui Hu out. Zai Wayu was obviously saying Gui Hu, an elite candidate, was nothing but dirt waiting to be thrown out. He was having a field day smacking the oldies around. But since Zai Wayu minced his words, they had no comeback, left to stew in resentment. Thank you, sect leader. Anything else you need cleaning? Zhuo Fan cupped his hands. Hu Meier and Liu Zhu were wound up tighter than a violin, taking slow steps back. Kui Lang and Yu Ling mocked them. Zai Wayu sneered at their display. No need, you are good at sweeping, but you got the wrong day. It's better if you go back. Zhuo Fan nodded and left with the broom on his shoulder. His vibe was no longer as carefree. Since he already stuck his neck out, there was no point in playing the schmuck. The audience was filled with mixed emotions of shock, respect, doubt, wonder, PFF. Gui, who crawled back on stage, and all he had for Zhuo Fan was fear. That simple exchange told him all he needed to know about the man. Hu Meier and Liu Zhu sighed. No one in the audience got anything from Zai Weiyu and Zhuo Fan's coded dialogue, but they did. If the sect leader had agreed just now to more sweeping, they'd be next. Thank God sect leader is apprehensive about the second venerable and the others. But their self-consolation was shot out the window with Zai Weiyu's next words. Outer disciple Yuer, Zhuo Fan came here to sweep. But what about you? Sect leader, I am dissatisfied with the results of the inter-sect competition and wish to challenge the winner. Yuer bowed and replied how Zhuo Fan had taught her. Yu Ling and Kui Lang were filled with worry. How dare an outer disciple interfere with inter-sect competition? Venerable, she roared. Any other time he wouldn't give a rat's ass since it would be their funeral. But since Zhuo Fan, sect leader's man, brought this girl along, it ought to be within sect leader's plan. He just had to block it. Not that Zai Weiyu would let it happen. Zai Weiyu dissed him. Venerable, the demon scheming sect holds strength and respect, with none of its members fearing challenges. It is a quality even more prevalent among future elites. No coward is worthy of being an elite of my sect. Venerable, she's beard shook. But then his eyes turned to young Miss with a warning. Miss, think this through. The rules make it so that no inner disciple can touch an outer one, and no outer disciple can pick on laborers. But reaching above your station will be a death sentence. Not even the sect leader can help you. Venerable, she was obviously intimidating Yuer, even if it was an embellished truth. No matter who she was, once the challenge was on and she was in danger, sect leader couldn't do squat. Be good and walk away now before you get hurt, or lose your head. Yu Ling watched her tense, but Yuer smiled. Thank you, Venerable for the reminder, but I've made my decision. Ha ha ha, what boldness! Zai Weiyu cut off Venerable further attempts. Yuer, who is it you want to fight? None of these elites are pushovers. Think long and hard now, for your sake. Yuer's smile widened and she pointed at Hu Meier. Senior Sister Meier, please don't mind if I ask you to give up your spot. Her heart jumped from the tension. Yuer knew Zhuo Fan planned for her to fight Hu Meier, but doing it for real still had her worried. Even after all that training, Hu Meier was in the third layer of Radiant Stage while she was at Peak Profound Heaven Stage. The gap was huge. Hu Meier was lost for a moment before mocking her. Ha ha ha, my care for you hasn't been in vain. I've always looked out for you, but don't think for a second that my kindness is my weakness. Hu Meier released her power. Kui Lang and Yu Ling cried out, Fourth layer! The Fox advanced. Chapter 555, Result of Training. With the Fox being in the fourth layer, their gap had only widened. It was now worlds apart. Yu Ling and Kui Lang were quite worried. Zai Weiyu frowned, not knowing how to gauge her after being under Zhuo Fan's tutelage. Reason dictated that with Profound Heaven vs Radiant Stage and 5 layers of difference on top, losing was a foregone conclusion. Ha ha ha, Yuer, you must have a death wish, so don't come crying to me at the end. Hu Meier mocked. Yu Ling balled her fists, her eyes filled with anger. Yet the tough attitude of the Fox had no effect on Yuer, replying with a smirk and holding a cold blade. 8th grade demonic treasure. Everyone jerked. Even the oldies gasped. Such a high-grade demonic treasure wasn't found even in their hands, yet a no-name girl from the outer sect had one. And observing the blade's style, both soft and a perfect harmony between yin and yang, it was clearly the work of a grandmaster. This was no ordinary 8th grade weapon. Even the sect leader's eyebrows rose with an unhealthy interest. So that's the basis of her confidence. This weapon would make it easier to bridge the cultivation gap. Although the kid sure is wealthy to hand over such a fortune to this girl. I sure as hell couldn't, Zai Weiyu gasped, smiling inside. No way in hell did this girl get her hands on such a demonic treasure without Zhuo Fan giving it to her. For crying out loud, where did the kid get all this dough from? I had to buy him with a 9th grade pill, yet now he shows up with an 8th grade demonic treasure. He's no beggar, but a moneybags. A trip is in order to check and see how deep are his pockets. He, Zai Weiyu calculated. Humayer's brow twitched looking at the blade. Humph, humph, humph. You got a bigger toy and it got to your head, but it all depends on the wielder to unleash its power. I was the one who taught you demon-devouring saber, and I've guided your training all your life. I know everything you can do like the back of my hand. You think an 8th grade demonic treasure can change that? Ha ha ha, that's rich? Oh, really? Yuer's grin turned sinister, her icy aura focusing on the blade. The temperature plunged on the ring so fast, some disciples started shivering from the cold. It felt like entering a glacier cave about to freeze to death. Humayer frowned in shock. What power is this? A slash was Yuer's answer. With a bang, the ring was bisected, with the scar releasing endless gray and icy energy as the pavement was corroded. Such pure fiendish yin! Zai Yu praised. How did Zhuo Fan even train her to enhance her yin to such a degree? Even without the demonic treasure, their gap will be cut down in size. Contrary to popular belief, cultivation wasn't everything. One had to consider the meridians, how wide and tough they were to allow the purest Yuan Kai to pass through. And the girl's Yuan Kai was so pure that not even some elders could contest. It caught the elders and venerables by surprise, while Yu Ling was stunned. Just what did Zhuo Fan do to her in those months? She's like a completely different person. All they knew was that Zhuo Fan was a freak, no question about it. Turning Yuer into a freak as well proved it. Junior sister, be careful. Liu Zhu eyed the eerie blade and tensed at the vibes it gave off. Humayer nodded, her features hardening. She couldn't afford to look down on the girl. She's no meek girl, but a tiger threatening my life. But I won't let her. Humayer burst with bloodthirst as a ripple shot for Yuer. It's a soul attack, Yuer. Yu Ling panicked. Yuer's profound heaven cultivation's weakness was soul. And an attack like that would leave her disoriented, if not in a critical state. Yuer's response was a cold smile. Humayer, did you really think I'd challenge a radiant stage expert without some countermeasures to my weakness? The ripples slammed into something just before reaching her, turning into an azure glow now coming back for Humayer. Boom! Humayer was caught off guard, feeling like her head was about to explode as if her mind was cooked from the inside. She wailed for a whole 15 minutes. But from her ashen complexion, clearly her soul was in a sorry state. Everyone was speechless. Didn't she just use a soul attack on Yuer? How is it that she's the one on the receiving end? What just happened? They kept looking from one to another. Yuer smiled, showing an azure bead. That's 9th grade spiritual weapon, anchoring soul bead. Zai Yu cried. The oldies echoed his reaction. It was common knowledge that the mystical heaven sect had the anchoring soul bead, the only one in existence. So what's it doing in the hands of this girl? All of the old guys were flabbergasted. Yuer smiled. The refining of this item has the anchoring soul bead as its core, but they can't be compared. Anchoring soul bead can only defend one's soul, while this bead contains powerful soul flames. At an enemy's soul attack, it will lash out, returning an attack stronger than before. Oh, it's just an anchoring soul bead ripoff. The oldies bobbed their heads like little wise men as their greed for her bauble bubbled inside. That's some good stuff right there. What is it doing in the hands of an ignorant outer disciple? What a waste. If it were mine, all eyes glittered. Damn you, that strength isn't yours. Fight me for real if you dare. Humayer gnashed her teeth. Yuer deflected. They're a part of my strength, though. Grumblers will always pick faults. In a demonic sect, the end justifies the means. Winning is everything, and there's nothing that can change it. Besides, you're a 4th layer of radiant stage here and want me to throw away my demonic treasures. You've got some nerve. Why you? Humayer's eyes were bloodshot. Curse you, skank, since when did you get so talkative? Her voice drowned as Yuer recalled some words. When fighting someone, use any dirty trick in the book. Unnerving them with words is just another way of winning. You need to change that cold attitude of yours. It was Zhuo Fan's pearl of wisdom, and from Humayer's reactions, it only validated his argument. Yuer smiled, mocking. Oh, senior sister Mayor, you were both kind and mean to me. With your soul in pain, it'll be hard to avoid this slash. It will cleanse our grudge. Yue raised her blade as the yin focused on it. Hu Meier's eyes shone. Chapter 556. Deceit. Hu tilde the biting winds flooded the air. Yuer's blade stabbed at the sky, gathering all the yin around into a single blow. A gloom set in, and the sky darkened as the temperature dropped. The space itself trembled with the coldness. The elders and venerables shuddered inside. This girl's Yuan Kai purity is insane, just a peak profound heaven cultivator, yet with the power of a fourth layer of radiant stage. Not even Hu Meier could beat that, wounded as she was. A shame such a great move had a glaring weakness, the oldie's sighed. The outcome was clear. Zai Yu squinted, feeling something was off. A shame for all those items to be wasted on a greenhorn. Hu Meier's eyes flashed, waiting for her to finish working up to her peak, only acting just as the blade was about to drop. Ha ha ha, let senior sister teach you one simple truth. Accuracy is more important than strength. It doesn't matter how tough you are if you can't hit anything. Hu Meier mocked, turning into dozens of images coming upon Yuer from everywhere. Low, profound, ranked movement art, fox phantom trail. Yuer's brow shook, looking around for her target yet not finding her. Yuling was worried. Yuer, stop and defend. Hi, it's a bit late for that. Hu Meier giggled, full of herself. She appeared in Yuer's face and struck with a red claw at her waist. Yuer simply stared at her, too late to defend. Yuling's heart was in her throat, while the oldies sighed at the outcome. The girl has everything, advantage and gear, but if there's one thing she lacks is experience. Hu Meier's sharp claw came along with her stuck-up smile. Girlie, one last lesson in a life-and-death battle, everyone pays attention to offense and defense. With you focusing all your Yuan Kai on attacking me, it left you wide open for my attack. Time for you to get your just desserts. You will die for challenging me. Hu Meier's claw inched closer to Yuer under the size of the audience. Yuer calmed down and sported a vague smile. Crack. Hu Meier's deviant claw struck something hard and very much solid. Hu Meier cried out, but had no time to panic as Yuer shone golden and blinded the audience. Roar! A golden dragon gushed out and flicked its tail, capturing Hu Meier's claw. When the glow ebbed, the audience stared in shock, their eyes popping. What is that? One disciple pointed at Yuer. Only some oldies gulped at the resplendent golden glow. Well shit, it's an 8th grade defensive demonic treasure. It sure was. Yuer came packing a golden armor with a golden dragon wiggling all over it, stopping Hu Meier's fine, dainty hand from marring this work of art. Zai Yu's face twitched. She focused on attacking on purpose, because she had the bead for soul defense and armor for her body as well. For God's sake, she's just an outer disciple. This is too much, Zhuo fan. With his endless list of items, I'm better off just hitting him and he'd drop something? Zai Yu had come to a decision. Venerable, she sighed, were sporting long faces. Oh, come on, moneybags much. An 8th grade demonic treasure for attack we can take, but 2 more defensive ones, and even superior ones at that. That's just plain cheating. You can challenge elites with that setup. Venerable, she and company sighed. What the hell? Hu Meier panicked, unable to extricate her dainty hand. Yuer jeered. Sister Meier, you fell for it. Any strike on the 8th grade demonic treasure dragon locking armor will hold the attacker in place. Let's see you run now. Why, you did it on purpose to draw me in. Hu Meier's eyes shook watching Yuer's sharp eyes. Yuer grinned. Oh, sister, how can you forget the simple truth that if you give up in a challenge, you'd be safe? It would give your master an excuse to save you. The only way to kill you is with a definitive strike, but that's hardly possible at my level, which leaves trickery as the only option. Hu Meier was incredulous. Since when did you develop a mean streak? Just now. Yuer grinned and let her blade fall on the defenseless Hu Meier. High, profound, ranked martial art, black wind blade. And no. With the eerie blade reflecting in her eyes, Hu Meier cried out her denial. But the blade cut off not only her voice but her life as well. Boom! The ring shook as cracks spread all over it, as Hu Meier lay splayed in 2. All that was left was a deep fear etched in those charming eyes. Gui, who shuddered and sighed. Liu Zhu watched the show pale and overwhelmed. Hu Meier died, but this blade's power was not something even he could take. He felt overcome with sadness at her death. Kui Lang and Yu Ling were floored by this unbelievable outcome, surprised by Yuer's progress. The fox got done in one strike. Venerable, she and the elders were brooding. They had planned on using the elites as a way to skim the sect, only to find one of their choices was laying dead. And a disciple's failure translated into the master's failure. Looking at Hu Meier's wide-open stare, Zai Weiyu laughed. The challenge has come to an end, with a great inner disciple done in by a single strike of an outer disciple. She's not worthy of being an elite. It only proves that this inner disciple batch is subpar. Sect leader was not about to miss this chance to mock the others. Venerable, she bowed. Sect leader, Hu Meier's death came from her poor skills. It does not speak for the rest. The other disciples are still viable for being elites. Shameful. Do you want to go to the Double Dragon gathering with such disgraceful elites? Just take the top disciple and that's it? Zai Weiyu snorted. With the inner disciple's inadequacy more than visible, this inner competition's result is now void. We will be holding another one in 3 months. Sect leader, enough. What I want are elites, not paper mascots. Zai Weiyu cut Venerable Shi off, his decision final. Venerable Shi had no choice but to nod. Today's results proved that the sect leader was on the move, using the disciples' competition as a way to strike at the old man's greed. Hu Meier's was simply a victim to him, of no importance at all. Now all this old man cared about was what would sect leader cook for the competition 3 months from now. So Venerable, she shouted at Yuer. Outer disciple Yuer, since you've defeated Hu Meier, you are now in the inner sect. Who is to be your master? Speak. Which elder or venerable will take her? Chapter 557. Back to labor office. The elders and venerables gazed upon Yuer with newfound interest. She ain't half bad, a good promising elite seed. Besides, it's only natural that the master gets to safekeep his disciples' gear, no? Ha ha ha, she is a fine disciple and I haven't seen someone like her in years. Since no one wants her, I'll be taking her. A grizzled old man eyed Yuer, or was it her items? Who knows? But then a creepy voice shouted, Elder Yang, don't go hogging everything. I find the girl quite pleasing, she'll be under me. Heh, Elder Gu, you must be dreaming. I got dibs on her and now you want to take her away from me. Elder Yang glared at the interloper. His greedy look warned him, stand the hell down before you hurt yourself. But Elder Gu merely huffed. Then came another voice. You two are in your own little world, I see, to think she is yours. Heh, shameless old Wang, you got your share last year and didn't see me fighting over them, did you? Now that I've finally found a good seed, you want to take it. Elder Yang would simply not have it, no, no, no. Elder Gu chimed in. Yeah, you always get the most disciples and still come back for more. Go back to your cozy home and stay out of our business. Ha ha, now you both are coming for me. No chance. I get to have so many disciples because you two throw them away. No matter what, she must be mine. Elder Wang roared. The two bickered, and as the oldies piled up, the fighting escalated. The competition was now in chaos, shouting and fighting everywhere. The disciples were speechless. The same elders and venerables who they saw having stone faces and fighting for respect were now clobbering each other, all for one tiny little disciple. They were stunned and also envious of Yuer. She's just some outer disciple, and just because of a measly win, she's got everyone's attention, and they are fighting over her. While Yu Ling was overflowing with joy for her sister, Zai Weiyu sneered at their tantrums and watched Venerable Shi. This guy must be thinking the girl has been nurtured with great care all these years, a pawn to quell the inner disciples, and he must be planning to throw her into the inner sect and take her away from my control just so she loses her worth. Funny, though, she's not mine but Zhuo Fan's. Take her for all I care, Zhuo Fan is bound to rear another one in the labor office. This sect leader had no worry whatsoever. Zai Weiyu grinned inside, praising Zhuo Fan's whammy. Even he would have needed more time to get an outer disciple to this level. To say nothing about catching the eyes of everyone with every movement of his as a sect leader. Having Zhuo Fan as his proxy was so much better, while Zai Weiyu's noncommittal attitude threw Venerable Shi for a loop. Isn't she his pawn? Or does he have other plans? Venerable Shi probed. Silence. Venerables, elders, have you no shame exhibiting such disgrace before the entire sect? Ugh! The oldies froze mid-swing, looking at Zai Yu and Venerable Shi with shy gazes and red faces. They got too caught up in getting the girl that they let themselves go and devolved into bickering like old hags. But as the matter stood, who will get the doll and her dowry? Venerable Shi spoke with a cold smile. Sect leader, everyone shows interest in taking her as a disciple, but it is hard to decide. From how I see it, with Humayer dead, second elder has lost a dear disciple, and taking Yuer would mend his broken heart. You rotten no good Vilshi mansion? You want to hog all the goodies by yourself. Every elder and venerable screamed at him, in their minds at least. Venerable She had the second elder in his bag, and by proxy he would get all the demonic treasures and an elite candidate. Humayer died, but he would get 3 demonic treasures. It's totally worth it. The hell with mending hearts? Look how perverted the second elder is. Do you see any hurt on his face? The whole sect knew just how close he was to his female disciples. Since one died, he'd just get another. Take the mending and stuff it where the sun doesn't shine. All elders and venerables were outraged, moving from Venerable She to second elder. The latter was even roaming his creepy eyes over Yuer's body, even nodding now and then. Yu Ling panicked. Any female disciple knew of the second elder's tastes. Yu Ling feared her sister would fall to his poison and would end up the same way as her predecessor. You're wrong, Venerable She. A middle-aged man in white smiled. In the inner sect competition, there are no grudges. Once you step on the ring, emotions have no place, with life and death settled on a whim. We are elders and venerables, accustomed to our disciples' fate, so how could we care for them? Second elder's perverted tastes have been going on for centuries now, yet it just so happened that today he has changed. Venerable She, letting him have this doll is an insult to the rest of us. Venerable She squinted. Second elder glared. The man glossed over and chuckled. While my disciple, Yu Ling, is her sister. By having them work together, their future will be limitless, achieving glory in the Double Dragon gathering. Venerable Bai, are you fighting me over a disciple? Second elder's hawk eyes stared back. Venerable Bai waved his hand. Can you even fight? I only care about the sect's future and speak facts. The sisters will help each other and thereby the sect. Why you? Second elder was fuming. Venerable, she said. Venerable Bai, you're a venerable yet you would fight an elder? He, do you mean I can't? Venerable She, aren't you always doing it? This was a naked taunt. Everyone saw a thin elderly in a plain robe poking fun at Venerable She. Venerable She snorted. Venerable Kai, you too? Of course, it is my responsibility to look out for our disciples' future. Venerable Kai stuck out his chest and annoyed the hell out of Venerable She. Zai Yu snickered inside. Venerable Kai and Venerable Bai are third and fourth in line of authority. The two together can hold Venerable She back. They all had no care for each other until now. Since Venerable She and Grand Elder allied, they considered everyone beneath them, taking what they pleased and setting up their disciples into becoming elites, while eliminating all obstacles, and in turn getting on these two venerables' bad side. Their disciples, Kui Lang and Yu Ling, were demoted to laborers. But with Gui, who always picking fights with their other disciples and killing them, they knew the two were after their share. Left with no other choice, they used their two disciples' credit in the labor office to get them back. Venerable She had always pushed back Venerable Kai and Venerable Bai, but now at last, someone stood up to these greedy bastards. Zai Yu grinned. Enough squabbling. I know everyone wants a talent to nurture, but did you ever stop to think to ask the person herself? Wasting a talent like her is damaging to the sect. Everyone nodded and turned to Yuer, eager to be her master. Zai Yu said, as an inner disciple, you have to have a master's guidance. Speak now, who will be your guide? Yuer roamed her eyes over the oldies and their hypocritical smiles, lost on who to pick. Yu Ling was giving her obvious hints from the side. Pick Venerable Bai. If you don't want to die, go back to the labor office. An aged voice entered her ear. 3 months of training should have let you know that the strong never ask for anything. Yuer shuddered and turned to the blade in her hand, and her eyes lit up. With a bow, she said, Sect leader, please send me back to the labor office. Say what? Everyone was slack-jawed. Chapter 558, Versatile. What did she say? The disciples in the audience watched the girl with dumb looks. What did I just hear? She wants to go to the labor office on purpose. Yes, I heard that too, another said, stumped all the same. It was a reaction quite popular today, even among elders and venerables. A place that was designated as the sect's dump, where disciples were thrown to spend the rest of their days crying, just got a volunteer. But how could a lady with glorious prospects conceive such an idea? Zai Yu said. Are you certain? Once you are there, your future is over. It is a pit from which you can never crawl out of. Yu Ling kept dropping more and more hints to do the opposite. I was forced to go there, but you shouldn't. Why do you insist on wasting yourself away? But Yuer's decision was final. Sect leader, I want to go to the labor office. As it is your choice, I won't force you. You shall henceforth be a laborer. Now go. Zai Yu waved coldly. Venerable, she was uneasy. Sect leader, how can we do this to a talent? She wants the labor office rather than helping the sect. What would you have me do, beg? Humph, forcing her will only make it worse. Zai Yu flicked his sleeve. From now on, the girl is a laborer, so don't let me see you going after her still. If you've got so much time to waste, you'd better use it preparing for the competition 3 months from now. It's a chance for your disciples and yourselves. Don't squander it. Zai Yu left with a hard face, annoyed that Yuer refused his goodwill and selected the labor office. Alas, no one noticed the flicker of a smile tracing his face just before leaving. Venerable, she scowled, his eyes wandering like his thoughts. Something's definitely off about all of this, but what? The sect leader threw her into that dump too fast. Was it just to abandon her or something else? Venerable, she turned to a frowning grand elder. He read the old man's eyes. The thoughts running through his head were the same. Gui Hu come? Grand elder left. Gui Hu rushed to follow him. Venerable, she called Liu Zhu over and left to ponder as well. Soon, all the oldies left, leaving Yuer on the ring with one last look of pity. A shame for those baubles, with no excuse I can't take them. Or just stealing them will make others attack me. Doing all the work just to have another profit from it was such a waste. As such, the elders came to a silent accord, only to move when another got them first. They all left with snickers and evil glints in their eyes. Only Kui Lang, Yu Ling, and her sister remained. Fool, why are you going to that damn place? I myself barely got out. Yu Ling grumbled, but more than anything she was worried. Yuer giggled. I believe that I'll become far stronger there. Didn't you see me kill Hu Mayer? I took revenge. The two jerked with surprise. Yeah, which elder or venerable could make someone be reborn and grow so much in 3 months? It might be far better to stand by his side than to end up an elite. The two were getting fired up. And Kui Lang recalled his dear son. The 3 lurking shadows were disappointed. Never mind the 3 demonic treasures, just the fact that her Yuan Kai is so cold and icy makes her a gem. She needs a bit of guidance and she'll stand atop even elites. One said. The others nodded before shaking their heads. A pity Yu sent her to be a laborer. The elites lost a good seed. Just what is up with Yu? He should use her, not throw her away. That black wind blade is worlds above the other girl's charm whammy. She'd have taken us far in the double dragon gathering. Let's drop it. Yu may be rash, but not one to ignore the bigger picture, or he wouldn't have become the sect leader. I've got a feeling that things are more complicated than they seem. I'll ask him about the girl and that kid. No matter what, the kid must become an elite. The others nodded and the shadows flew away. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan had just gotten back to the labor office, the rundown house stirring in him, wistfulness. Ha ha ha, I must be really born to work under others. Zhuo Fan chuckled, walking towards the door and shouting, Is Elder Yuan around? I'm back. The door creaked open and Elder Yuan's humble face stuck out. He, Steward Zhuo, weren't you supposed to never come out of the cemetery? Those 2 made me stay there for a month, but I took 3. Can't I come out even now? Zhuo Fan grinned. Elder Yuan rolled his eyes. Please, those 2 are practically worshipping you. I may be of low cultivation, but I still got a good pair of eyes on these old bones. Since you're stronger and those 2 are back in the inner sect, That makes you the big cheese in here. Oh no, I march to my own beat. Elder Yuan, you're the one in charge. It's best if you handle the labor office. But if you meet some hard times, I can just lend a hand, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. Elder Yuan nodded. Why thank you, Steward Zhuo, for becoming my rock. Now I can finally get the respect this old body deserves. Elder Yuan stuck out his chest and put on a feisty look. But with his short stature, it looked funny. Elder Yuan scratched his head and chuckled along Zhuo Fan. The two acted like age-old friends, like they've never been closer. It was a first for Zhuo Fan. Oh, he had had his fair share of loyal men, Lai Jingxian and the power couple. But that was based on rank, while the difference in mentality made sure that no common ground was established, nothing to talk about. While with Elder Yuan, he'd never felt freer. He had gained from their talks as well, so while the old man was weak, he had a broad heart, earning Zhuo Fan's respect. To him, Elder Yuan was his equal. Steward Zhuo, I heard you trained Yuer for 3 months in order to deal with Hu Meier. Elder Yuan added. Zhuo Fan nodded. Yes, and there should be no problems. Why are you so carefree while they fight? Shouldn't you be watching the fight? Elder Yuan asked. Zhuo Fan smiled. Why, when her win is obvious, I'll be honest, I've put a lot of effort into that girl. Zhuo Fan pointed and a blue flame appeared. Elder Yuan's eyes widened. I'm an alchemist, and in my travels I found this flame. Zhuo Fan spilled its secrets. This flame protects the soul and can also harm it. I used it to refine the soul bead replica, Azure Bead. With the flames inside it, Hu Meier's soul attacks will bite her instead. The azure flame inside isn't strong but enough. Elder Yuan blinked at the azure flame in shock. The flame didn't seem much in its tame form, but he felt its raw and destructive power. Steward Zhuo, you can make a 9th grade spiritual weapon. Ha ha ha, that's not all. I gave her an armor piece and a weapon as well, the 8th grade demonic treasure, dragon locking armor, and the 8th grade dark moon blade. So you tell me if she'll win or not. Failing even now will prove that she had to die. Zhuo Fan raised a smug eyebrow, though Elder Yuan was too lost for words at the sheer wealth he had dished out. And here I thought he already had them, when in fact he actually made them. A 9th grade tool refiner and a 10th grade alchemist, and to say nothing about his outrageous cultivation. Chapter 559. Disciple. Elder Yuan was confused for a long time, almost forgetting about the real topic. Steward Zhuo, wouldn't it be better for you to handle Hu Meier? Why would you let a young girl do it? Ha ha ha, Elder Yuan, you should know the structure of the sect better than me. Zhuo Fan had a vague smile but a wise gaze. To get to someone, you go through his men first. Hu Meier is a nobody, hardly matters if she's out of the picture. I could have killed her with a snap, but let her go just for today. When a grand inner disciple falls at the hands of an outer disciple, the whole sect will be shocked, and the oldies behind her will be floored. But this is only the beginning. If you think I'll just stop at smacking them around, you'd be dead wrong. In regards to fighting authority as an underdog, like they say, first time is a coincidence, second time's a happenstance, but the third and fourth times, now you fools are damn useless. Elder Yuan frowned, then cried. Why you want to flip the sect system? Correct. The inner sect is a gangrene simply because the elites are chosen from there so that each elder and venerable gets a share of resources. But how can they share resources when no inner disciple is worthy of being elite? Zhuo Fan snickered. Now do you understand why I didn't do it myself? My success will only be short-lived. They just make me an executive of the inner sect and make my efforts moot. They'll even say everything I did was for the inner sect, and then I'll start becoming like them, looking for disciples to get a share of resources. Zai Yu surely does not want that to happen. Elder Yuan panicked. Steward Zhuo, you can't say sect leader's name like that. You need to address him by his title? Why, we're all friends here. Besides, Zai Yu needs me too much to throw it all away just over some technicality. Zhuo Fan dissed him. Elder Yuan understood this kid was sharp and lofty beyond his years. He knew when to be humble, when to step back, and when to charge with impunity. Elder Yuan rubbed his beard. Is this why you came to the labor office? I think so. Zai Yu has put me outside the political plays of the sect, so I don't get absorbed into the conflict, and could break the endless chain of greed. Labor office is the bottom of the food chain, which those oldies can't reach. While thinking that Brat will be easy to control here and hard to mess with me. Zhuo Fan whispered. Elder Yuan shook his head. Yu was known for his short temper, but this fearless kid had no respect for him whatsoever. I bet he'd be so angry, he'd stomp the sect flat. But just like Zhuo Fan said, it's your fault for needing him. Elder Yuan laughed inside. By your words, does that mean you're going to teach more people? But who will come besides that miss? That miss was forced by circumstances, with her broken meridians, to get the heaven-reaching pill from you. Who on earth would risk death to mess with those average inner disciples? There will be at least one more disciple after today. Zhuo Fan grinned. They could never conceive it earlier because of uncertainty and doubt in my skills. But you are acting as proof, at least Kui Lang's kid will be sure to come knocking. Who doesn't want to get stronger anyway? Who doesn't like a shortcut to the inner sect or to become an elite? And when Kui Gang wins, then even more will come, and soon the elites won't be coming from the inner sect but from Steward Zhuo's direct teachings. Elder Yuan finished, his eyes glinting more and more at the ineffable Zhuo Fan. That's the same as sacking the inner sect. But the resource upkeep will be huge. Bang! Zhuo Fan cut him off by slapping his chest with a cocky grin. No problem, I can cover it all. SSS gasping. Elder Yuan was floored by how cocksure Zhuo Fan was. Where did this money bag come from? He's got on him as much as the demon scheming sect has gained over 1,000 years. Elder Yuan pondered. What's the point of petty tricks when you have so much dough? Elder Yuan frowned. Steward Zhuo, the plan is solid, but have you ever considered the outcome of these challenges? What else could happen? They win, they gain fame, become inner disciples, and soon elites, the envy of everyone. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. Elder Yuan held his gaze. You really think so? Zhuo Fan frowned, then shook his head. They say old men are wise for a reason. Yes, starting with Yuer, none of them will have an easy time in the inner sect. They'll be ostracized because of the fact that they beat an inner disciple as an outer disciple. Next would be tutelage, with every oldie greedy for the trinkets on them, no matter who they pick. Even with Venerable Bai having Yuer's sister, he'd use this excuse to get his hands on them. If she chose another oldie, she'd have it even worse. Venerable Bai won't help her, and the second elder will hate her guts, all while being looked on with greed by the rest. I've worried a lot about her future. Zhuo Fan sighed. Elder Yuan nodded. Steward Zhuo's heart is like a mirror piercing every veil. That means all these kids will suffer at your hand. It is the lesser evil for the greater good. Zhuo Fan shrugged. Small sacrifices net you greater rewards. Soldiers are there to be used and thrown away. This time I used a single one to test the waters, knowing it will never return. Besides, no pawn can ever move backwards. All they can do is advance and advance. Once they are in the enemy's camp in the inner sect, their fate is in their hands. I merely gave them the push they needed, and it's up to Zai Yu to keep the momentum going and wrest back control of the inner sect. Elder Yuan's brow shook with sorrow. Pawns, but after all, they are the people you've nurtured yourself. Even considering them as tools to discard, it's still such a huge loss. Steward Zhuo, have you thought about calling them back? Never. Zhuo Fan shook his head. Elder Yuan was startled. Why, they'll be your arms and legs here in the labor office. And when you become an executive elder, they'll make your faction, bringing better results. I don't need them. Zhuo Fan's tone was final. I don't need someone's trash, and I'm only here because Zai Yu gave me a 9th grade pill per our agreement. Once I hold my end and do what he wants, I'm gone. And besides, which disciple will throw away their bright future as an inner disciple for this dump? Elder Yuan, we're all men with experience, our gaze on the horizon, but they are just too green. They do not understand the meaning of blessing in disguise. Exploiting them, then recalling after they've won will only make them hate me to the bone. Zhuo Fan sighed, a smile of contempt for the ignorant world around him. Elder Yuan sighed with him. That's why you don't care about the sect and aren't thrilled to make it thrive like Yu. Ha ha ha, it's just a phase for you. Elder Yuan was frustrated. Such a talent yet no care for the sect was the sect's loss. Steward Zhuo, are you here? A shout came. Zhuo Fan grinned. See, Kui Lang's already here. Yuer's win was free advertising. I bet he even brought his kid. Yeah, ha ha ha. Elder Yuan's eyes flashed. The two walked out to meet 4 people outside, the sisters and the father and son. But Zhuo Fan had yet to put on the smart-ass smug smile as Yuer and Kui Gang kneeled and kowtowed 3 times. Please take us in, master. Zhuo Fan was shocked. Chapter 560, Sore Spot. What's going on? Zhuo Fan was floored. The 2 youngsters' eyes steeled and they cupped their hands. Please, master, take us in. Ha ha ha, congratulations, Steward Zhuo, you have new disciples. Elder Yuan laughed. Kui Lang and Yuling joined him without shame. Like he'd just have to agree no matter what. Face twitching, Zhuo Fan's mind ran a mile a minute and he snapped. Congrats, my foot. I'm still just a disciple myself. If you want a master, go to those old-timers. Especially you. Zhuo Fan pointed at Yuer. Don't you dare tell me that you lost. You should be replacing that fox instead as an inner disciple. What have you come running back for? Yuer pondered, then looked him in the eye. Take me in. Take my foot. All those old-timers await your bow to bring you a bright future. What the hell are you doing back in this dump for me? I'm a disciple, god damn it. Zhuo Fan sighed. Yuer was stubborn. Being under your care will make me stronger than them. Strong my ass. I'm just a laborer who can't do anything right. Zhuo Fan flared his nose. Yu Ling and Kui Lang chimed in. Steward Zhuo, it's not the place that's famous, but the one residing in it. I've never seen anyone make a disciple so strong in just 3 months. I believe Yuer can only live up to her potential under you. My brat shall be in your care as well. I hope he'll soon catch up to his senior sister, ha ha ha. Kui Lang pushed his son over with no shame. Zhuo Fan was brooding, then shrugged. You better not complain about it later. There's nothing in the labor office. I have no resources or pills to give them either. How far do you think they'll go? Ha ha ha, with Steward Zhuo being the moneybags, a few disciples will barely strain his pockets. Giving the kids to him is the best decision. Elder Yuan butted in. Look at Yuer's gear that got all those elders and venerables vying for her. All of it came from Steward Zhuo? Kui Lang and Yu Ling's eyes sparkled. Rather than be pals with a moneybag, taking him as godfather was way better. And Master wasn't that far off either. With the brats under Zhuo Fan, they believed not even the labor office could thwart their progress. They'd have done the same, but since they already had a master, they couldn't. Zhuo Fan's wealth had that kind of effect on people. Zhuo Fan eyed Elder Yuan and sighed. Elder Yuan, could you please not cramp my style? Ha ha ha, but I'm not, only helping you set the stage. Your disciples will come back running and lift you up. Why let them go to waste? As for being a disciple, you shouldn't nitpick, since teaching isn't dependent on age. Elder Yuan chuckled. Yu Ling and Kui Lang bobbed their heads. Zhuo Fan's face was hard. I can never accept disciples, not now, not ever. And Kui Gang. If you want to be like Yuer, I can teach you for 3 months, but that's it. Take it or leave it. Zhuo Fan entered the house. Yu Ling and Kui Lang froze. What's with Steward Zhuo? Isn't it just some disciples? Steward Zhuo, Yuer refused to be an inner disciple and willingly returned to your side. You'll condemn her by refusing, Yu Ling implored. But all that came was a cold voice. That's her choice, nothing to do with me. Yu Ling looked at the rest, shaking their heads, and everyone placed their last hopes on Elder Yuan. The old man pondered before turning serious. Wait here, I will settle this. This is about your honor and the sect's design. They were puzzled while looking at Zhuo Fan's door. Isn't it just about us? Elder Yuan entered the house. Here they could speak at leisure. At Zhuo Fan's glum look, Elder Yuan smiled. Steward Zhuo, are you touchy? As if. Then a sore spot, even less. Zhuo Fan denied. Elder Yuan smiled. Oh yes, a sore spot. I said I don't have a sore spot. Zhuo Fan was annoyed. Why won't you take them then, yet show such dislike and revulsion? I'm a maverick? Zhuo Fan cut him off. Elder Yuan smiled. Ha ha ha, I've lived for so long and seen so many things, so you can't fool me. You'd be indifferent or ignore them if it's just being a maverick, not show such a strong hate for it. Something must gnaw at you. Talk to me, maybe I can help. Zhuo Fan glanced at the short elder and sighed. Elder Yuan, did a disciple ever betray you? He, Steward Zhuo, you're such a kidder. Look at me, I'm but a frail old laborer. Who'd want me as their master? Why did a disciple betray you? Elder Yuan probed. Nodding, Zhuo Fan sighed. He truly surpassed his master. Back then we were close as kin, yet to steal from me he colluded with others and wounded me deeply. I vowed to never have a disciple. Zhuo Fan's eyes were filled with fear and bloodthirst. Oh, did you kill him? Got revenge, Elder Yuan said. The issue would have been more or less settled if he did. His silence was answer enough that this point bothered him more and more. Zhuo Fan shook his head in hatred. He is too far away. But one day I will find him and pulverize him for his betrayal. Elder Yuan nodded, then said, all the more reason for you to take in the kids. Ugh. Zhuo Fan stared back. Elder Yuan, are you pouring salt on my wounds? You know my pain and still insist. No, I only have your best at heart when I say this. Elder Yuan continued, since your disciple caused you pain, it will only end with disciples. If you shirk away, you'll never overcome the pain, while keeping it bottled in, and one day it will become a trauma. It will only harm you instead. By teaching honorable disciples, it might soothe your anguish. As demonic cultivators, we go against the world order, braving any dangers and obstacles. This is one of them. Bear through it to relish its fruits. Ignoring it and avoiding the issue will hold you back from reaching the best you can be no matter how high you go, because your heart is incomplete. Elder Yuan pointed at his chest. Zhuo Fan felt his heart become broader and freeing his Yuan Kai into flowing faster. He had grown once more in his heart and mind. Elder Yuan, I would have taken you as my master if not for your low cultivation. Zhuo Fan grinned. Elder Yuan gave a warm nod. With you as my disciple, my life has found meaning. They both laughed. Finding such a close friend, they both relished the experience. Zhuo Fan and Elder Yuan walked out and saw the two still kneeling. He agreed, and Kui Lang and Yuling were overjoyed. The kids' future was going to be brighter than ever, like, where are the experts, only to find they already beat them all, Chapter 561. Valued. Are you there, Yu? In the sect leader's hall, Zai Yu was sitting on his throne with a jade slip in hand, detailing the distribution of resources when a vague baritone entered the hall. Zai Yu sighed. Fiend Yang, what on earth brought you here? He, to talk, of course. A red-faced and bulging belly middle-aged man walked in. On one side was a glum beanpole, and on the other was a refined man with a fan. Zai Yu nodded at them. For all three fiends of hell to come, it must be serious. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Am I not important enough? The fat man scowled. Zai Yu said, watch your tongue. You're speaking to the sect leader? Oh please, weren't you Fiend Zai and our little gang of 4? Stop playing around, we're all brothers here. Go mess with bystanders if you're so keen. Fiend Yang flicked his sleeve. Zai Yu turned glum, staring at him and roaring, guards, throw these bastards out. Yes, sir. Many executives came in, but at the sight of the three, they shrank and looked at Zai Yu conflicted. Ugh, venerable sirs. The guy with the fan smiled. Withdraw, we brothers are only joking. Yes, Fiend Gui, sir. The executives scampered off with a bow. In any other situation, these elders would have given their lives for sect leader. But these three were part of sect leader's clique, sharing life and death together, brothers having braved the double dragon gathering and were now venerables guiding elites. They all liked to take light of the situation and crack jokes. Attacking the three would not only irk these three, but sect leader as well. I was only faking anger. The ones to suffer would be themselves, so they'd learn to stay clear. Fiend Gui had no trouble getting them to leave, and not even Zai Yu objected. It was obviously just a scare tactic. Once the 4 were left alone, the beanpole went right to it. Yu, we want to know about someone, the same laborer that interfered with the inner sect competition. Who is he? That sect leader. After emphasizing his status out of reflex, Zai Yu sighed. The brat is someone I brought from outside. Zhuo Fan is an outstanding chap. Stop stating the obvious. I'm not here for some confirmation. Fiend Yang rolled his eyes. Why did you put him in the labor office? He's no waste, or did he incur some punishment? Zai Yu smiled. What punishment, since he's been there from the start? You foolish sect leader. You're ruining everything, dumping such a genius into labor. Ah, my heart can't take it. Fiend Yang held his chest and bewailed. I warn you, Zai Yu, we're lacking elites now more than ever, so get him out. The other two nodded. Zai Yu replied with a snicker. Have you forgotten that anyone thrown in the labor office will have their future cut off? On coming out, he'll become an elder or venerable at most, but never an elite. Zai Yu damn sect leader. You just wasted a damn good seed. What about the double dragon gathering? Who is going to go if not him? Are we going to disgrace ourselves before the 9 sects again? Fiend Yang pointed at him. Fiend Gui stared hard but smiled. You're the most calculative among us. Your mind broader, and that's also why you're sitting on that throne. You didn't just do this out of foolishness, did you? Heh, I brought him in and am still waiting for him to bring me rewards. You think I wanted him to be a laborer? I planned on making him my disciple and use this status to make him an elite. That's better. Fiend Yang butted in excitedly. Under the wise and brilliant sect leader's tutelage, such genius is bound to shine and break out of that accursed rule. But what's he still doing there, then? Someone opposed it. Zai Yu sighed. Fiend Yang squinted. Someone was against such a genius. Who? Let me have a go at him. It's those oldies, right? How many times did those old-timers ruin our sect? How many talents did they kill? Talk, who was it? An elder or a venerable? High venerable. Zai Yu said glum. Ugh, Fiend Yang recoiled and said, how can it be him? High venerable is the greatest genius, giving his all for the sect and prizing honor above all else. Why would he deny such a talent from coming into the sect? Fiend Gui frowned. The other two were just as stunned. Zai Yu was blunt. No need to guess, High Venerable must have his reasons. And he told me just a few days back that he has a new plan for the kid to never leave the labor office. You might as well forget about recruiting the brat as an elite. What? They all cried out. High Venerable hates him that much? Why? Zai Yu smiled, no hatred, and from the message he sent, High Venerable sounded quite happy. And then there's his last sentence, strength is everywhere. He doesn't want an elite, and you 3 venerables can't guide him either. The 3 were stunned. They were past winners of the Double Dragon Gathering, ethereal stage experts and teachers of elites, yet couldn't even guide a profound heaven stage cultivator. Well, he was a freak, but still. Hold up, then, who's supposed to guide him? High Venerable, the 3 echoed. Zai Yu grinned. Meanwhile, in a secluded room, Grand Elder was sitting cross-legged. The person in front of him was sitting as well, but his muscles were tense and he was soaked in sweat. It was Gui who, opening his eyes, Grand Elder shook his head. Let it go, it's been 3 days now. It's not easy collecting yourself so quickly. Hutilda Gui, who eased a breath and felt like he had just gone through a hard battle. How do you feel? Are you at peace? Grand Elder asked. Gui, who frowned and shook his head, Grand Elder sighed. It's not easy reaching such a level. You need to take it slow. Master, why are you so insistent that I meditate, yet never let me practice my arts? I've never met my match in the inner sect but outside. Gui, who recalled the day Zhuo fans swiped at him and tensed up again. Grand Elder could relate. Gui, who, you and him are worlds apart. You can't reach him, especially in mentality and heart. Mind, heart? Gui, who was perplexed. Grand Elder nodded. Yes, the heart. Gui, who, you've trained the underworld fiend to its peak, and no one in the inner sect can hold a candle to you. But over these days I have seen your heart and seen it lacking. I did not have a reason to mind it until the event on the ring. I realized just how far behind you are from him. If you were to correlate with cultivation, it would place him in the ethereal stage and you in the bone tempering stage. It's just not something you can surmount. Say what? Gui, who shook all over, still puzzled. Just what is heart? All he could comprehend was that he was behind, leagues behind. Chapter 562, The Heart Supreme. Gui, who, what makes an expert great? Grand Elder asked. Gui, who pondered for a while before his eyes flashed with bloodthirst, looking down on the world with no one to match him. Weak. Grand Elder snorted. Experience is the father of wisdom. The same applies to experts. The higher one's cultivation, the closer he touches upon the world's values, until he reaches the heart supreme, standing in perfect harmony with it. But don't think for a second that such a man is a pushover. They keep to themselves most of the time, and when they act, the whole world shudders, calamity strikes, and death spreads. What is perceived as a weakness is in fact hidden inside their hearts. A single intent can cower the living. This is what a true expert is. Gui, who looked hard at Grand Elder, perplexed. Grand Elder continued, despite his confusion. "What did you think of the kid before you fought?" Gui, who sighed and shook his head. Yes, he hid his sharpness, hiding the scope of his heart. While you have always been on a murderous rampage, hardly controlling your power. This simple point defines the gap between you. Grand Elder sighed, pointing at his heart. The heart in plain terms means one's window into the world's truth, the Tao. To you it might not mean much now, but the farther you go, the more you'll put a price on it. Every breakthrough comes with a fundamental change. Radiant stages, discerning field, ethereal stages, soul form are prime examples. But do you know how these skills came to be? Gui, who shook his head. Grand Elder replied, "From one's insights. As you have never experienced it, you have never grasped the meaning of self-discipline. Or you'd have agreed with me that the heart is the root of all power, be it Yuan Kai, spiritual energy, or soul. When two experts have the same cultivation, the difference in their insights sets them worlds apart. The farther you go, the more obvious it becomes. It's said one could bring about an apocalypse just with intent alone. It don't matter what Yuan Kai or soul one has." Gui, whose heart shuddered. By cultivating all this time, the fiendish aura around him remained, but that was due to the neglect of heart. He might have had a quick rise, but in the long run it would hardly be of any help, treading a path for the weak. "Master, does that mean the elders and venerables have a high mentality?" Gui, who asked. Grand Elder sighed. The demonic path is focused on selfishness, with few and far in between able to curb their desires and temper the demons within to gain insight into the demonic path, even among elites and venerables. But this path will only stray them farther from the true experts. Do you recall how venerable she got hurt when going after the kid when he bumped into high venerable? Ha ha ha, they're both in the ethereal stage, yet one strike from high venerable can kill him. Why? Because of the heart. High venerable puts a price on understanding the world, and that makes him the strongest in the sect. It is the sole reason he got out of the labor office and became our best expert. Rumor has it that high venerable cultivated to radiant stage in just 100 years, despite his poor talent. Yet now no one can reach him, all because of his insights into Tao. It makes one wonder, maybe he'd have gone beyond the ethereal stage with just a little bit better talent. A true pity. Grand Elder lamented, but Gui, who was speechless. Nothing could have prepared him for how important one's heart was. It could even turn a simple man into the strongest expert. While he fell utterly short, and the farther he went, it only exacerbated the difference, Grand Elder said. Gui, who, I hoped for you to become an elite and fight in the Double Dragon gathering, but your future is of greater importance. Curb your desires and focus on the heart. Master, Gui, whose heart jumped, but isn't it too late? Ha ha ha, it's never too late. Grand Elder laughed. Unlike cultivation, tempering your heart can be done anytime. Some even waste half their lives on one insight. Look at Impermanence 5. Aren't they the prime example of following high venerables' footsteps? Their souls form a rarely seen domain, but with a frail heart, it would be weak. The sole reason for their strength, renowned through the western lands, is their hearts, just below high venerable. Gui, whose eyes shook, and he nodded. But then he hesitated. Master, just what is that kid's level then? Much higher than mine, Grand Elder sighed. He is a rarity. Not only his power is supreme, but so is his heart. The simple way he struck gave me the same feeling high venerable did. Say what? Gui, who was stunned. Zhuo Fan not only was stronger, but had a heart on the same level as high venerable. Grand Elder was wistful. Gui, whose sect leader has brought in an exceptional expert. Not one of the disciples can hold a candle to him. Please keep this in mind the next time you see him and show restraint. Sect leader must have brought him to deal with us elders and venerables. Sect leader is finally on the move. Gui, whose heart was a mess, Zhuo Fan, just a profound heaven disciple, yet was at the rank of elders and venerables. I see it now, why he never cared about me when attacking. I am nothing, Gui, who shook his head in bitterness. He had never been ignored by his opponents, never suffered such a setback in his life. Moving on, Zhuo Fan brought his new pupils to the array in the cemetery, and he just stood there carefree. Then, Kui Lang and Yu Ling popped before him with a bow. "Steward Zhuo, it's finished." "Good, let's begin." Zhuo Fan gestured them to the side and made a sign as he chanted. "May the blood tide swallow the world, may disaster envelop the universe." Zhuo Fan extended a finger. Tilde the others watched as a shimmering door appeared, letting out wails and screams like no other as it opened. Kui Gang tensed up. "Master, shall I go in?" "You're in the mood for joking. Why else did your dad and Yu Ling bring the remaining corpses over, and I have set up the blood slaughter array? It's for you and blood annihilation training. Now will you shy away after all we've done for you?" Zhuo Fan retorted. Kui Gang gulped, the shrieks grating on his nerves. "Master, isn't it dangerous? How else are you supposed to cultivate? How else do you think Yuer gained 3 layers so fast? She jumped right in, and yet you can't even compare to a girl." Zhuo Fan snickered. Yuer tugged his sleeve. "Master, you pushed me." Zhuo Fan's face twitched, glaring back. "Keep your nonsense to yourself. Are you trying to make me look bad?" Shrinking back, Yuer fell silent, and Kui Gang chuckled inside. Then Kui Lang appeared, hoisted him by the collar, and threw him in. "You call yourself a man without going through a bit of danger? Is this my son cowering before a bit of pain?" "Ah, Dad, you're killing me." Howls came from the blood slaughter array. Kui Lang cast Zhuo Fan a worried look after all. Zhuo Fan shrugged. "Don't look at me. You pushed them onto me. This is my teaching style, pushing the disciples to the brink of death. I've set up this array based on his peak strength. All he has to do to survive is advance or die." "Die?" Kui Lang was bug-eyed. Zhuo Fan nodded. "Yep, do you regret it? Well, tough luck, it's too late now. If my disciples can't take it, they'd just have to lie down forever." Kui Lang was panicking now. He thought it was just a bit of pain when in fact it was a matter of life and death. Zhuo Fan is doing things to the extreme even when it comes to his disciples. Zhuo Fan made another sign, and another door appeared with a rumble. It revealed endless mist. With no preamble, he threw Yuer in. Yu Ling froze, and the next thing she heard was her sister's cries. "Steward Zhuo." Yu Ling tensed. Zhuo Fan said coldly, "Just a bewildering array. It's good for the heart. Earlier I only gave her a crash course, but as my disciples, I need to think of their future and have their hearts in mind. Every 2 hours, her entire life will flash before her eyes, all the baggage included. She'll only get out when she understands it." Yu Ling nodded. Next, hearing Yuer's laughter 1 second, then crying the next. She has had a rough life. Chapter 563. Reopening of the Intersect competition. Months fell off the calendar, and the time for the Intersect competition was nigh again. The oldies were back in their designated seats, looking over the designated stage, with Zai Waiyu sitting in his designated throne, stewing in the same old boredom, seeing nothing had changed. The same disciples, we just like before, with one exception. 2 disciples were missing. Humair got the short end of the stick, making her an obvious absentee, yet what raised eyebrows was Gui Hu. There was no sight of him. Bang Tilde, the 5th match in the 3rd ring goes to Kui Lang. The 4th match in 6th ring goes to Yu Ling. The 6th match in the 2nd ring goes to Liu Zhu. From within the sounds of punching, the judge chimed in with the results. Venerable, she held his beard, eyeing Grand Elder. What's up with him? Why isn't Gui Hu here? Is he giving up on his spot? Grand Elder had never been calmer. Even Zai Waiyu grew suspicious of his attitude. Did Zhuo Fan scare him too much last time, and he held his disciple back, while the rest were even more suspicious? With Gui Hu being the main seed to become elite, why the hell would Grand Elder suddenly hold him back? Despite all the suspicions going around, the competition ended and the elite spots were taken. Besides the obvious 3 seen last time, the other 2 were just average disciples in the 2nd layer of Radiant Stage. Zai Waiyu's mood sank. Humph, this is even worse than last time. Venerable, she remained silent with a mocking grin. Who told you to butt in last time? Now you have one less elite candidate. He, you got what you deserved, sect leader. The other oldies lamented as well. Those two softies were no elite material, but what choice did they have? It wasn't like they made Gooey, who brutalized every disciple he met last time and left them with crumbs in this one. The two were so weak, even together they couldn't harm Huey Lang. Sect leader, the 5 elites have been decided. Venerable, she smiled. Zai Yu clenched his fists and waited. A loud voice came right on cue. Wait, I want a challenge. A tall and sturdy youth flew in, paying his respects. Sect leader Huey Gang, am an outer sect disciple requesting a challenge. Zai Yu nodded. After a long look, his mood turned for the better. Ha, this is the greatest attraction of the inner sect competition. Venerable, she was seething again. Sect leader, yep. Venerable, she gave back a taunting eyebrow. Going above your station is commendable, Huey Gang, although you'll be walking between life and death. Sect leader, it's because I do not care about the danger that I must challenge. Huey Gang bowed with confidence. Huey Lang nodded in pride. With his son being in the radiant stage now, meant he would have an easier time than Yuer, who was only at peak profound heaven's stage at the time of her challenge. As for the gap in strength, Steward Zhuo made up for it in spades and trinkets. Zai Yu praised. Zhuo Fan did it again, bringing forth another expert in 3 months, and said, Huey Gang, who is your target? I want to challenge senior brother Liu Zhu. Huey Gang cupped his hands, his eyes fixed on his target. Liu Zhu mocked. A fresh, radiant stage pup wants to take me on. Humph, do you think I'm who mayor and would fall like nothing? 5 layers difference isn't just for show, especially now that I've come prepared. Liu Zhu's hand shone brightly and a scarlet brush appeared. His body did the same and a spiritual armor outfitted him. The elders and venerables cried out. 8th grade demonic treasure, heaven-leading brush, and 7th grade demonic treasure, flowing light cloud armor? Zai Yu's brow shook, eyeing Venerable. You went all out, I see, even giving him your prized possessions. Venerable, she chuckled. Sect leader, you're too kind. What can one do when the competition has devolved into a test of wealth and not skill? Even with my meager coffers, I at least have enough to give my disciple a head start. Zai Yu squinted and turned to Huey Gang. With Liu Zhu geared up, his power was through the roof. If Huey Gang just copied Yuer and took out the 3 baubles from last time, he'd still come up short. It's cut and dry. Huey Lang frowned with worry for once. He didn't think for a second that Venerable she would dump demonic treasures on his disciple and wondered if Zhuo Fan's plan for this challenge would succeed. While Huey Gang was at ease, his eyes serious. Nice items for offense and defense. I'll just have to give it my all then. Huey Gang held a vial and the thick, intoxicating smell spread. Many oldies cried, 9th grade pill, savage blood pill. Since I train in blood annihilation technique, the savage blood pill can boost my blood flow dozens of times. Even in the 1st layer, this pill alone will give me the power of a 3rd layer. Huey Gang swallowed it. A bloody aura surrounded him and only increased as time went on. The stench of blood gave a nauseating feeling. Liu Zhu was outraged. Rotten punk, do you have a death wish? Pushing your blood to flow so fast will end with you blowing up. Why, thank you for your concern. But this time will be different since I took the 10th grade pill, heaven-reaching pill beforehand. Huey Gang grinned as his body shuddered. The elders and venerables were filled with envy. A heaven-reaching pill, we didn't get one, yet a snot-nosed brat got to enjoy such blessings. Liu Zhu felt, to his shock, how the gap was bridged inch by inch. All that remained between them were 2 layers. But his confidence resurged, placed on the demonic treasures. Short-lived as it was, courtesy of Huey Gang's next ace, 5 glittering and equally blinding lights. As the light ebbed, everyone stared slack-jawed, their eyes popping out. Huey Gang was armored to the teeth in 4 9th grade demonic treasures, in conformity to his style in fact, exuding a bloody glow. 9th grade demonic treasure, Blood Shadow Cloud Striders. Huey Gang showed off the new shoes with a grin. They were practically made for my cultivation method. Even senior brother Liu Zhu will have trouble tracking my movements, ha ha ha. Let's not forget about the vaulting blood demon armor and blood sea banner, world-piercing claw. The motif for Kiwi Gang's set was that of skulls. His right arm held the bloody banner, his left the red claw, all demonic treasures of great power. Liu Zhu's mind left him. Venerable, she's got stuck. Zai Yu's bogged down, and the oldies had none to speak of. The whole of Demon's scheming sect was watching as their minds flew away. Chapter 564. Another Luo clan. For crying out loud, are all outer disciples moneybags now, coming to throw their wealth around in the inner sect? That Missy was bad enough, now this kid's showing off his bling too. Then again, old guys like us don't have anything to show, don't you see? Venerable, she had to dig his coffers to barely do it, yet still failed. The inner sect competition should be a test of skills and knowledge, not to strut in with one more gold chain. How vulgar, how malignant. By the way, child, mind letting one of these bags of bones take you in? And the trinkets, of course. All oldies looked on with bloodshot eyes at the glittering Kiwi gang and smacked their lips. Venerable, she felt like cursing, did sect leader gear these challengers? This wealth is too much even for him. Even if some outer disciples comes geared, it will be at most like last time. But to think there's someone who can top her, sect leader, aren't your coffers too deep? Who among us can take out 4 9th-grade demonic treasures and freaking in tune with the wielder at that? He has to have taken it from the sect. Zai Yu was glum. Venerable, she was suspicious. Talk, sect leader, are you corrupted? Zai Yu felt that his look earned him at least a couple of slaps. I'm the sect leader here, giving my all for the sect, and you accuse me of embezzling, when in fact it's you, old guys, trying to skim the sect of resources in the most legit manner. Yet you come question me? Get lost. But at the sight of those dashing demonic treasures, he fell silent. Even he'd come to the same conclusion if he were in their shoes. Where else would an outer disciple get all this stuff, when not even a sect leader could take out so many? Zhuo Fan, what the hell did you do the last 2 years to get so rich? You're making me envious of you. No wonder High Venerable came up with that plan. Humph, only a moneybags like you can pull this off. Zai Yu smiled and sighed, still envious of Zhuo Fan. Just some secular steward and yet wealthier than a sect leader. Kiwi Lang was shuddering with excitement and was on the verge of tears. That's why the 4 scheming demons stick with Steward Zhuo even back in the sect. He's too rich, throwing out 4 9th-grade demonic treasures like nothing. No one in the sect can top him, not even elites get such treatment. Getting him as master is the best thing that could happen to anyone. You'd get tons of resources and heaps of treasures and pills. Being elite, that's for the poor. Kiwi Lang and Yu Ling looked excited at the kids being under Zhuo Fan. Senior brother Liu Zhu, your move. Kiwi Gang grinned, raising the blood sea banner, and the sky took a bloody hue, with the air taking a heavy scent. While the world-piercing claw on his left arm left 5 bloody trails in the air as it tore the space. Staring at the 4 demonic treasures, Liu Zhu looked at his own 2 and his face twitched, finding himself lacking by a mile. Senior brother Liu Zhu, by your leave? Kiwi Gang taunted. Liu Zhu's lips shook, his eyes went red, and he snapped. By your sister. Goddammit pushover. How the hell am I supposed to fight with you all geared up? I freaking quit. I'm out. Crack. Liu Zhu threw away his 8th-grade demonic treasure like trash and stomped away in anger. Venerable, she was about to call him back, but no words came out. What's the point when it's obvious there is no chance of winning? Glancing at the brush on the ring, Venerable, she had a bitter smile. I scraped the bottom of the barrel to get it, yet it looks so dull now. Venerable, she shook his head and flicked his hand for the brush to come to him. He mocked. Sect's leader's wealth is beyond measure. You're truly our leader in name and in reality. Don't look at me. I've got nothing to do with this. Zai Yu squinted in anger, then said to Kiwi Gang. Since Liu Zhu has abstained, the win goes to Kiwi Gang, and so does the elite spot. You may now choose an elder or venerable as a master and become an elite. Kid, over here. No, pick me. I'm totally devoted to cultivating. The same thing happened to Yuer 3 months ago, and this was just a repeat performance. Every elder and venerable outdid themselves in trying to get the gaudy disciple. But Kiwi Gang had already made his decision, ignoring the squabbling fools and bowing. "Sect leader, I already have a master in the labor office. Please send me there as well to stay by his side." A laborer takes on outer disciples. Everyone was speechless, looking at each other with dumb looks. "Is that guy worthy?" Zai Yu smiled and nodded. "All right, since you have such a filial heart, then I shall let you go to your master. And please tell your dear master that these items are quite nice and ask him to make me a set as well." Zai Yu got up and swaggered off to his hall. But his words only stoked the flames as the oldies and the disciples around were bug-eyed. What the hell? A laborer gave all these trinkets to an outer disciple, and even the sect leader asked for some, not ordered it. That shows his respect. What kind of monster is hiding in the lowest rug of our sect? And why haven't we heard of him? Venerable Shi's eyes widened, while Grand Elder was calm, having seen it coming. The two outer disciple challengers all went back to the labor office. That place reeked of something for sure. Sect leader hid his man in such a low-key area to develop. So why expose him now? Has everything been set in motion? Grand Elder watched sect leader leave with a frown. Venerable Shi pondered. Sect leader about the elite spots. Defeated again and again by mere outer disciples, and you think they are worthy to become our elites? Zai Yu mocked. Venerable Shi frowned. Does that mean the competition is postponed again? Postponed? Zai Yu stated. Do you think they can achieve some great enlightenment in a few months? No, I think the inner sect has lost its rights to be nurtured. PFF. Venerable Shi gripped his beard in shock. You mean to tell me the outer sect is more suited to be nurtured? Venerable Shi had suspicions now. Zai Yu was gone and left this old man with a headache about his real plan. Kiwi Gang strutted off among the people's glares, showing off his bling as he left. While the oldies had greed in their eyes, the disciples were envious and longing to be in his shoes. You're telling me that punk Zai Yu had you give me a message in front of everyone. Back at the cemetery, Zhuo Fan asked Kiwi Gang. The kid nodded. Yes, Master, sect leader did tell me. And probed, Master, why did it sound like sect leader is so close to you? No matter how close we are, that doesn't mean he had to make it public, Zhuo Fan muttered. I just had to do it once or twice more, and I'd get the perfect excuse to tidy up the inner sect. But he announced my existence, so now I've got the attention of all those elders and venerables. But why? That's exactly why. A voice came from behind Zhuo Fan. Didn't you set up a Luo clan outside? Then I ask you to raise another Luo clan here in the labor office. Chapter 565. Elite Labor Office. Whoosh, a gray shadow appeared and Kiwi Gang bowed at once. Greetings, sect leader. He didn't see any features, but knew his voice. Moreover, he was stunned that the sect leader would come in person to the labor office to see his master. That's why Dad always told me that when Master came to the labor office, he had a huge backing. Sect leader is that backing. How fortunate that father never fought him, or Master would have killed him with his strength alone. Kiwi Gang eased a breath, oblivious that his old man did challenge Zhuo Fan while he was out cold, only to be smacked back to his place, though his dad was too ashamed to admit this. Another Luo clan? Zhuo Fan asked as if Zai Yu was his equal. Shivering inside, Kiwi Gang sighed, Master is godlike. He doesn't fear even the sect leader. Though he also saw how close the two were, Zai Yu was helpless. This brat is a maverick, never giving a hoot about rules. But since I need him, I'll wait until the dust settles and give him a piece of my mind then. Though he wasn't about to expose this situation to anyone or no one would take him seriously. So Zai Yu bottled up all that annoyance and glared at Kiwi Gang. Leave us. We have things to discuss. Yes, sir. Kiwi Gang bowed and darted away in a jiffy, hearing his cold tone. Zai Yu said, I want you to raise another pillar in the labor office. Just like the inner sect and the elites are, to such an extent that those disciples will choose this place and leave those old guys hanging. Why? With just 2 more challenges, I will make the inner sect look useless, and you can retake your authority. The cost to establish a new inner sect in the labor office is too big. Zai Yu smiled. Those old-timers are rooted in the inner sect. No matter how I change it, it won't amount to anything. It might buy us time for when the double dragon gathering comes, but in the long run, it will still degenerate. While the labor office is a place no one gives a damn about, the freest, you can do anything you want and no one will tell you off. A new inner sect isn't a pet project. You need time, people, and resources to pull a stunt like this. Especially resources, since even as a sect leader with all those oldies pushing you, you'll hardly have the legitimate reason to come support the labor office. Anyone can tell dumping resources here is a waste. No one will agree. Zai Yu mocked. Who said I'm giving you anything? You have all the resources you need. You want me to pay for it? Zhuo Fan pointed at his nose. Why the hell should I? I don't know how you got loaded and came into wealth, even giving disciples so many top goodies, yet now you are complaining about sharing some with the sect. You're a demon-scheming sect disciple right now, so act like one. Zai Yu snorted, feeling mighty sour. I'd never speak of this plan if not for your deep pockets. You're the only one who can bear this responsibility and raise a new inner sect. As for time, since you took just 10 years to get Luo clan so high, you're sure to get a new inner sect built in a short time as well. Regarding people, you'll have the labor office to pick disciples from, and I've also spread the word that labor office houses an expert that can train elites in a short time. I reckon the inner and outer disciples will flock to you. So lighten up. It's all a matter of resources now, ha ha ha. Zai Yu laughed and Zhuo Fan came out of his stupor 2 seconds later with a vengeance. You're robbing me blind. Going Robin Hood on me, are you? That's my hard-earned capital. I can't just take everyone. Think it through. As a moneybag, don't come crying to me. It is your contribution to the sect. By the way, the kid must have told you by now. Give me a set as well. I'm fresh out. You've robbed me of everything and became a pauper. Zhuo Fan's face twitched. Zai Yu hid a smile, feeling uplifted all of a sudden, and vanished with one last line. Kid, better make do on that set order I have for you. Since I'm covering for you, it's time you did something for me, ha ha ha. I'll do something all right, kick you in the tenders. I'm doing all the work, and now you want me to pay for all of it too. Frickin' frassum, no one's as dirty as you. Oh right, this is a demonic sect, everyone here stinks. Zhuo Fan's mood sank and he gnashed his teeth. Zai Yu, I'll get you for this and won't stop until you cry. Dang tilde under the clear moon night. Labor office was quiet as all laborers had come back after a toiling day of work and training so that one day they may leave this hopeless hellhole. Though those resigned to their fates just had a peaceful sleep, doing the work like robots. Then a clear bell ring sounded across the land and jerked them awake. Everyone looked around, stunned. The gathering bell? So soon, Kui Lang and Yu Ling were the only ones who could use it, but with them gone, who'd have the same power, an aged voice called from outside. Everyone is to gather at once. Elder Yuan, who called the meeting? Aren't Kui Lang and Yu Ling gone? One laborer rushed around in panic and asked the old man. Elder Yuan smiled. People come and go, but the camp is never without its soldiers. The two have left, but someone took their place. Hurry up now, or you'll piss him off. Elder Yuan went all over the place to announce. A new boss. Did an inner disciple get dumped here again? 2 left, yet another one shows up. Sigh, there's just no rest for the wicked. I wonder if he's any better. The gang rushed to the cave and the meeting place, but the boss left them speechless. It was no senior brother or sister, but a fellow they all knew too well, Zhuo Fan. Next to him were his 2 disciples, both in the radiant stage. The pressure bore down on the laborers and made them tense on the spot. Elder Yuan ran to the platform and grinned. Steward Zhuo, all are here? Thank you, Elder Yuan. Zhuo Fan looked down on the laborers. You are all gathered here for 2 reasons, one good and one bad. Everyone looked around puzzled. Zhuo Fan smiled. The bad news is, your happy days are over. Kui Lang and Yu Ling are gone, and you have had around half a year of easy time. But now, I am in charge of the labor office and will get you to make up for those 6 months of lost time. Every heart skipped a beat, having a bad feeling. Zhuo Fan looked to be in the 8th layer of Profound Heaven's stage, but his power went way beyond. Even Kui Lang and Yu Ling showed respect. Can't you see his disciples? They're radiant stage experts for crying out loud. The fact that they were disciples to a profound heaven master went to show what a freak he was. They were even more afraid of the mysterious Zhuo Fan than the hardballing Kui Lang and Yu Ling. Just that Zhuo Fan had no interest in labor office so far, but now had plans to take it for himself. Zhuo Fan sensed their fear. Not to worry, I'm not as cruel as those two, nor will I interfere with your work. I'll only do it if you let me, and thus we come to the good news. I am going to form an elite labor office here to assist you in your plight. Chapter 566. Top Outer Disciple, Elite. Everyone was perplexed. Weren't they the lowest rung in the sect? Were they to be divided again into elites and common laborers? Zhuo Fan ignored the clamor, letting them get it out of their system while also stirring their curiosity. He signaled for attention after a moment. Everyone, this is the labor office. You can't get any lower than this in the sect. Everyone here is punished or cast out, never to see the light of day. The fortunate ones like Kui Lang and Yu Ling who return to the inner sect or become executives are too few. While the vast majority will live their last days here, fated to find their end as materials for the higher-ups' training. You're lower than ants, so how can you hope for survival when death is set in stone? Zhuo Fan's words caught their undivided attention. Yeah, we're only guinea pigs for others, raised for the right moment to take our lives. They were truly poor souls and would be better off dying than live such a wretched life. Sorrow consumed them, and some even sobbed in despair. Zhuo Fan hid a grin as he stated, "Everyone knows I am special since I got here. Without so much as a test, they put me here even though I didn't commit any crime." "Why, you ask? Envious of my talent?" Zhuo Fan roared. "You must have heard of Kui Lang and Yu Ling's situation. And you've seen with your own eyes what a dark pit the inner sect is. It's those elders and venerables who are envious of talents that landed me in this place from which I can never escape. Even if I do, I will never wash away this stain of being a laborer, always beneath them." Zhuo Fan's rage would not be denied. Kui Gang flinched and rolled his eyes. He saw with his own eyes how sect leader came to Zhuo Fan for help in this plan. With sect leader's cover, no oldie was going to come for him. Those two were enacting a devious and hidden plot out of the masses' eyes. Yet now his master had twisted it into playing the victim. Master sure knows how to spin it. Little did he know that Zhuo Fan was attacking their morale, using the art of war to get them on his side. By living alongside the laborers in the labor office, they related to one another and allowed them listen to his ideas and follow him. Many were filled with grief at Zhuo Fan's speech, recalling their own bitter experiences. Some were trapped and forced here while others were thrown like trash, earning the stigma of being laborers. No matter how they got out, they would still be the targets of ridicule and shame. Labor office's disciples united their hearts with Zhuo Fan's in their grief and anger. Elder Yuan nodded inside. That's how you rule. Kui Lang and Yu Ling were bores with their rough tactics. No matter if the others feared them, they saw the two with hatred and denial more than anything, while Steward Zhuo is a smooth operator all while leading them to their deaths. Ha ha ha, his status as steward on the outside wasn't just for show. Elder Yuan smiled. Since they've dumped me in the labor office, I've decided to take it over and never leave this damn place again. Screw being an executive. They want me to bear a stigma all my life. Humph, I will bear it like a badge of honor. Zhuo Fan clenched his fists. I will make labor office be the greatest place in the sect, its pride so high that any laborer who walks out will go with his head held high under the envy of the rest. From now on, labor office has no waste but elites. Let those other disciples watch you in jealousy, fighting to get into the labor office no matter how futile their attempts are. Zhuo Fan's speech lit a fire under their asses, but a cold snort came to pour water on their spirits. Just a pipe dream. The sect's resources are fixed, mainly for elites and those elders and venerables. Then come the inner disciples and executives, and lastly outer disciples. As for the labor office, it gets nothing. Even if you divide the labor office, everyone will cultivate based on their talents. Without resources, all your words are worth nothing. Waking up from Zhuo Fan's beautiful dream, Everyone felt an overwhelming sadness gripping their hearts. In the end, it's only a dream. The sect won't give us anything to achieve it. It was more like it couldn't grant wastes any resources because there was no point. Even wastrels that end up here with huge backings wouldn't receive much from those oldies, because this place was the sect's dumping ground for broken things, left here to rot. Zhuo Fan's eyes met the young man's cold eyes and the overwhelming despair they hid. His power was at peak profound heaven stage, so close and yet so far from entering radiant stage. Who is he? I've never seen him before. Zhuo Fan asked Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan scanned the roster and said, Steward Zhuo, he is Tai Ying, having his shoulder blades run through for peeping on his senior sisters while bathing 3 years ago and has been locked ever since. He just got released and was thrown here. He has yet to hear of your illustrious name. Peeping in the girl's bath. That's nothing, and you can see it from his eyes he isn't someone to lower himself by doing such crass acts. Zhuo Fan said. Elder Yuan scratched his head. I do not know the whole story. All I know is that he peeped on 7th Elder's granddaughter. Granddaughter. Raising an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan mocked. Kid, who played you? Tai Ying's face was a mask of rage and hatred. You're something to see through my sentence with one look. He, of course. Commoners can't compete with the wealthy as the wealthy can't compete with officials. Anyone with a brain can see peeping isn't a death sentence. That only leaves falling for someone's trap. Ha, the wealthy can't compete with the officials. Good one. Even the people from Labor Office understand it. But then why did no elder or venerable want to hear my explanation? Tai Ying was crestfallen. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes, reprimanding. Dumbass, since they want to bury you, they'll never give you any chance to escape. Who do you think you are? If someone wants to deal with you, he's not going to let you talk back and shame him. Tai Ying's eyelid twitched and he sighed. He knew it as well, but he was angry for justice and fairness, no matter how hopeless it was. But then he pointed at Zhuo Fan. Boy, you just spoke a pack of lies with your speech to control Labor Office and take even those scraps from them. Every boss of Labor Office has done this, and you're no different, even if weaker. So what is an 8th layer of profound heaven cultivator doing, showing off in the Labor Office? Tai Ying's challenge only earned looks of pity from everyone. Newbie, even in the profound heaven stage, he can wipe the floor with radiant stage experts. Or do you think you're a much better fit as the Labor Office's boss? Zhuo Fan frowned, then smiled, pointing at his disciple. Boy, do you not see that my disciples are in the radiant stage? Am I not worthy of ruling the Labor Office? Humph, radiant stage experts having a profound heaven master is the biggest joke I've ever heard. Tai Ying squinted and spat. I bet you're some oldie's son in here for some crime and dumped here with bodyguards. I've seen it before. Humph, using connections? Tai Ying snorted, filled with mockery. Zhuo Fan shook his head. He must have been had by a wastrel to feel such rancor and must despise any wastrel he sees. But his mockery got cut short by a reverberating shout. Since when did the great top-outer disciple Tai Ying get reduced to being petty and nitpicking? You're nothing but a nagging hag. Chapter 567. Grand Elder's Vision. Shuddering, Tai Ying turned his stiff neck only to falter back at the familiar face. Gooey who? Tai Ying, Kui Gang, and Yuer cried at once. While Tai Ying looked positively shocked, the other two had a mixed reaction. Now even the great top inner disciple had shown up at the Labor Office. Zhuo Fan asked, You know each other? He sized Gooey who up and his eyes lit up. 7th layer of radiant stage. Just what did he do to get sent here? Did his master just let him go? Master, have you forgotten how you blew him off at the last inner competition in one sweep? He is Grand Elder's prized pupil, best inner disciple Gooey Hu. Kui Gang nodded, learning Gooey Hu's situation from his father and Yuer from Yuling. Zhuo Fan paused, then nodded. Oh, him. But his savagery was quite heavy then, unlike now. He must have made great headway in his mentality and heart. Master, you even forgot an expert like him? Kui Gang sighed. Zhuo Fan shrugged. I never even took him into account when I just gave the broom a whirl. Or am I supposed to remember every ant that steps under my shoe? Awesome, Master. Kui Gang and Yuer chuckled. while Gui, who was a top expert to them, Zhuo Fan saw him as an ant. This is the gap. Gui, who picked up on the situation from Zhuo Fan's face, and lamented having held no impression on this monster. He never even registered my presence from how weak I was, while Tai Ying was shell-shocked and incredulous. Gui, who, what are you doing here? Yeah, you should be well on your way as an elite. Zhuo Fan gave Elder Yuan a curious glance. Elder Yuan inspected the roster and found the answer. Steward Zhuo Gui, who has been here for 2 days. They say he stole a pill and Grand Elder banished him in rage. Steal. The best inner disciple to become elite, having everything handed to him, stole? Zhuo Fan eyed him longer. You came for me, didn't you? Gui, who hid his shock, then gave a slow nod. Tai Ying shed his shock in favor of a moronic look. Ah, so you came for revenge. But what kind of grudge must have pushed you so far as to fall so low to pursue it? No matter how much of a dump the labor office was, it was under the sect's protection. For Gui, who to kill a laborer, he could only do it by lowering down to his target's level since the sect's rules forbade hurting anyone lower than him. But the price was inconceivable and even stirred up doubt in Tai Ying. Buzz off. Who are you calling a moron? Gui, who rebutted, then stared at Zhuo Fan hard as he recalled his master's words. You are the product of your environment. I am not adept in the matters of the heart, while Impermanence 5's mentality evolved so much thanks to being around High Venerable, which made their domain a murder weapon. If you seek to go further on your path, walk by the kid's side. As for being some laborer, ha ha ha, High Venerable has a saying I most approve of, the strong are everywhere. The path you tread is your own, not the sect paving it for you. Master's guidance rang in Gui, whose ears, and he shouted, Zhuo Fan, I wish to follow you. Why? Train my heart. Gui, who was blunt. Zhuo Fan nodded with a smile. Come right over. Wait, master, Kui Gang said. Grand Elder cherishes his disciple, and if he is letting him come here, it must be with a twisted plan in mind. Moreover, won't it affect the grand design of yours and the sect leader? Zhuo Fan snickered. Runt, your caution is ill-placed here. We have only just begun, and there's no way for those oldies in the inner sect to catch wind of anything. Don't you find sending their disciple just to probe me so soon a waste? More than anything, his eyes are friendly. He is definitely here to train and nothing more. Ha ha ha, I feel the same. Gui, who is too pig-headed and impulsive to be a good spy. Even if his master gave him such a task, it will butt heads with his nature, but I feel the sincerity in his eyes in wishing to learn. Elder Yuan sighed. How rare some youths are willing to brave anything to walk their path. Grand Elder is a true visionary to know what his disciple needs the most. Ha ha ha. Kui Gang shrugged at Zhuo Fan and Elder Yuan's attitudes, while Tai Ying's mind was out of commission. He grabbed Gui Hu. Senior brother Gui Hu, you're telling me that you want to follow him. You're the greatest in the inner sect, yet you're fawning over a wastrel. Have you lost all dignity over just one failure? You know nothing, but I'll humor you. That man right there on the stage made me feel powerless. Among this entire labor office, I will follow only him, Gui Hu snorted. Tai Ying watched him go with a shocked look. What the hell is going on here? Since when was profound heaven's stage cultivation amazing? Zhuo Fan's enticing voice once again drew attention. People, Brother Tai Ying raised a valid question that I am going to answer right now. The resources are not a problem, they will come from me. Don't believe me? Take a closer look at my disciples. Zhuo Fan pointed at Yuer and Kui Gang, who stepped forth to reveal their gaudy trinkets. Everyone's eyes reddened, picking up on the thick spiritual energy wafting from them. No matter how many rumors they heard, seeing them all dolled up had their blood boiling. Tai Ying couldn't think straight. For the love of God, 2 disciples armed to the teeth in 8th and 9th grade demonic treasures is unheard of, even among venerables and elders. Since when did the labor office become a club for high rollers? Fellow brothers, these children challenged inner disciples and yet came back alive and well. Why? Because what I offer the elites can't top. Stick with me and you're set for life. All of you who wish to follow me, shout out my name, Steward Zhuo. Steward Zhuo tilde. He incited the crowd and they replied in kind, filled with hope and desire, as if he was their deliverer, a messiah. Zhuo Fan flicked his hand and the hubbub grounded to a halt. Zhuo Fan turned heavy in his shout. In order to follow me, there are some conditions to thirst for strength. I have no need for loafers. Through a trial I'll soon set up in the labor office, I will test each and every one of you if you're worthy to join the elite labor office and deserving of my endless resources. I promise you that those who pass will become elders or venerables. You will no longer have to join the Asura circle. And as for those who fail, sorry, but you'll remain as simple laborers waiting for death in the Asura circle. Whoosh. The shouting that was mounting faltered as the crowd turned silent. Wait, we still have to pass a test. I haven't cultivated in weeks, Zhuo Fan hammered it in. If you are so afraid to even take this step to become strong to join me, then you deserve your fate as ants. You don't have the drive to thirst for power, you are weak. This reverse psychology worked its magic like a charm. With a mix of encouragement and insults, many were driven. Their spirits burned with a fire never seen for years as they stormed Zhuo Fan. Tai Ying felt the crowd move past him, then his eyes steeled for going with them. Let's see what a profound heaven cultivator has that can make so many fall for his words. For even the greatest inner disciple Gui who to follow him. They followed Zhuo Fan behind the mountain to the cemetery where he shouted and made a sign. Heaven, earth, profound yellow. 4 direction gates open. Chapter 568. Heaven, earth, profound yellow. Rumble tilde, the ceaseless rumbling accompanied the appearance of 4 doors merging into reality, with each having a different word etched on the top. Heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Zhuo Fan passed by each of them. Each door is a sealed array and also your test. Between heaven and earth, heaven and man combine to form body, mind, and soul. It changes and mutates into endless variations. Each of the arrays here is made of a blend of 3 types, trapping, killing, and bewildering, an ever-shifting space. You simply need to pass any one of these tests, and you will become an elite in the labor office and will be absolved from the suffering of Asura Circle. You mean they are all the same? Why 4 then? Tai Ying asked, puzzled. Zhuo Fan smiled. Good question. Making all 4 doors the same would have been a pointless act. The yellow door is the simplest. With heaven, earth, profound, and yellow targeting different aspects, the difficulty rises from yellow to heaven. Just like how there's outer disciples, inner disciples, and elites. There are arrays of 5th grade and 6th grade, with the heaven door being a 7th grade array. SSS tilde, everyone gasped. Even Tai Ying had a perpetual frown. Outstanding, labor office has someone that can set up 7th grade arrays. Everyone knew any array below 7th grade was moot for ethereal stage, meaning even ethereal stage experts had to take some time in breaking a 7th grade array. And this was a cultivation the elders and venerables had, yet this guy has set it up just to test disciples. Zhuo Fan beamed. The 4 doors target different aspects. As you can see, I'm not here to test your strength but potential, since you just have to stick with me for a bit and strength would come by itself. Tai Ying had to admit he had started to admire Zhuo Fan, even if just a bit. Moving past his integrity, just the fact that he had done more than those oldies ever could spoke volumes. With the labor office being dirt poor, testing these people like the outer and inner disciples was not possible. Though no one could guarantee that giving the same treatment to these people would result in breaking their limits through dozens of trials to become better than outer disciples. Hence, the test for potential. While those oldies were fixated on strength alone when it came to the competitions, foregoing the potential of the disciples. To say nothing of the buried talents dumped in the labor office. Or more like they didn't care, only looking to get a firm grip on their power while doing as little as possible. And since the labor office could join the grand competition where outer and inner disciples would participate, they would threaten the oldies' gains. So they always pushed on the labor office, wasting it into the ground to strengthen their authority. But this one man before them wanted to unearth the rough and glittering gold within, and challenge those oldies by taking food from right under their noses. Tai Ying squinted. This will all blow up in smokes without someone backing this single disciple no matter how strong this guy is. He alone can't take on the inner sect, Someone's out to change the status quo in the sect. And this guy is his right hand, stirring up chaos in the labor office. Great, Tai Ying shouted in excitement that got the others' attention. What's up with him? Zhuo Fan had an odd look. Did he lose it? Tai Ying walked over with steady steps before Zhuo Fan. I know your plan and I'll join. It's high time for the demon-scheming sect to change. You have to prove yourself to me first. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed. We have a thinker in our midst, one that is fueled by rage and hatred for what those oldies did to him. Tai Ying pointed at the earth door. Before I do, answer me this. Will you take me with you once I come out of it? I will. But I must warn you, there's a killing array inside. Having been locked up for 3 years, your strength must have waned. For your sake, choose the profound door. Zhuo Fan gave a friendly reminder. Everyone was tense. We can die in there, all faltered back. Tai Ying couldn't care less, laughing. Live as geniuses or die as heroes. I'd rather die than not live my life to the fullest. Tai Ying was the first to enter the earth door. It followed with loud rumbling coming from within, rattling the fear in the people's hearts and making them shrink back even further. The kid has a nice personality and will achieve great things. Elder Yuan rubbed his beard. Zhuo Fan smiled. Those oldies' trash is another man's gold, but let's wait after he comes out alive and not jump the gun. Master, didn't we come out of that 7th grade array? This array is only 6th grade. How hard can it be? Kui Gang asked. Zhuo Fan mocked. Those arrays you used were designed for your cultivation. 7th grade, but far weaker, while the earth door has trapping, killing, and bewildering arrays blending together to achieve a multiplicative effect. You're welcome to try the heaven door if you don't believe me. I promise you there'll be nothing left of you. I'd rather not. Kui Gang faltered and looked bitterly at Yuer. Yuer only smiled. Whoosh! A dark figure shot inside the heaven door before anyone took notice. Terrible grating sounds followed that shook the nerves of the people to their core. Who the hell is so suicidal to take on the hardest door? Someone shouted. Zhuo Fan eyed the gate and muttered, Gui who? Ha ha ha, he is Grand Elder's disciple, of great talent and immense ability. Now that he's in the labor office, he's on our side. Elder Yuan praised. Zhuo Fan nodded. He is bold and capable. I'd train him even without you needing to point it out, though I can't say if he'll stick with me or go back to Grand Elder in the end. Anyway, all of this is for Double Dragon Gathering. Ha ha ha, yeah, the bigger picture. Elder Yuan nodded. Everyone else entered a period of waiting as the heaven and earth doors rumbled on and with each sound crumbled their bravery. They were waiting to see their fate. If not even the top inner and outer disciples could survive, they stood no chance at all. Boom-tilde-booming sounds and sharp energies flew all around in the pensive silence. For 6 hours, there'd been no sign of movement from within. The other disciples' hearts were stuck in their throats. Elite labor office is fine and all, but it's too deadly. At dawnbreak, with the 2 disciples still within the arrays, the rest fell into despair. Crack! The sound of slow steps coming from the heaven door announced someone's arrival. It was faint and weary, revealing Gui Hu as he approached. He was gasping and exhausted on the verge of collapse. The others cried out, just what's in there to make a 7th layer of radiant stage expert so wretched, he's on the point of dying. Followed by a louder sound, a bloody figure came out from the earth door, but his eyes flashed with savagery. One could practically hear hearts dropping, some opting to leave in sorrow rather than brave such deadly trials. Seeing their spirits crushed, their bravery fall flat, and their courage going limp, Zhuo Fan declared. Gui, who has passed the heaven door and received a 7th grade demonic treasure and 4 7th grade pills. Tai Ying passed the earth door and received a 6th grade demonic treasure and 3 6th grade pills. Yuer and Kui Gang presented their rewards. Ugh, all looked flabbergasted at the glittering items. Chapter 569. Unstoppable. The spiritual energy-packed pills and dazzling demonic treasures glittered in the eyes of the greedy and envious. Gui Hu and Tai Ying held their heavy rewards with a dull look. The first thing they received on coming out was the most astonishing reward. Gui, who held an icy demon broadsword, while Tai Ying received a jade and golden weaved gloves. 7th grade demonic treasure, soul-sucking demon blade, and 6th grade demonic treasure, heaven-rending cloud gloves. Zhuo Fan pointed out, "Oh, forgot to mention. Besides entering the elite labor office and enjoying my many resources, you also get a reward. 7th grade demonic treasure and 4 7th grade pills for the heaven door. 6th grade demonic treasure and 3 6th grade pills for the earth door. A 5th grade demonic treasure and 2 5th grade pills for the profound door. A 4th grade demonic treasure and 1 4th grade pill for the yellow door." The audience was too dazed to react in excitement. From being filled with fear, they were now filled with desire. Zhuo Fan grinned and pointed behind him. There are few turning points in one's life. Whether you grasp it and soar, become a dragon among ants, it will all be up to you to roar. The red-eyed mob took to the doors like an assault, all lusting for shiny rewards in detriment of their lives and the dangers they would face, losing all reason. The really crazy ones jumped into the heaven door, utterly suicidal. What hope could they possibly have? Yet a few dozen people who still had a little mind to care about their lives decided to leave, and Zhuo Fan did not stop them by any means. Greed is good, but don't lose your mind over it. Such reckless desire will only bring them death, sooner rather than later. In a jiffy, howls and wails adorned the morning sky above the heaven and earth doors. Their fates were sealed. Once everyone got in, Gui, who glanced at his blade and gave it back. "I know your words were just to entice them. Now that they believe it, here, take it back." They were to entice them, yes, but were also real. This is your reward for clearing the heaven door. Keep it if you want to be an elite laborer, you'll need it. Zhuo Fan said. Gui, who said, "But it's too much." "How so? It's only a small reward. I am no poor fellow." Zhuo Fan chuckled. Yuer and Kui Gang smiled. "Master is well off. If you don't want it, he'll just give it to someone else." "Say what?" Gui, who sized Zhuo Fan up with shining eyes. Tai Ying blinked incredulously as well. Here they thought Zhuo Fan was playing a role to get his name higher in the labor office and get those cowering laborers to assault heaven and earth doors with a little incentive, only to find the guy really did hand over those rewards. "I told you. Upon joining the elite labor office, you will receive plenty of resources, all from me. Now then, you two, Tai Ying in particular, you don't have to worry about the sect's political struggles while you are in the labor office. We do not rely on the sect, only on me." Tai Ying's heart shook. He took Zhuo Fan for another man's pawn in some big shot's plan. These great demonic treasures and pills had to have come from someone with a really high-up backing, but it was all in his head. The guy is a money bag. He wants to make his own faction hidden from the sect's eyes. Don't all disciples come to sects for resources? Why stick to the sect when he's the one giving them out? Tai Ying grew thrilled. Even being sent to this rotten garbage dump, he still found a way out. Brother Zhuo, what might we call you?" Tai Ying cupped his hands as he ventured. Zhuo Fan pondered. "I've been the steward of my clan before this, and now I'm the steward of the labor office's elites. So just call me Steward Zhuo." "Yes, Steward Zhuo." Gui Hu and Tai Ying nodded. Now they waited for the survivors. Minutes and hours ticked by all the way till the sun hung high above in the sky and the birds sang until someone finally came out. Weary and shaky people wobbled out of the door, all covered with wounds. Zhuo Fan eyed his disciples, and they responded in kind, by stepping forth with the rewards. At the sight of all those pills and demonic treasures, the weary trial-takers stood up like their wounds were nothing, touched to the core. They never thought they'd ever see such a thing again after being thrown in the labor office for years and years. "I'm so touched. Even death would have been worth it." As more and more came out, Kui Gang and Yuer gave them their rewards, and their cheers grew in number. Zhuo Fan did a head count once everyone was out and found only 50 missing. Probably dead. Not that anyone cared when they all looked after themselves first and foremost. Oh, and the massive reward, one shouldn't forget that. If the reward had come later, they'd lament and take a moment for their fellow brothers who had died in the cruel trials. But now they had bigger and shinier things to worry about. Zhuo Fan swept the crowd with a critical eye. While you rushed in, some disciples left, aware of their limitations and frail hearts. Their future will forever be average, or some might return here never to come out, who knows. But to you, congratulations. You are now elite laborers and will receive everything you need from me. Steward Zhuo, Steward Zhuo. The roars and pumped fists spoke volumes of their excitement, especially now, holding their rewards and thrilled by the gains. Zhuo Fan had filled them with a drive this hellhole had sucked out of them for so many years, bringing the glimmer of hope in their pits of despair. He had practically become an existence higher than their parents. A gesture brought silence back, but the fire in their eyes burned hotter still. Zhuo Fan grinned. Most of you entered the yellow gate, with a rare few taking the profound one. Just how the doors are different, so are the rewards. If you want another door's treasure, then do your best and cultivate. Take on the next door, and I will give you the same reward your neighbor got. Roar, Zhuo Fan's words added more fuel to the burning pyre. All the pressure and desolation they had gone through these years was at this moment shed off in their excitement. This power had brought the labor office a chance to shine. Elder Yuan nodded with a smile. Labor office got swept up by a sudden cultivation frenzy, with all laborers using their off-duty time to grow stronger rather than mess around. Because they now had a goal, to brave the next gate and gain more stuff. As for those too shy to try the doors, they were regretting missing such a chance, even as they didn't slack off on their training. Since Asura Circle only took those who were the weakest, no matter how cruel it was. As long as no one was beneath you, you were dead. Just going through the days like a lifeless husk would achieve the same result. But Zhuo Fan's elite labor office offered tests, offering all of them chances to enter it and wrest back their lives. Their only enemy was themselves. As for those petty tricks, that was easier to deal with. Harming another was harming oneself, and the time would be much better used on cultivating. It comforted Elder Yuan greatly, seeing all of them focused on cultivation, since all their efforts were for themselves, while nitpicking about others' weaknesses was in fact avoiding one's own. And this frenzy got so big, it infected the outer sect. Chapter 570. Flaunting. Russell Tilda, it was the sound coming from a girl in a poor garb swinging a broom in a courtyard like one did with a sword. The courtyard was spotless in an instant. The girl made sure no corner was cut and gave a sweet smile as she rushed away. Done so soon. A lady in green appeared in the courtyard and called out to the girl, "You've been in a rush as of late." "What's the hurry?" The girl giggled. "Ha ha ha, senior sister, I'm cultivating." "Cultivate." Lady in green was taken aback, then mocked. "Ha ha ha, you." The girl's mood sank and anger bubbled inside her. Just then, a lady in purple rushed in, taking in the tense mood. "Junior sister, why are you laughing?" "Senior sister, she said she's rushing back to cultivate, ha ha ha. Isn't it funny?" The lady in green held her stomach and laughed away. The one in purple eyed the girl, then cracked up. "Girl, you're a laborer yet you want to cultivate? Learn to enjoy life a little. Don't miss out on your best years." "What's wrong with being a laborer?" "I've passed the test and now I'm an elite laborer?" The girl huffed and stuck out her quite modest chest. The two laughed harder. "What elite? You're just a no-good laborer." She must have lost it being in the labor office for all this time. Once a laborer, always a cripple, yet still trying to cultivate. Does she think of herself as a phoenix rising from the ashes? Hi, hi, hi. "Junior sister, this girl must have a screw loose. Just ignore her." The lady in purple jeered, then took out a jade sword with smugness. "Elder Huang just gave me this third-grade demonic treasure. What do you think?" "Wow, third-grade demonic treasure." The other looked in envy. With so many outer disciples, getting one is so hard. "Tell me, what deal did you struck with Elder Huang?" The purple lady blushed and cursed. "Hey, I earned it with my talent. He'll take me as a disciple once I enter the inner sect." "Really?" The green lady had starry eyes. The purple lady blushed harder, but still stuck out her mighty fine chest, of course. "What else is there?" Skank. A huff entered their ears. The two looked back at the mocking laborer and snapped. "What the hell did you just say?" Skank. "That's what selling yourself for a measly third-grade demonic treasure would get you." The girl's honesty was devastating. The two of them were fuming mad. Humph, ignorant servant. I bet you've never seen a third-grade demonic treasure in your life. Whoosh tilde she ended up choking from the dazzling light show coming from the girl's blade revealed in all its glory. The sharp edge and its thick spiritual energy snuffed the purple lady's treasure's aura like a candle. A fourth-grade demonic treasure? The purple lady was tongue-tied. The green lady was dumbfounded as well, rooted in place with an empty head. Only the girl wiped the shiny edge of the blade with her poor garb with pride. The two outer disciples cried out, Did you just steal a fourth-grade demonic treasure? Idiot, if it were that easy, you think your senior sister would have sold herself over a measly third-grade demonic treasure. The girl kept her insults going while waving her blade around. Almost all elite laborers have at least one of these by now. I'm still too weak to get a better weapon. Some senior brothers even have 5th, 6th, or 7th grade. That's why I've got to work hard to get Steward Juo's reward. I don't have time to waste on something as insipid as cleaning or you. The girl left in a hurry and swaggered off with her big blade. The two ladies were too stunned to react. When they did, they were overwhelmed. Elite Labor Office. What's that? A place to train elite disciples? The green lady asked. The purple lady shook her head to gain some semblance of reasoning back. I've never even heard of it, or there wouldn't be a labor office at the end. Where else is one supposed to get a fourth-grade demonic treasure when not even inner disciples can get one? Just hand one to a laborer. Yeah, just what place is that? The purple lady pondered, then grew anxious. Junior sister, isn't that rumor going around for a couple days now? The one saying that the labor office has a huge expert who has 2 disciples that crushed elite candidates in the inner competition. Yet even then, his disciples came back to the labor office. Is the elite labor office where the expert stays? The green lady nodded. Maybe, but let's look into it to make sure. If he likes senior sister, then we'll strike gold. Didn't you hear that, girl? There are 6th and 7th grade goodies as well. Yeah, let's go. The purple lady nodded, and off they went to their destination, labor office. Similar cases popped up in many corners of the sect, all freakish. The despised laborers made a comeback the likes of which the entire sect had never seen as they flaunted their stuff. Showing off one's bling wasn't exactly a skill, but it had its uses to make the inner and outer disciples' eyes go red. What took the cake was their statement. We're from the elite labor office, and all the wealth comes from our patron. With red eyes and thumping hearts, the disciples from all over the sect converged on the labor office to uncover the mystical identity of the super boss. If they got a reward while they were at it, even better. Being so liberal with some stinking laborers must mean he'll be quite generous to the rest. All those disciples arrived with excitement, only to be barred at the gates. The shabby fence of the labor office had a notice sign in front, Elite Labor Office, with UAir and QE gang standing on each side of it. Their radiant stage aura was obvious enough, but so were their high-grade demonic treasures, blinding these disciples enticed by easy money. Oh hell, the boss has to be in. His disciples are out front, more and more disciples flocked in, begging to see Juo Fan, yet QE gang and UAir never relented. QE gang shouted, Hold it! This is the elite labor office where the master is resting. Who dares to disturb him? Whoosh tilde his shout rang heavy in the crowd's ears, his aura pushing them all back. Yeah, a place is known for its local big shots, not the terrain. Just what kind of big boss came here to make it have such paramount importance? Anyone could come and go as they wanted to in the past. While now there were 2 radiant stage experts acting as guards. Senior sister, senior brother, could we just have a peek at the expert? Some of them rubbed their hands. UAir and QE gang had an insidious grin. Of course you can, but he is the steward of the elite labor office and only sees laborers. You may see him at your leisure when you become one. Say what? Become a laborer to see him? That was too steep a price. Everyone frowned and they were all conflicted. Tai Ying and Gui, who carried 2 bruised and wounded laborers to the pair. One passed the profound door, the other passed the earth one. Someone passed the earth door like you, senior brother Tai Ying. Are you sure he's not a cheat? QE gang raised an eyebrow. Tai Ying chuckled. Who can cheat with me around? The earth door isn't too hard, though. I ended up like that because I've just gotten out of chains and was quite weak. Otherwise, I would have barely gotten hurt. Well, Master did put you two to supervise the doors, so we believe you. Kiwi Gang chuckled and took out a 5th grade and a 6th grade demonic treasure. The crowd's eyes popped out. Tai Ying looked at them with envy. So many blessings upon Steward Zhuo's disciples. He even has you holding all of them. This. Master gave us 8th and 9th grade demonic treasures, and you think we care about some baubles. Ever since we paid respects to our master, our horizon has broadened, and we no longer find these trinkets valuable. I even have 30 of them in my ring, waiting for the others to pass the earth door. Kiwi Gang shrugged. The inner and outer disciples still around were shaking like leaves. The big shot is loaded and is so generous, too. It might even be worth it to become a laborer. We would get far better treatment in here than in the inner sect or elite area. The hearts of these disciples thrummed with desire. Chapter 571, Inner Sect Quakes. It's insane. They've all gone crazy. Venerable, she was enjoying the cooling breeze in his courtyard, so peaceful, so quiet, then a shriek broke his relaxation. It was the second elder, all enraged and panting. What's up with the perv? He's always indulging himself whenever he gets the chance, so why is he so peeved? Venerable, she raised a mocking eyebrow. Second elder, what has gotten you so testy? Venerable, I'm not angry at you, it's this darn situation. Second elder gesticulated, finding it hard to quell his rage. Those husses of mine have asked me to let them go to the labor office. You tell me if it warrants anger or not. And to think that I made an exception when taking them in to help them become inner disciples, yet now they've just left me. Labor office? Venerable, she squinted. Have they lost it? No matter how lustful and whiny you are, neither is bad enough to choose the labor office over you. Are they just throwing a tantrum? No, Venerable, in fact, the labor office. They've all gone mental. Another person rushed over and shouted his indignation. They watched a tall and buff man roaring. Venerable, she was even more perplexed now. Seventh elder, what happened to you? What else? It's that damn labor office. Seventh elder was blowing a gasket. Second elder had found his soul mate in plight and asked him, Your disciples came crying to send them to labor office as well. Come crying. That would have been way better. Seventh elder flicked his sleeve. Those brats are demanding it. They all want to go to the labor office, and what about me? How can I be a respected member of the elder community without proper disciples? Of course I refused, but those brats stole my pills and ruined my home. They were doing all kinds of crimes, one bigger than the last. Now I have locked them up to reflect. Ugh, I'm outraged. Venerable, she listened to their rants and grew unsettled by the second. What on earth happened? Why have inner disciples flipped with no rhyme or reason? Venerable, you still don't know. The two sighed and the second elder explained. Labor office has an aberration, throwing out pills and treasures like garbage and even establishing some elite labor office. As long as a laborer passes his tests, they'll get treasures and pills, resources even. They get more stuff than even an elite. The news has made the disciples lose their minds, all coming up with strange plans to get punished and be sent to labor office. This fight is harsher than even in the inner sect competition. Venerable, face fell and he frowned. Labor office again. Sect leader has played his hand, I see, and he played it big. Sect leader? The two cried. Venerable, she was certain. It must be him, or how else can the labor office without any backbone cough up so many things and upset the sect's peace? Sect leader is planning to use the lower rung to crush the higher ones to aim for us. You two convene with the elders and venerables. Let's see just how far is sect leader going to take it. Venerable, eyes flashed and the two cupped their hands. Yes. Dang tilde, the ringing spread across the inner sect and the oldies rushed to the hall. Zai Yu frowned, walking over as well. The place was packed. Who called for this meeting? Zai Yu took his rightful seat and demanded an explanation. The copper bell can only be rung in times of great crisis, unless the sect leader does it himself. Have you forgotten, or is the sect in grave peril? Zai Yu's icy words made everyone shrink and stammer. Venerable, she stepped forth with a bow. Sect leader, I have rung it. There's an urgent matter in need of your attention. And what might that be? A siege. Zai Yu raised an eyebrow. Venerable, she shook his head. Inner chaos is more pressing. The unity of our people will brave any dangers. Demon scheming sect will survive. Which makes this inner trouble a pressing matter. We have to settle it before it affects our safety. What could have happened to be so critical that it would lead to our destruction? Zai Yu had a savage look staring down at Venerable She. Venerable She's eyes turned to his fellow oldies. Elders, venerables, how many disciples are exhibiting odd behavior? How many are talking about going to the labor office? I've lost half of my disciples, and it won't be long before I have none left. A grizzled old man spoke with pain. Then another one mocked. You fool, just refuse. You're the fool. If I refused, who knows what they'd do, who'd they piss off? I used to scare them with labor office threats, but now they'd accept it on the spot. Yeah, my disciples are going crazy as well, shirking all responsibilities. What am I supposed to do? Labor office is the latest fashion all of a sudden. Everyone is dying to go there. The old-timers devolved into a clamor, a pissing contest for who had it worst. It was a greater havoc than when Monkey King ran amok in heaven. What used to be a drive for the disciples to get into the inner sect had turned 180 degrees and become a drive to plunge into the labor office. And the blow that hurt the most was labor office being out of these old-timers' control. They would lose all power in a matter of days and wouldn't be able to do anything about it. The disciples no longer gave a damn about them, and this was a crushing blow to their ego. Eyeing the crestfallen veterans, Zai Yu hid a smirk. This was exactly why he brought Zhuo Fan over, to curb their greedy nature. Give it a few more days and the inner sect will collapse. Venerable, she turned to Zai Yu with a bow. Sect leader, do you see? In a state such as this, the environment is no longer suited to promote learning and nurturing. With the entire balance turned upside down, it will soon spread to the entire sect, until the sect is no more. What will you have me do then? Zai Yu smiled. Venerable, she bowed. Sect leader, remove that so-called elite labor office's false name and reorganize the labor office. Please, sect leader, reorganize the sect. Uphold the rules. The other oldies echoed. Zai Yu laughed in their faces. I will uphold the rules indeed. But with the labor office being the lowest rung of the demon scheming sect, it hasn't seen administration in ages, leaving it to run its course. And if a man of great talent were to come out of it, he would be just like High Venerable. It is the only hope for all those criminals, where a great merit will lift them above this wretched station. This is the sect's rule, our rule. Touching the labor office equals relinquishing all that we stand for and our ancestors. Zai Yu's icy glare drove a shiver down their spines. Going against their ancestral teachings was a heavy crime for them as well. Demons had no ethics, but for their sect, they had to have rules or chaos ruled. Everyone shook their heads at the sect leader's stance. He had no intention of helping them deal with the labor office. In fact, he was against it 100%. They were free to try, but would suffer the consequences. Some elders who were thinking of causing a scene at the labor office perished this thought on the spot. Venerable, she stood up at Zai Yu's side, having seen this coming. Only his eyes flashed. Venerable, she is right about one thing. Everyone aims for a higher standing. If you can't even get a hold of your disciples, how will you go any higher? Ha ha ha. Zai Yu left with a self-righteous grin, strutting out of the hall and leaving the oldies choking on their words. Chapter 572. Poaching. The sinister laughter echoed among the old-timers who were bearing dark faces, as if a storm clouded their lives. Venerable, she smiled at them. See, sect leader has made his stance clear. It goes to show that he had a hand in it, all directed at us. Letting this devolve any further will leave us penniless. They all nodded, yet someone asked in doubt. But the flood of resources coming from the labor office to train the disciples isn't stopping. As the sect's resources have to pass through us before being dispatched, how exactly did the sect leader fork out such a huge amount to strike back at us? Venerable, she pondered and shook his head. It eludes me as well. But one thing remains unchanged. We can't let the labor office's attraction go on. As we don't know the full extent of those resources, no matter how we regulate the sect's resources, it won't affect the labor office. What worries me is that when we are left with no disciples, sect leader will use this as an excuse to take control of our rightful resources. That remark hit right where it hurt them the most, and the old men were wrought by pressure. Taking away their resources was akin to crippling their status in the sect. Sect leader's drastic move is ingenious, second elder exclaimed. The rest snorted and nodded. Venerable Shi's eyes were constantly moving. Yes, sect leader did use a great move, but can't we do the same and beat him at his own game? What do you mean? Everyone asked. With a crafty glint in his eyes, Venerable Shi began. Sect leader has put out this elite labor office as a bait to draw our disciples in. But as long as we settle our own disciples, it loses its effect. And as the labor office's resource upkeep keeps rising, it will soon run out of fuel and no disciples will approach. It will ruin his plan for good. Let's see who lasts the longest. Brilliant. Seventh elder gave a thumbs up. We'll just play the waiting game and one day it'll run out. And then chaos will follow with him crying, ha ha ha. Seventh elder's laughter echoed in the hall, infecting the others to do the same. If sect leader thinks he can steal our rights, he'll have another thing coming. But then someone said, how do we stop disciples from going to the labor office, though? It might work for a short time, but not forever. The startled folks turned to the frowning Grand Elder. How were they going to handle their disciples? Venerable Shi shook his head, his eyes flashing murder. We set a precedent. If the disciples don't hear reason, we'll kill a couple and they'll all fall in line. Heart sinking, the other oldies looked around awkward. It wasn't that they couldn't, since they were demonic cultivators at their core, but earning such a bad name would make sure they don't get any more disciples. Since you have no disciples, you don't deserve these resources. It all came down to interests, forcing these savage demons into shying from doing the unthinkable, killing their disciples. Venerable, she sensed their worry and chuckled. I know your fears and can easily deal with them. We just have to do it together so that there will be no difference between who the disciples choose. Is everyone willing to bear this stigma? Heart-thumping, they all nodded. With everyone else killing disciples as well, we'll all earn a bad name. Desperate times call for desperate measures. With all of them seen as evil, the disciples would have no choice in the matter. Everyone had a sinister grin spreading on their faces. Brats, your time has come. With all in agreement, it's decided. Go set an example for each of your disciples and shake the rest into compliance. Make some outer sect executives to round some of them up as well. If some elders or venerables do not have disciples to kill, just pick some from there. With everyone having the same reputation, an escape wouldn't exist, and any that fails to do it will earn the wrath of the entire inner sect. Venerable, she eyed each of them with a cold eye. Everyone nodded. Venerable, she turned around. Venerable Kai, Venerable Bai, we may have had our differences, but we are up against a common enemy, sect leader. I hope you will join the fight for the greater good. If the inner sect collapses, so too will your interests. The two sighed and nodded. Venerable, she beamed. With all oldies of the inner sect of one mind, Zai Yu's plan had no chance. More than half of the sect's power was held by elders and venerables. After setting up the details, they each went their merry way with a glint in their eyes and out for their disciples' blood. Whoever ran for the labor office will die. Grand Elder was about to go as well when Venerable, she said, Grand Elder, please wait. Grand Elder turned to Venerable, she smiled. I heard you've cast out your prized disciple into the labor office. Why? He violated the rules and therefore he was sent there. Grand Elder said. Venerable, she shook his head. Ha ha ha, Grand Elder, do you not trust me? With Gui, who being your pride and glory, no matter how vile the act was, you'd still not send him there. Moreover, after a couple of days of you sending him there, the elite labor office appeared. Venerable, she has made a thorough investigation, ha ha ha. Grand Elder chuckled. Fine, I'll tell you. When Gui who lost to Zhuo Fan and that girl asked to return to the labor office, it raised my suspicions. So I sent Gui who earlier as a spy. The sooner I know about what's going on, the easier it is to strike. Venerable, she was stunned and praised the Grand Elder. Grand Elder's vision is so wide and selfless, even sending your prized pupil as a spy. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. Others weren't suitable, and I could only send Gooey Who. It pains me even now to think about it. Grand Elder waved his hand. Then, Venerable She, I'll be going. Please. Venerable She smiled. If you need anything, just ask. Grand Elder smiled and left. Venerable She failed to catch the subtle shift in his expressions, a heavy mood, nor did the Grand Elder see Venerable She's suspicion. As both parties were in doubt, neither revealed their treachery to the other. Meanwhile, Venerable Kai and Venerable Bai returned to Venerable Bai's home to discuss. No matter the regrets of dirtying their hands with their pupil's blood, they had no choice in the matter. Everyone was going to bear this cross, and so should they if they wanted to live on in this sect. Yet just as they entered the house, Yu Ling and Kui Lang came bowing. Greetings, Master. Is something the matter? Venerable Bai asked. Yu Ling reported, Master, Steward Zhuo has paid a visit. Steward Zhuo, who's that? The steward of the elite labor office, Zhuo Fan. Kui Lang bowed. The Venerables tensed. The mastermind behind all this mess, the boss of the elite labor office, just came knocking. Since he is the sect leader's right hand in this plot, he must represent the sect leader. Venerable Bai sighed. No gift is ever free. For him to represent sect leader, it means sect leader wants us on his side. But who should we choose, sect leader or the inner sect? Venerable Kai frowned in deep thought. Chapter 573, Negotiations. Steward Zhuo, forgive me for not showing you in. Entering the lounge, Venerable Bai saw a youth with white hair sitting there, the one and only laborer that shook Gooey Who to the core in one blow, and bowed. Venerable Kai cupped his hands as well, but more for his status than Zhuo Fan himself. Ugh, Zhuo Fan waved them. Venerable Kai and Venerable Bai, I presume. You're too kind in your favor for little old me. I am but a laborer. How could I possibly have venerables show me such courtesy? Steward Zhuo, no true ruler is without capable men. With Steward Zhuo making the labor office a hot commodity, respect is more than deserved. Venerable Kai smiled. Zhuo Fan nodded with a smile as he got down to it. Since venerables have already guessed that I work for the sect leader, then you must have also guessed the purpose of my visit. Ugh. The two paused and Venerable Bai sighed. We understand sect leader's design, but not his actions. We are venerables, giving our all for the sect and not tangling with unnecessary squabbles. I mean, we are part of the inner sect and cannot follow the sect leader's request. Venerable Kai sighed, putting on a pained face. Zhuo Fan figured as much since the start and smiled. The elder and venerable meeting had long since finished, yet everyone stayed behind even as the sect leader left. Did you perhaps come up with a secret plan? The venerables shook their heads in unison. No comment. I can pretty much guess anyway, uniting the entire inner sect in the face of this adversity. Zhuo Fan snickered and eyed the wooden venerables. But did you ever wonder what you'd do afterwards? The venerable's brow shook. Zhuo Fan knew he had them and drove in for the kill with a shout. Kui Lang, Yu Ling, your masters have asked for you. The venerables eyed him suspiciously. Kui Lang and Yu Ling came bowing. What can we do for you, master? Nothing much. They've been bored as of late and wanted to know about your life over the past decade in the labor office. Zhuo Fan cut in. The four were stumped about his point. But since the venerables stayed silent, the two acquiesced to Zhuo Fan's request. How despised they were. How they grew accustomed to the mean looks, the fighting in the labor office, the many brushes with death, and the blood and sweat they shed to work their way to the top of the labor office. As the story came to a close, the two's eyes went red, reliving those moments of pain. Yet the venerables hadn't even flinched. Are you done? Venerable Bai asked. Steward Zhuo, what is this? You don't feel it. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. The venerables shook their heads. Venerable Kai chuckled. Steward Zhuo, you're too green. The path of demonic cultivators is wrought with pain and injustice. Labor office is just a phase in their long tempering. Did you think we'd be sad over our disciples' pain and loss? He, how is that a demonic cultivator? Was this what I had you feel? Zhuo Fan shrugged. What I meant was, who was the catalyst to their bitterness? Who was it that laughed in their face? It matters not that they were ridiculed, but who did the ridiculing in the end? Shaking, the venerables caught on at last. Zhuo Fan grinned. They were framed, but that's their own stupidity to blame. Yet the culprit did it with blatant disregard of their masters, you. And why did you work so hard to have the two back under you? Wasn't it because you had no one else under you to use after they were sacked? Oh, the horror. Disciples are of little value, yes, but you two just laid there getting bitch-slapped and didn't even twitch. I, for one, take my hat off. I sure as hell couldn't accept it. Touching my disciples is raising their hands at me. Venerable Kai said just now that I am green, ha ha ha. True, I am still very much green. Many things I can't stand, even being called a bastard. Enough. Venerable Bai snapped in anger. Zhuo Fan, I am showing respect to you out of kindness to the sect leader. Don't push it. Did I? Have I slapped Venerable's faces? Zhuo Fan snickered. That guy bitch-slapped you for decades, and yet you still want to be his errand boys. While I haven't been in the sect for long and cared for your dear disciples, yet you want to make me the enemy while keeping him as your ally. Who's the excessive one here and who's despicable? The two glared as their fists tensed and their beards shook. They soon had enough. Zhuo Fan, enough of your taunts. All the elders and venerables of the inner sect are in this together. We rise and fall as one. Go back and tell the sect leader, thank you, but no thank you. Now don't be too hasty. Aren't you all fighting to get the same thing, resources? But did you ever wonder that once all this blows over, if they'll get the pie while you get the scraps? When the inner sect is finished, we won't even have the scraps. Venerable Bai was finally honest. Zhuo Fan smiled, having got what he wanted. I can give you what you want. Since the inner sect has no scraps, you are welcome to join the labor office to revel in a juicy pie. What? The two shouted their disbelief in unison. Zhuo Fan said, to be totally honest, the labor office is overcrowded and needs elders or venerables' supervision. If sirs find it appropriate, you are welcome to the labor office to take over. In plain words, sect leader wants elite labor office to become the new inner sect for raising elites. Even with how deep-rooted inner sect is, it'll only be a matter of time before it's empty. Venerable, she is in control of the inner sect. He gets the pie and you get the scraps. But by coming to the labor office now, you'll get the pie and he won't even get to touch the scraps. You do not have to stick with them. Come now and enjoy the most, or later and you get nothing. Their eyes twitching, the venerable's hearts shook. Sect leader wants a new inner sect. But the elite labor office is too fresh, and who knows how long it'll last. The danger is high. Zhuo Fan pierced their doubts with his sharp eye and revealed 2 vials. The two gasped at the thick miasma, even felt their blood flowing smoother. 10th grade pill. The heaven-reaching pill to be exact, just a little token. Zhuo Fan smiled. If you still find it suspicious, you're welcome to get more people to join. For every elder or venerable coming to the labor office, I'll offer an 8th grade pill. 8th grade? Yes, Zhuo Fan smiled. Since you'll be the mediators, you'll receive a bigger reward for your efforts. The rest will only get 8th grade. But you better work fast, the spots are limited. What would I do with more elders and venerables than disciples? The two came to understand Zhuo Fan's true plan. He didn't just want to poach the inner sect's pillars, but its disciples as well and turn it into an empty husk. Such deadly tactics would leave the inner sect crushed and ruined. That being said, if some oldies and disciples jumped boat in favor of the labor office, then the inner sect would have no worth. By working in tandem, sect leader and Zhuo Fan will spell the end of the inner sect as we know it. Sitting here any longer would make us cannon fodder. Switching sides was a much more sensible choice. Since Zhuo Fan and their disciples were close, the sooner they joined the labor office, the more benefits they'll receive. The two's eyes flashed and they nodded. We agree to join you and will even rope in others worthy of trust. Perfect. With the inner sect rotten, I have just the place for you to leave your mark. Welcome aboard. Zhuo Fan's trademark evil smile was back in business. Chapter 574, Dragon Soul Rumor. Master, you're back. In the demon-scheming sect cemetery, Gui Hu, Tai Ying, Kui Gang, and Yuer were overlooking the 4 doors, while Elder Yuan took stock of the new laborers and sent them here. The once desolate and eerie cemetery had become a popular spot for eager laborers. Yuer cried out seeing Zhuo Fan approaching. Kiwi Gang grumbled, "Master, where have you been for the past 3 days? We've been working hard here and you were goofing off." "It's wandering off. You better remember that, brat." Zhuo Fan smiled and bopped his head. Kiwi Gang pouted in annoyance. "Isn't that the same thing? Just where could you wander off in the demon-scheming sect?" Gui, who hesitated before muttering, "Steward Zhuo, you said you'll let me stay by your side. Could you take me with you the next time you go?" "Ha ha ha, I know what you mean, but this time was different." Zhuo Fan grinned. Besides getting the 2 venerables, he used the past few days to pay a visit to other known disciples. Kui Lang and Yu Ling pointed out. Poaching had become a walk in the park for him, knowing each side's reasoning fully well. And besides all that, getting the disciples had a far greater impact than some oldies. He didn't take Gui, who since he was Grand Elder's disciple. While the guy came to him to train for the Double Dragon gathering, he would rather play it safe when it came to pulling the carpet from under the other party. Gui, who understood his reasoning and nodded. Elder Yuan spoke up. "Steward Zhuo, for the past few days, the line of inner and outer disciples has been thinning. Of no importance. It's up to them if they want to come or not. We can't force them." Zhuo Fan waved his hand and turned to Gui, whose group. "What are you four standing around for? Get back to your stations." "And you, Gui Hu, keep that heavy savage energy hidden. You need to show restraint. That's why I've placed you here to supervise, to train your heart and learn restraint." They all nodded and returned to their posts. Only Elder Yuan remained and smiled at Zhuo Fan. He knew Zhuo Fan only said it for the 4 kids' sake while he had a different intention. Sure enough, Zhuo Fan began with a sigh. "Young ones are too green in handling affairs. It's not that I don't trust them, but fear they will be rash and expose your plan. I know, ha ha ha." Elder Yuan laughed. Zhuo Fan said, "Elder Yuan, I've been running around the inner sect these past few days and noticed that the old geezers are making a move to curb the disciples' new trend." "They noticed our plan then. They have to get a grip on their disciples, and no amount of effort on our part will change that. The sect's situation has always been up to the people's trend. Venerable, she is too sharp to not notice it." Elder Yuan turned heavy. Zhuo Fan mocked. "Be that as it may, too bad the inner sect isn't so tough after all. The oldies are too much at odds with each other, even as they band together to weather the storm. All I need is to instigate them, and a crack shall form, and with a few promises, they'll turn faster than flipping a book. Venerable Kai and Bai will do the splitting for me, while with Kui Lang and Yu Ling's help I've got some strong inner disciples on board. The favor I gave them is showing its worth. I am amazed how Steward Zhuo's every step is calculated and controlled. Ha ha ha." Elder Yuan laughed. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes. "Please, I had to waste 2 10th grade pills for those venerables, and that's just the start. For the other oldies I will have to give an 8th grade pill each. I'll be ruined at this rate." "Are you running low? How much do you have left?" Elder Yuan jerked. Once Zhuo Fan's pockets ran dry, the plan would be shot and flushed down the drain. Zhuo Fan squinted. "Why do you care so much? You think I don't know that just after telling you that I can raise a sect? The next second why you came telling me to do so. Think I'm stupid? Telling you about my wealth will make you do everything to make me spend it all. That means you have plenty to spare, ha ha ha." "Great." Elder Yuan nodded and smiled like a weasel. Zhuo Fan's mouth twitched, though he didn't care that much. He could keep up with the expenses for a long, long time, but that didn't mean he wanted to. The faster he finished this plan, the faster he paid back Zai Yu's favor and would be free. He never once cared about the demon-scheming sect. It was all for the sake of being able to leave. If there was one place he'd rather spend his time at, it was that new little house. Elder Yuan noticed it as well and sighed. The kid has no connection to the sect, even with his 2 disciples here. Elder Yuan smiled. "Steward Zhuo, you've gone to such lengths and spent so much for the sect, and having received nothing in return must have put you in a bad mood. Then let me tell you a secret rumor that might be of little help." "What rumor? Is it Zai Yu's gossip?" "Next time I'll smack that greedy little bugger and take out my resentment on him so that you never get another idea about my pockets. Ha ha ha." Elder Yuan's face twitched and he chuckled. "Steward Zhuo, please don't joke. I'm being honest here. The rumor comes from the Western lands, and only the higher-ups of the sects are privy to it. I only got to hear about it by playing lackey to an alchemist. It is about the secret of the dragon vein soul. Dragon vein soul? That caught Zhuo Fan's attention. You mean that 9 dragons diamond body? Elder Yuan smiled in disdain. That's just a waste of dragon soul's power. What do you mean? Zhuo Fan turned serious. Ethereal stage experts say. With the 9 dragon souls in one's body, anyone who can withstand their torture while under ethereal stage will achieve the 9 dragons' diamond body and enter the ethereal stage on the spot. But this path is a waste, because his soul would become that of an earth dragon soul. No different than those other 9 dragon souls. So when meeting another ethereal stage expert, your body may be tough, but your soul will be weaker. The better way of using dragon souls is the 10 dragon soul convergence. Conjoining heaven and earth, activating the heaven vein, and drawing the 9 heaven dragons' powers into yourself to form the heaven dragon soul. It is beyond anything the earth dragon soul can achieve. This soul's natural aura can quell another's soul and make battles far easier. Rumor has it that the earth dragon soul is a top soul, but lacks in both attack styles, and one could only skip 2 layers while the heaven dragon soul can skip 5. What? Zhuo Fan was astounded, having never heard of anything related to heaven dragon soul. Closing his eyes, Zhuo Fan recalled the 9 Serenity's secret records and its contents, but nothing about it was mentioned. Not even the 9 Serenity's emperor knew, though there was one thing that drew his attention, pertaining to the true dragon soul. Sacred Domain's dragon race had the dragon tomb where its generations were buried, and the dragon power ran strong. By using it to refine the soul, the strongest dragon soul would take shape. But that place was the dragon race's restricted area, under tight guard. Going there as anything but an ethereal stage was a death wish. While after reaching the ethereal stage, one lost a crucial chance to form their soul, so no one would think of going there to refine a true dragon soul. But from Elder Yuan's words, this heaven dragon soul sounds like a soul formed by refinement of the dragon tomb's dragon power. I can't steal it in the sacred domain, but I can in the mortal domain. Elder Yuan knew he was puzzled and continued. The 10 dragons open the heavens and provide one with the timing to enter the ethereal stage. Though lacking in the 9 dragons' diamond body's toughness, it matters not when soul is all that counts in the ethereal stage. In the Western lands we are in, only double dragon sects exalted double dragon managed to achieve the heaven dragon soul. Chapter 575. Explosive. Exalted double dragon? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. It sounds like it's connected to the double dragon gathering. Elder Yuan nodded. Ha ha ha, the double dragon gathering is something double dragon manor set up. You'll know of its importance in due time. Exalted Double Dragon is the leader of Double Dragon sect. Be it the 9 dragons' diamond body or 10 dragons opening the heavens, they all came from them. It is the source of the highest martial arts in Western lands. Calling them the top of Western lands isn't without reason. What about Danking Shen then? Wasn't he the best in Western lands? Zhuo Fan asked. Elder Yuan shook his head. What if I told you Danking Shen was Exalted Double Dragon's only disciple? Danking Shen came from Double Dragon Manor? Those 2 were visionaries that never took disciples. Even to otherworldly talents, all they did was guide them. The only exception being Danking Shen, the genius seen once every 10 millennia, to whom they both poured their heart and soul into teaching. He exceeded his masters and became the best in Western lands. But because of a falling out which threw Western lands in chaos, Danking Shen left without a word. That's why the best in Western lands is Exalted Double Dragon, Elder Yuan sighed. Exalted Double Dragon might not even want this title, having lost such an amazing disciple. They might never meet again. Zhuo Fan eyed Elder Yuan and nodded. Few are those that can see the diamond in the rough, while a true eye for talent might not even find the most dazzling gem of them all. Having been a master himself, Zhuo Fan understood the desire to pass on one's legacy. Elder Yuan calmed his sorrow and said, "Steward Zhuo, by seeing the Earth Dragon's soul on you last time, I surmised you'd want to attain the 10 dragons opening the heavens. The dangers are great, and even your soul might be at risk of annihilation from the dragon power, but with your talent you can give it a try. It's lucky that you're in the profound heaven stage and will take some time to reach ethereal stage. Just gather the 10 dragon souls." I got 9. Zhuo Fan scratched his head. Elder Yuan was flabbergasted. "Why, you have 9 earth dragon souls? All tucked away in my body. Now all I have to do is get the 10th and see if the 10 dragons opening the heavens is worth it." Zhuo Fan rubbed his chin in thought, disregarding the incredulous look from Elder Yuan as he said, "You have 9 dragon souls inside you, yet you still have not refined them. Don't you fear being devoured?" "By who, those cowardly reptiles?" Zhuo Fan snorted and revealed the azure flame. "Elder Yuan, I've told you before, this soul flame targets the soul. I just use it to turn those reptiles into meek little earthworms. You might as well say they're sealed." Zhuo Fan grinned and Elder Yuan was speechless. The great 9 dragon souls were actually chilling in his body. That's the same as caging 9 dragons. No matter how sturdy the cage, they'll still lash out like savage beasts and tear you from the inside. Yet Zhuo Fan had them standing in the corner like weak lambs. Elder Yuan was still out of it. "What is this azure flame to quell the deadly earth dragon soul?" "I got them back in Tianyu, from someone training in 9 dragons' diamond body. I was considering using the 9 dragons' diamond body to enter the ethereal stage, but abandoned the thought as it made my cultivation unstable. Now that I've heard of the 10 dragons opening the heavens, I can only rejoice at my right decision to wait it out." Zhuo Fan smiled. Elder Yuan nodded and sighed. "Steward Zhuo, your farsightedness is beyond anything I know. I would have long since entered the ethereal stage if I were you." "Why, thank you." Zhuo Fan felt much freer now. In his past life, he never thought of achieving the heaven dragon soul, but now that he had the dragon souls, his luck truly was off the charts. In a fortnight, a shocking event took the demon-scheming sect by the storm. Venerable Kai and Venerable Bai, as well as hundreds of oldies, petitioned Zai Weiyu to be transferred to the labor office to supervise it. Their disciples were to follow as well. Venerable, she suffered a crushing blow, finding himself in an inner sect with a third of his original forces. It followed with many known inner disciples requesting sect leader to leave their brutal disciple-killing masters for the labor office. They were in the thousands. The requests of the disciples and the old-timers was explosive news, crushing the inner sect oldies' agreement of working together. The peace had held for 2 weeks, and then crumbled so fast Venerable Shi's faction had no way of retaliating. Zai Weiyu was over the moon. His ever sour and grumpy mood uplifted as he stamped the requests with his seal of approval. The giddy look coming from him screamed, "I'm the mastermind." Since he never showed such a bright smile to anyone, it only attested to how right they were in taking this course. With the sect leader behind them, their ex-masters couldn't touch them. The inner sect's new trend was such a rage that it infected the outer sect as well, and the disciples marched into the labor offices open arms regardless of the executives' meddling. It resulted with the executives being split into 2 camps, pro-migration and against it. The sect was on the brink of war. What was once a united group for the common good and benefits, some of them just took off, leaving the rest hanging. Crack, an exquisite piece of china, lay there in pieces, suffering the wrath of Venerable Shi. Venerable Kai, Venerable Bai, damn them all. They threw us all away and went to that damn labor office in public. The inner sect's rise and fall depends on all of us. The 2 might hate us, but they aren't so stupid to not see the bigger picture. Why then? Grand Elder mused. Venerable Shi's face was a mask of rage, panting and confused how it had come to this. Second Elder rushed in with panic. Those that have changed sides in public are all tied to those wretched venerables. While Kui Lang, Yu Ling, and a few other known disciples organized in secret and waited for the right chance to explode into action. They played us. What's the use of stating the obvious now? I only want to know who put them up to this. It's been so long under wraps that it had to be premeditated, but sect leader's character is known to be watched within the sect. No one wants to play with the bull and get the horns. He always does things with an iron fist and forgoes subtleties. Who is responsible for setting them on this path? Find him out. Venerable, she glared at the second elder. Shuddering, the old man reported, Venerable, I have been listening, and sect leader isn't the one who got them to act. It was Zhuo Fan, the one everyone calls Steward Zhuo, the founder of the elite labor office. The same one who interfered with the inner sect competition. Venerable, she asked. Second elder bobbed his head. Yes, him. They say he is incredible, a power unlike any profound heaven cultivator should have. We've caught a glimpse of it in that ring. But what is even more frightening is his calculative mind, his insidious plots, paling even sect leaders. While sect leader uses force, he employs a softer touch. The carrot and the stick. Besides the two venerables, regardless of who he meets, elder, venerable, or disciples, anyone who had even a modicum of discontent with us were incited to turn on us. Through rewards and threats, they all caved in the end to his mind games. How is it that you know so much about what they talked about? Venerable, she eyed him. Second elder sighed. I went to visit an elder that switched to the labor office to find more information only to be cursed and berated. Saying something about taking his female disciple a decade ago, and that I even flaunted it in his face. That we are now enemies. He also has a vile temper, and in his rant, he revealed how the kid antagonized him against us with a few honeyed words. I then realized that the kid not only uncovered past grudges, but also gave them an 8th grade pill. I reckon that was what sealed the deal. An 8th grade pill. Why didn't he come to me as well? I'd come willingly. Second elder sighed in greed. Venerable, she snorted. Why would he come to you when he was after those unreconciled people? He'll never trust you knowing you stuff your pockets by emptying mine. We are the true winners in the inner sect. It is our turf. Or would you rather be without a home and at another's mercy? Second elder chuckled. Yes, he'd go for the pill, but would soon be coming back, recalling where he left his cash cow. Zhuo Fan, a mere laborer of exceptional skill. I have no choice but to meet you myself. Venerable, she squinted. Chapter 576. Warning. Make sure you know your limits before stepping into the heaven door. Even I had a high risk of dying. Kui Lang stood there with an inquisitive look before the rumbling door, and just as he took a step, a voice entered his ears. He saw Gui, who standing before the door with disdain. Kui Lang hesitated. Senior brother Gui, who, don't try to scare me and just tell me how dangerous it is. Since my son cleared a 7th grade array, I can do it too. I'm not so stupid to fall for your threats. Gui, who rolled his eyes and ignored him. Your funeral. Kui Lang was stuck between advancing and retreating. It was then that Kui Gang rushed over. Don't do it, Dad. You'll die. Even senior brother Gui, who had to pay a heavy price. Kui Lang was scared away. You mean he was serious? Is this 7th grade array that deadly? Master has set it up specifically to test elites. It's unlike the one I trained in. Kui Gang nodded with a serious look. His brow soaked. Kui Lang sighed and wiped it before going for the earth door and asking, Son, is this safe? This one's easier. Senior brother Tai Ying cleared it at the peak profound heaven stage. If I can't get a 7th grade demonic treasure, I guess 6th grade is better than nothing. Kui Lang grinned excitedly. In his charge for the door, he heard a wail coming from it. Son, this one isn't easy either, I see. Yu Ling and her sister were just coming over and giggled at him. It was a scene most common of late before the 4 doors in the sect cemetery. With the oldies from the inner sect came so many disciples, the labor office was packed. The lines to challenge the trials were never ending. Everyone was excited to jump right in. Everyone wanted those demonic treasures and pills guaranteed to them once they cleared a door. Such a treatment surpassed even the inner sect. The oldies were giddy too. The easier the gains for their disciples, the more they got in the end as well. The greed was so thick in their heads that they'd be testing themselves too if they could, just to get those goodies. Venerable Bai nodded again and again with a smile. This is why every disciple rushed to Steward Zhuo's elite labor office like crazed shoppers. I'd brave offending my own master too if I could get in here, but I'm not a disciple anymore. All that matters in the end is personal strength. No matter where you can raise it, even in the labor office, that is the best place to be. Venerable Bai is right. The other old guys bobbed their heads. Zhuo Fan smiled and pointed at the doors in succession. Elders, venerables, the elite labor office isn't the inner sect. It's not based on competition but trials. Each one of you is free to guide your disciples, but the result may not necessarily be in their favor. In these trials, strength isn't the definitive answer for overcoming them. That's good. Now there will be no need to play tricks for those little resources. It will be the best thing for the disciples' cultivation. Venerable Kai laughed. The rest agreed. They were losers in the inner sect, being robbed of their disciples through all kinds of weird accidents. While here in this pure environment, they were free and laughing. Venerable Bai took a moment to ponder, then his eyes lit up. The elite labor office uses trials so the disciples do not resort to petty tricks. The 4 trials are fair. But as people are lazy by nature, few hardly consider themselves the opponent, driving to better themselves. That's why the inner sect adopted competition as a solution to raise tough disciples. While the labor office uses trials, yet still manages to instill excitement into them for cultivation with its large reward as a lure. But to put it in effect, a huge amount of resources are needed. Steward Zhuo, I don't know where you got so many resources to implement this plan, but it can't go on forever. When the resources dry up, won't we return to the same situation as in the inner sect? The oldies turned to Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan hid a smile. Venerable Bai has a good head on his shoulders. Yes, the reward is only temporary, to squash the inner sect and steal their authority. Once the inner sect is done for, every high disciple will be in the labor office, and I can do whatever I want with it, and not bleed money every day. The high rewards would have to stop and only be placed on the top disciples, leading to the same situation as the inner sect. And no skin off my back. His mission would be over and done with, and he would be home free. Why the hell would he waste away in this sect? He was not stupid, nor a glory hound. People, it is not for you to worry about, but the sect leader. That being said, even if it gets to that, you won't lose anything, but win all the same. Aren't you the first to join us? Zhuo Fan snickered. Their hearts chilled and picked up on Zhuo Fan's meaning, obvious from that vague smile. So what if it does become the inner sect? They were pushed aside in the inner sect, with Venerable Shi taking everything for himself. But here they are the bosses. They would get the biggest slice. They'd become Venerable Shi. They laughed inside and bowed. Steward Zhuo is wise beyond his years. Sect leader chose the perfect candidate for this job. Thank you, thank you. Zhuo Fan returned the gesture with hidden disdain. He had not once thought of himself as being part of the in-crowd of the sect, and had no qualms about where demon scheming sect was heading. But these guys, the big shots of the sect, only cared about their own behind and pockets. One actually had the wisdom to see what would come to pass, yet shot him down in 2 shakes. Now I see why Zai Yu said the sect is rotten, and from the way I see it, the rot runs deep. If this ever happened in the Luo clan, he'd be dealing death left and right. The only reason I'd ever get you in the Luo clan is for my sake, not yours. Whoosh tilde a white figure entered their eyes. Venerable Bai cried, Grand Elder, why are you here? Master, Gui, who looked from a distance. Grand Elder only spared him a glance and turned to Zhuo Fan. Steward Zhuo, I presume. Nice to meet you. I am the Grand Elder of the demon scheming sect wishing to discuss something with you. May we go to a more private place? Steward Zhuo, this old-timer must be up to something. Don't go. Venerable Bai sent him a secret message. Zhuo Fan shrugged. I'm the sect leader's man. Since they've approached me in the open, they won't do anything to me. It's fine. Zhuo Fan took 2 steps closer to Grand Elder with a smile. I am but a laborer, and flattered that Grand Elder would bother himself to invite me in person. We may go. Grand Elder's brow shook while the other oldies gave a nod of admiration. Elite Labor Office and the inner sect were at war. Grand Elder ought to have come to deal with him. Yet he still agreed without fear. Such valor, such manner, all inspired respect. The young are bold. Sect leader entrusted his plan to you for the right reasons. Grand Elder nodded and flew away. Zhuo Fan followed. The two soon arrived at a creek where a man was waiting. Venerable Shi. Why could you have asked me to? Give it a rest. Zhuo Fan cupped his hands and Venerable Shi cut him off. You're just Zai Yu's pawn, an expendable cannon fodder. Why do you insist on getting on every Venerable and Elder's bad side? It will only work against you for your future stay in the sect. Zhuo Fan deflected. Am I supposed to offend sect leader instead? My end will come even faster. Humph, the ignorance of youth. You think Zai Yu can help you? Wrong, he's only letting you take the fall, Venerable, she said. By establishing an elite labor office, you've made an enemy out of every elder and venerable. While Zai Yu would use you to take all our power, he'll still need us to manage the sect. How do you think he'll appease our anger? He'll throw you to the wolves, a truly tragic fate. Zhuo Fan pondered and let a snicker slip. Am I not still alive? Think again. Venerable, she squinted and exploded with power, enveloping Zhuo Fan in endless thirst for blood. Chapter 577, 3 Fiends of Hell. SSS tilde Zhuo Fan faltered back 3 steps with a frown and a pained look. Venerable, she's soul pressure felt like the whole world was on his shoulders and he almost activated Azure Flame's self-defense. But Zhuo Fan chose to bear it, staring defiantly. Venerable, she's eyes shook with surprise and wonder from his tough character. You're not afraid? That's my line. Zhuo Fan broke out in a grin. I'm not just any laborer you can touch. Make your move, see what sect leader has to say about it. Who'd he pick, I wonder? The pawn you keep droning about or some oldies? You didn't think this through, did you? He. Venerable, she took back his show of force and nodded. So that's why Zai Yu entrusted everything to you. You don't lack a spine. In any case, remember my words. Sooner or later you will leave his protection. Thanks for the tip. I'll be sure to treasure it. Zhuo Fan cupped his hands. If that is all, Venerable Shi, I'll be going now. Venerable Shi's eyelids twitched, but he waved him off in the end. Zhuo Fan smiled and flew away. Grand Elder sighed. He sure is something. Just a profound heaven's stage in cultivation, and yet could hold his own under your soul pressure. His own soul must be tough, tougher than a peak radiant stage. He has a talent of exceptional quality, and that's not the worst of it. He actually managed to make me feel fear, even if for an instant, from his ineffable calm. Venerable, she squinted. His gall is impressive, but unlike others who bluster with misplaced confidence or are rash, his calm comes from complete control of the situation. This tells me that he isn't just a pawn, but the true mastermind. Grand Elder nodded. Indeed, he got us where it hurts the most and knew we won't touch him at such a critical time. That is why he came behind enemy lines so carefree. He is of the leading stock and may even be the next sect leader. Venerable, she's silence was answer enough. Another Zai Yu, no, even more dangerous in fact. Venerable, she sighed. Grand Elder looked around. What is our next move? Force won't help us here. With all of us elders and venerables in the inner sect having the same interests, nobody can use force, especially now with so many disciples turning on us. By my reckoning, there will only be more people going to the labor office in the days to come. Our grip on them has slipped. Venerable, she's eyes flashed. However, since we can't touch him, I'm sure we can find someone who can. Since they used disciples to destroy us, we'll pay them back with the same coin. Ha ha ha. Venerable, she cackled as Grand Elder fell silent. Whoosh. Zhuo Fan returned to the cemetery and Venerable Bai came to him the next second. Steward Zhuo, is everything all right? I was about to take the rest and make them answer for detaining you. Ha ha ha, it's fine. They aren't fools. Fighting is the worst option for them. I was confident in this estimate. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow the next second, looking at the 4 doors, because there were no disciples around them but only oldies. So why would it catch his attention if they were watching over them? Venerable Bai chuckled. Oh, almost forgot. Steward Zhuo, someone wants to meet you. Me. Zhuo Fan eyed Venerable Bai. Who? Come. Venerable Bai had a vague smile as the two walked past the crowd. 3 people surrounded the doors while commenting and nodding like critics. One was a portly man in yellow, wobbling his lard ass in excitement. The second was a lanky man with a face in a perpetual frown, while the last one was an impeccable gentleman. Though his attire spoke of his grace, his face was a thorough disappointment due to his plain features. The trio were escorted by the oldies as if the sect leader was coming for inspection, hanging on their every word and sucking up to them. Venerable Bai chuckled. "Venerables, Steward Zhuo has come." Whoosh! The wobbling butt froze, and the jiggling belly twisted around to let the guy see Zhuo Fan. "Zhuo Fan, we meet at last." The incoming bear hug grew bigger and bigger as he laughed. "Ha ha ha, genius, join our elite area." "Wait, hold up, who are you sirs?" As the fatty was barreling for him, Zhuo Fan waved all over the place. Venerable Bai smiled. "Steward Zhuo, they are elite instructor venerables, Fiend Yang, Fiend Yin, and Fiend Gui. They go by the name Three Fiends of Hell. Along with sect leader back in the day, they went by Four Fiends of Hell, geniuses who survived the double dragon gathering. A real man does not boast, Venerable Bai." "Don't do that, ha ha ha." The fatty waved at him to stop with a smug face, reminiscing about the good old days. Zhuo Fan chuckled inside. What's so great about coming back alive? Is that something to take pride in? Or is Double Dragon gathering such a hellish place that even keeping your life is commendable? The fatty caught Zhuo Fan's doubtful expression, and his smile froze. The other two sighed, knowing full well that it was hardly something to be smug about. Though it didn't make coming out alive from that deadly place any easier. Zhuo Fan cupped his hands. "Venerable sirs, to what do I owe this honored visit?" Fiend Yang was the one to reply. "Zhuo Fan, you've done a great job with the elite labor office. Sect leader is so proud that he had us come here to tell you that besides the set of demonic treasures you owe him, you are to make 3 more for each of us." Zhuo Fan was crying. "Venerable sirs, aren't you getting it all wrong? After commending and lauding me, you should be rewarding me and not asking for more things from me." The trio laughed. The fatty waved his hand. "Ha ha ha, you can't even take a joke. Sect leader has decided that these disciples can become the pillars of the sects in terms of quality and quantity. Hence, he will allocate half of the inner sect's resources for training these budding experts. In addition, you'll have elite spots as well, but it will depend on their strength to take as many as they can." Say what? The oldies were over the moon. They figured this might happen, for the elite labor office to become the new inner sect, but that was going to be much later. Yet fortune smiled upon them, with the sect leader coming to this decision overnight. And by the sound of it, they'd get all the elite spots as well. It only spelled the end of the inner sect. They all quaked in excitement and shock, happy that they made the right choice in jumping ship. They could practically see the future of the elite labor office, under sect leader's grasp, but with plenty of resources going their way since they were the first wave of oldies to join. As for Venerable Shi's faction and stubborn disciples, it would only get worse from here. All of them sported creepy grins, enjoying another's misfortune. Zhuo Fan nodded. "That's great. The elite labor office is on the right track, and I'm one step closer to finishing my mission. When will the elite selection take place, sirs?" "In 2 days, so get ready." "And you'll be joining it as well, kid, no discussion. We have our sights on you and you can't escape." Fiend Yang laughed. Zhuo Fan said, "But I'm just a laborer." "What's wrong with that? Look around you, they're all laborers." With so many promising inner and outer disciples coming here, not letting laborers enter the elite area is tantamount to suicide. I bet the sect leader will call a meeting of elders in a couple of days to talk it over. With so many venerables and even more to come, this decision is as good as made. Fiend Yang pointed at the old guys and they nodded on cue. Their pockets were going to get lined up based on elite labor office's development. They had to crush the old rule no matter what. Fiend Yang turned serious. "Boy, you've done a great job getting to change the sect's rule. This has hardly ever happened in the sect's thousands of years of history." Everyone looked at Zhuo Fan with respect and praise. Zhuo Fan chuckled, inclined to disagree on this assessment. He was only playing his act, granted on a grand scale, at the whims of the one on top who gave him the script. The leader wasn't him by far. He'd never take this role of pawn in the past. but now he couldn't care less. Like an outsider, he could leave just like he came in. The situation had no pull on him. This realization made his heart thump, his eyes shining. I'm advancing again. Chapter 578, Seclusion. Then Zhuo Fan went through a long and equally pointless discussion with the three venerables before finally leaving. Yet not before giving repeated warnings about their share of demonic treasures. Zhuo Fan kept silent. Wasn't it just a joke? I was never going to give Zai Yu anything. Not to mention you. Zhuo Fan smirked, having had enough of their senseless banter, and left as well, not before warning Venerable Bai. I have crucial matters to attend to. I'll leave you to handle the elite selection. Steward Zhuo, we are now elders of the labor office. We will do our very best. Venerable Bai smiled. At long last, Zhuo Fan felt the weight on his shoulders slip off. With perfectly capable managers around, he needn't worry about this place. Freedom. Zhuo Fan flew away in his newfound bliss, back to the shabby labor office place where he stayed. Elder Yuan was still looking after the laborers' cultivation, those that had yet to enter the elite labor office. These youths had never taken the old man seriously so far. He was so old yet much weaker than everyone else. Why should he look after us? But since he had Zhuo Fan on his side, everyone showed respect. Elder Yuan watched the laborers with the same attentiveness as his grandsons. There's still 2 years until the next Asura circle. Work hard and you can enter the elite labor office, freeing yourself from such an agonizing fate. The disciples nodded. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and nodded as well. Elder Yuan's wisdom was boundless, earning his admiration as well. The old man ought to be getting cocky now that he had a big shot on his side. Yet reality showed otherwise. All that power did not get to his head. He was only becoming kinder and more nurturing. Zhuo Fan swore he had never seen someone's heart reach such a deep level in the countless experts he had fought. Not once. All that held Elder Yuan back was his poor foundation and interference for living up to his glorious potential. Anywho, the heart is what it all came down to, for experiencing the world and all its nuances. If the old man had been a powerful genius, getting his heart to reach such a deep level would be a truly difficult task. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Or having them both would uplift one to heaven. Zhuo Fan came to see Yun Xuanji's words through a different lens. The ex-demonic emperor had a stale life, filled with fighting and killing and comprehending the demonic way. It was for this reason that becoming even a saint was out of his reach. Upon finding the 9 Serenity's secret records, he thought his chance had come. But now it dawned on him that this rebirth was his true chance. Heaven offered him a second chance at walking the demonic path in a more profound and intricate way that his past self could never tread. Steward Zhuo, how come you're here? Elder Yuan broke him out of his rumination, having come over with the same flattering smile he had when they first met. Zhuo Fan saw endless wisdom in that smile. The weak had their own path of survival. It was something that he despised, but now saw the truth behind it. Holding his heart, Zhuo Fan smiled. Elder Yuan, I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Could you tell me of a quiet place with no interferences? Weren't you advancing like it was nothing so far? Why are you so serious this time? Elder Yuan asked. Zhuo Fan shook his head. I can feel that this time will make me sore. I must get ready lest I come to regret it for as long as I live. Then we can't have you disturbed. That is a warning coming from your heart. Elder Yuan turned serious and then gave Zhuo Fan an odd look. Why are you so calm then? Even I am worried sick for you. Ha ha ha, no matter how crucial it is, be it success or failure, I can only do my best. Worry will only drag me down, just doing my best to glean into heaven and follow my heart. Elder Yuan approved. His heart has reached the blasé level. With such a heart, no demon will corrupt him. This is good, but the warning from the heart will pose some trouble. He should be fine. Elder Yuan's eyes flashed and he smiled. Steward Zhuo, you've come to the right person. Having been in the demon-scheming sect for so long, I know many secluded areas. Some not even the sect leader or elders are aware of. Come with me. Elder Yuan walked into a glum forest with Zhuo Fan behind him. An hour later, the two found themselves before a black cave. Steward Zhuo, this is the most remote and isolated place. No one will ever bother you here. But it's hardly far. Zhuo Fan entered the cave to find a stone bed, wooden rack, and a table, as well as a night pearl in neat order. Someone was living here, obviously. Did someone else cultivate here? Elder Yuan shrugged. Yeah, but he has long since sacrificed himself for the sect. It is the same alchemist I worked under. He likes peace and quiet, so he made a cave here to cultivate away from the ruckus of the sect. Best thing is that no one knows about this place. Why is everything so clean then? Someone lives here. Zhuo Fan frowned. Elder Yuan dismissed his worries. How can that be? I've only kept it clean for the memory of our times working together. You can break through in peace here. But, come on now, don't you trust me? It can't get any safer than this. You stay here while I activate the defensive array and no one will disturb you. Elder Yuan stopped any more questions from Zhuo Fan and ran like the wind, leaving him looking around anxiously. What if the owner comes back? I must get to the bottom of this before I can stay here. As he walked to the exit, the entire cave shifted with a hum as it was enveloped in hues of green. Zhuo Fan's heart jumped and knew he was in a barrier. But as an array grandmaster, he noticed this was a soul barrier, one set up by an ethereal stage expert. Are ethereal stage experts trying to hold me back? Elder Yuan giggled. Steward Zhuo, make yourself comfortable and focus on breaking through. No one will bother you, or do you still doubt me? Zhuo Fan's eyelid twitched and he shook his head at the soul barrier. He could have popped it open if it was just a simple array with his eye, but since an ethereal stage expert used his soul to supplement it, he was stuck, unless he became stronger, which was not possible. Left with no choice, he chose to gamble and have faith in Elder Yuan. What man proposes, God disposes. Elder Yuan, I sure hope you are worthy of my trust. Zhuo Fan shrugged and went back inside. Elder Yuan chuckled with a shake of his head, then his eyes took a somber look. What are you all doing here? Make sure the kid's not disturbed, not even by the sect leader? Yes, sir, an old voice replied, and the barrier rippled once and vanished. Meanwhile, 3 fiends of hell and Zai Waiyu were discussing in the great hall when to give elite labor office those elite spots when they felt the sudden power spike. They rushed outside the hall. 5 green beams pierced the skies from within the forest before vanishing. And with them so too did a patch of trees. Fiend Yang cried, I isn't T that. Impermanence 5's vicissitudes barrier. Fiend Yin frowned. Fiend Gui closed his fan. That means, High Venerable. Zai Waiyu's eyes flashed with doubt. In seclusion. Venerable, she showed a twisted smile from a mountain in the inner sect. Chapter 579. 10 dragons opening the heavens. Hutilda in the quiet cave and under the light of a blue flame, Zhuo Fan sat on the bed at peace and tranquil. He should be worried as to which ethereal stage expert trapped him here, though in this particular instant he didn't, letting it all go in favor of training his heart. It would have been a major concern years ago, but now his heart had achieved calm even in serious matters. Since they were looking after his best interests, everything else was moot. He might as well go with it and handle his breakthrough. This realization only deepened his calm and turned the azure flame into a bigger blaze. Unlike his previous advancements, his heart was warning him for days, which only made it all the more critical to be cautious. Zhuo Fan reckoned that the constant refining of his soul had something to do with it, as well as his heart improving here and there. All he needed was a spark to trigger this event, and that was where Venerable She's soul pressure came in. This advancement had been triggered by his soul, and that meant Radiant Stage was nigh. Skipping 2 layers without any supplements from the 8th layer of Profound Heaven Stage showed he had one exquisite soul. Kunpeng was right about one thing. Azure Flame is the best in refining the soul. Zhuo Fan broke out into a grin, no matter how suspicious he was of Kunpeng. The guy had always given him good stuff. Crack! The sound coming from his mind announced the expansion of the flame on his forehead. A mighty soul power churned his mind like a stormy sea. Zhuo Fan was both happy and startled. It was just like he thought, the sign of entering the Radiant Stage. He has had a Radiant Stage soul for ages now, and advancing to it would fill it with unseen power. He had no idea just how far it could go and what it would become. His joy was short-lived, though, as the surging soul power rose and rose, threatening to burst his skull. The pain of having his head balloon was excruciating. One more push and it would pop. But he bore through it, pushing back against the growing soul power to get it under control no matter how useless it was. The ever-growing pressure got so big that it leaked outside and pulverized his bed and furniture. It spread in the entire cave, with no place left to go. Zhuo Fan gnashed his teeth, working hard to settle this. He'd never have used the azure flame if he knew that reaching Radiant Stage would make his soul power multiply to such a degree. What do you get by multiplying a peak Radiant Stage soul? Death. As he kicked himself with regret, he recalled, right? Ethereal Stage comes after Radiant Stage. With so much soul power, it's gotta condense. Zhuo Fan worked his cultivation method into controlling the rumbling soul power while also giving it shape. Soul forming in the Radiant Stage. It was unheard of. Then again, so was having peak Radiant Stage soul power in Profound Heaven Stage. The soul's form was but the next step in a soul's strengthening, so why should he stick to the conventional stages when he had the right soul power? Besides, not doing it would leave him splattered across the walls. Zhuo Fan squinted and pushed his soul power with all his being. As to the form, the cultivation method would decide. Roar Tilder it was now that the dragons lashed out. There's still those 9 Earth Dragon souls. I wanted the 10th to give the 10 dragons opening the heavens a try and see what's the deal with Heaven Dragon Soul. But it's too late now. Since I'm stuck with an Earth Dragon Soul, might as well do it right. He blended those dragon souls with his mighty soul power. The resulting clash released an almighty aura. 9 dragons' roars filled the cave, threatening to break it open. And as the dragon souls put pressure on the soul power, it soon took the shape of an Earth Dragon Soul. As the pressure ebbed on Zhuo Fan, he felt his power growing, nearing an ethereal stage expert's level. But then, as the 9 Earth Dragons fused, a mighty draconic cry came from his thunder ring. It made the 9 dragons separate then and there. Zhuo Fan eyed his ring in shock. Since when did my ring have a dragon soul? The dragon soul came out as it roared, along with Dugu Zhanshan's signature weapon, dragon-slaying crescent blade. Roar Tilde the azure blade flickered with the image of a dragon roaming over it, unable to break out, only roaring, while the 9 dragon souls were incited by it and roared as well. The 10th dragon soul is actually here. Talk about being a lucky stiff, heaven's on my side. Marshal Dugu, you have my utmost gratitude for helping me even beyond the grave. Zhuo Fan was excited knowing the 10 dragons opening the heavens was around the corner. Whoosh Tilde lifting the blade, Zhuo Fan laughed. Dragon souls converge, 10 dragons opening the heavens. Dragon power of the heavens, form the heavenly dragon. Bow to me and turn into the heaven dragon soul. Roar, the earth-shaking roar pierced the clouds, and the dragon-slaying crescent blade exploded in a golden glow as its dragon burst out, soaring along its 9 brothers. The 10 dragon souls circled overhead, their heads and tails fusing into forming a ring. With a hum, the ring shone with a blinding white light. With a bang, the white light pierced the cave and shot for the heavens. The white beam of light connected the 9th heaven with the earth. As draconic roars once again sounded, a prismatic glow rose, blending with the light beam and entering Zhuo Fan's soul. Zhuo Fan felt refreshed and powerful. Before he could celebrate, though, an even mightier pressure came in the form of a draconic roar like never before from the heavens above. Zhuo Fan spat blood then and there, his mind fried. While the mighty power converted into huge dragons charging into Zhuo Fan's soul and causing havoc. The excruciating pain made it feel like his mind might crack, his jaw shattering from grinding, but he steeled himself through it, forcing down on his soul in an attempt to quell the dragons from the heavens. No matter how futile it was to control even one dragon's heavenly power. Zhuo Fan had decided to stake it all, somewhere else. A huge eye opened in the darkness surrounded by flames and purple lightning. Humph! A human dares to draw on my dragon tomb's dragon power. It would rather devour you than let you form the dragon soul. Master, there are oddities among humans as well. Exalted double dragon did form the heaven dragon soul after all. A young voice echoed. The huge eye mocked. Those in this world that can actually take my dragon power can be counted on one hand. Humans never know their limits. You say exalted double dragon formed a heaven dragon soul, but do you know how many countless others have tried and failed? I. The youth was speechless. The large eye continued. Forming one of my dragon souls is a human's gamble with his life on the line. If it weren't for me being trapped here, you wouldn't even have that. Yes, master, but since it's so dangerous, do I have to go through it as well? Spare me with your excuses. Since you've caught my eye, of course you'll succeed. Or do you compare yourself to those village idiots? Only with my help will you ever succeed. Master, I'd never go against your will. I don't want the master to burn me alive. The youth panicked and steeled his determination. The huge eye said, You better have at least that much bravery, or even if you flee to the sacred domain, I'll even risk being found out to tear you piece by piece. Now, are the 10 earthworms ready? Master, they're earth dragon souls. They're nothing but earthworms to me. Oh, all right, as you say. Along with the youth's wry smile, draconic roars echoed. Chapter 580. Heaven Dragon Soul. Rumble tilde, a flashy beam of light pierced the cave and shot into the sky, and there was nothing Impermanence 5's barrier could do to stop it. Then came a huge pressure from the heavens, and the draconic roars assaulted this barrier, making even these seasoned experts bleed from the mouth. With the shaking of the ground and the sect around them, they found it impossible to maintain the barrier under such might. What the hell is this kid doing in there to make such a scene? In the sect leader's hall, Zai Yu shook and walked out, frowning at the beam of light. The High Venerable must have reached a crucial step indeed to enter seclusion. Venerable, she and his little courtyard, flew onto his roof and ruminated on the changes. Ha ha ha. No matter what fancy method High Venerable is using, the least of all it'll keep him busy and out of my hair. Ha ha ha. The whole sect was roused awake by the sudden commotion, the beam of light grabbing their attention. Everyone looked on with shock and doubt. What is happening? Whoosh! Elder Yuan appeared next to Impermanence 5, watching them go through signs with stern looks. Even as blood flowed from their mouths, they still wanted to maintain the barrier. Just what on earth happened to damage you so much? Who knows what that kid is cooking in there? It made the whole word tear and shake. Even we can't take it anymore. Elder, she was sweating. We can't keep holding the vicissitudes barrier for too long. There's no way this is the kid's power. Just what crazy stunt is being pulled in there? Elder Yuan's brow shook, turning from the weary elders to the beam of light and the draconic roars. Adding the dragon power into the mix, his reaction grew more flabbergasted by the second. Why, you mean to tell me he's forming the heaven dragon soul? Is this the 10 dragons opening the heavens? That's impossible. Impermanence 5 cried together, with Elder she speaking for all when saying, He went in as a profound heaven cultivator. The most this advancement will take him is the radiant stage. Ethereal stage is too far away to condense his soul. Elder Yuan's eyelids twitched, shaking in confusion, but his eyes gleamed. I don't know, but it's following the legend of the 10 dragons opening the heavens. The next step should be the prismatic glow and the descent of the dragon soul. Others might come here in greed and interfere. Impermanence 5, we must stabilize the barrier and hide it. Elder Yuan's power exploded, and a yellow glow came out from his body along with a draconic roar. A golden dragon flew out of him. It circled the vicissitudes barrier as its tail whipped around the entire barrier. The great power of Earth seeped into the barrier while Impermanence 5 made signs before relaxing at last. Earth Dragon Soul, Crouching Dragon Seal, Elder Yuan shouted. Whoosh! Tilde, the beam of light vanished and the earth calmed down. The audience ended up scratching their heads. What, it's over? Break it up. That is a restricted area? Venerables and elders came to restore order by the order of sect leader. There was no need for him to say anything. It was clear as day to these oldies that messing with High Venerable's cultivation was a death sentence. Zai Waiyu returned inside. High Venerable's cultivation has succeeded, and now comes a period of acclimatization. Venerable, she smiled. It's over. At best, it should buy me 3 days in which the old man's recouping. Better make the most of it. While most figured this was the end, it was only the beginning for the storm brewing within the barrier. The beam of light shined brightly, only covered up under the combined work of 6 people. Following the constant heavenly draconic roar, it went just as Elder Yuan said, with prismatic lights following the beam and into Zhuo Fan's cave. Images of dragons with fangs and claws roamed the beam as they tried going inside. This scene shocked them silly. The kids actually forming a heaven dragon soul? Ha ha ha, genius, I tell you. He's the second one in Western lands to form his soul so early. Our demon scheming sect finally has such a genius, ha ha ha. Heaven is with our sect. Elder Yuan laughed, touched to the core, while the elders nodded. Being his guards was totally worth it. Elder, she chuckled. Elder Yuan nodded. So this is the reason behind the heart warning to condense the soul. Then again, with his soul power going beyond common sense, all that was left was forming it. As a genius, he can't walk the common path. But the kid sure is paranoid, saying he has only 9 dragon souls when he had 10, ha ha ha. I was playing the lackey for nothing. Elder Yuan didn't show any remorse his words might contain, though how was Zhuo Fan supposed to know that dragon-slaying crescent blade had a dragon soul within it? He was innocent in this, not that it mattered, as everyone wished for Zhuo Fan to finish up forming his soul and become the core of the sect revolution. 10 dragons opening the heavens is only the beginning. The crux is forming the heaven dragon soul. The dragon power from the 9th heaven is not something anyone can withstand. Elder, she was worried. Elder Yuan shook his head. Relax, the kid'll be fine. His cultivation and heart are at peak. He will succeed, ha ha ha. The 9th heaven dragon power wreaked havoc in Zhuo Fan's mind. He had been bearing through it all this time with clenched teeth and a still heart, pushing back with all he had to control it into condensing. While the prismatic glow slipped inside and gave Zhuo Fan's soul a dazzling hue of colors. Zhuo Fan rejoiced that his heart had evolved so much to allow him to cope with the dragon power and its tyranny up to this point. Or he'd been crushed just by that increase of soul power alone. So while his head was a ticking time bomb, excruciating more and more by the second, a serene heart held him on the brink. He could let the pain in and out at will, a true blasé feeling. With deep breaths, Zhuo Fan suffered the savage dragon power for the next 3 long days. The pain never let up, but his eyes showed unmistakable clarity under the onslaught these days. The dragon power lost its savagery bit by bit, forced into Zhuo Fan's soul, on the brink of fusing. Elder Yuan and Impermanence 5 were guarding outside the cave. It had all gone easy so far, but with High Venerable away, Venerable, she had a ball in the sect. He rang the bell for a meeting with the other Venerables and Elders to crush the elite labor office. Zai Waiyu mocked him, while relaxing in his throne, totally content. And why wouldn't he be, when dozens more oldies had defected for the labor office? Their numbers equaled inner sects now. That being said, he had half of the inner sect under his control and could hold his own against Venerable She's faction. Venerable She, what is it this time? Speak, what grave matter has happened? Zai Waiyu said plainly. Venerable, she said, Sect leader, I propose the dissolution of the elite labor office. Why? It's against regulations. A laborer must do what he's entitled to. With the inner and outer disciples going there is totally inappropriate. Venerable, she said. Zai Waiyu chuckled, letting Venerable Bai speak. A demonic sect holds strength supreme. For all the disciples to run to the labor office, it only goes to show how weak the inner sect is. Shouldn't it be the inner sect getting dissolved instead? Ha ha ha, true, true. Zai Waiyu laughed. The great hall used to have sect leader and the rest, both sides eyeing each other like wolves, reduced to hating him in the fight to fill their pockets. Alone and weak, all he could do was put up a tough front before these old-timers. While now he had split their interests and got some on his side. This was the feeling of having a grand plan come to a head. Chapter 581. Red Herring. Venerable, she was unfazed by their union. Sect leader, inner sect is the core of the sect. It has always been this way. Weakening it will weaken the sect. By siding with the labor office, sect leader neglects his duty and threatens our foundation by paying an impossible price. Zai admired Venerable Shi for his sound logic. No matter how run down the inner sect became, it was the root of the sect. Giving it all up in favor of a new one would be paying a heavy price, a price the sect couldn't afford. But it wasn't like the sect was paying for anything, was there? Zhuo Fan waltzed into the sect like a tycoon and left Zai free of worry. He wouldn't twitch even if he had to build 8 new inner sects. He wasn't the one paying. Ha ha ha, Venerable Shi, you're too anxious. The rise of the elite labor office is unstoppable, reaching the inner sect's level in such a short time. Letting it all go would be such a waste. And besides, this is the merit of the labor office. I always give laborers a way out. No matter how hard it may be, those that walk it are the cornerstones of our sect. Zai squinted. Since we're all here, I propose we make an exception to the rule and turn laborer Zhuo Fan into an elite on account of his outstanding contributions. What do you say? Venerable Bai nodded. Zhuo Fan is smart and talented. Becoming an elite for his merits is only just. I also propose that the labor office with its strong disciples is entitled to vie for the elite spots. It would be such a waste of talent to leave them there. Yeah, please allow it, sect leader. Venerable Bai's faction agreed on the spot. All the people who couldn't get anything back in the inner sect. Venerable, she knew about their desires very well. Ridiculous. As venerables and elders, you dare defy the ancestral rule. Sect leader, the elite area has had clear rules since the dawn of our sect. Only the best can enter it, while the labor office is filled with hopeless rejects and criminals. Wasn't the High Venerable, even with his immense glory in coming out of the labor office, banned from being an elite as well? The ancestors had made this rule to prevent nepotism and the ruin of the sect. While Zhuo Fan and the rest, be it potential or strength, are among the best in the sect. Everyone can see it, and there's also the sect's rule. If anyone gains the approval of the majority of elders and venerables, he can become an elite. Who is against it? Venerable Kai and Bai spoke up. We agree and go with the sect leader's decree. We agree as well. Labor office's side of oldies bowed. Venerable, she held his nose knowing this was bound to happen. The opinions are halved and can't reach a decision. Laborers do not care for rules and will sow discord once in the elite area. This decision is not to be made rashly. Yeah, Venerable, she is right. Inner sect's faction bobbed their heads, but a loud voice cut him off. Enough of your goddamn blabbering. This here's a demonic sect. Have you seen any saints around? Or anyone going by the books? Going by your idea, those elites would be holed up in their homes. Those are not elites, but wastrels are more like it, or getting in through connections. A fatty in yellow barked, followed by a beanpole and a scholar, 3 fiends of hell. Zai frowned. This is an inner sect meeting. Why are you here? We heard the motion to dissolve the elite labor office and came to see who the hell is butting in and is against such a great place. It's been ages since the elite area produced anyone decent. And now that we have a good source of seeds, you want to call it off. Who the hell dares? Fiend Yang pointed at the inner sect's oldies. Venerable, his mouth perked up in a twisted smile. He signaled the second elder and he snickered inside too. Zai was puzzled. Who told you that? It's all the rage in the elite area. We'd be deaf to not hear it. Fiend Yang fumed. Zai was curious. The elite area is talking about it. But they only just mentioned it. Noticing Venerable Shi's cold look, Zai was late to stop him from speaking. Fiend Yang, I proposed it. Representing the High Venerable in managing the inner sect, I must uphold the sect's rules and honor. You might be thirsty for talents, but no laborer shall ever become an elite. If word got out that we did this, then we'll be the laughingstock of the world. They'd say no one's good in our sect. You call this dishonorable? I'll give you real dishonor, Fiend Yang shouted, going to give someone a beating only to be pummeled instead. Dozens went to the last double dragon gathering, yet only 4 came back. That's dishonor when Fiend Yang began recounting the past. Fiend Gui and Fiend Yin were crestfallen every time they heard it. That time was simply horrible. Venerable, she showed a smug look, sending a message to the second elder. I just knew he'd go on and on about pointless history. This should give us 2 hours. Ha ha ha, brilliant, Venerable, she. With the High Venerable in seclusion and everyone here, there's no one watching the labor office, and those 2 brats can have a blast. Second elder snickered. Venerable, she's eyes flashed, while Zai Yu was getting more and more suspicious. What's the old timer up to? His proposal is useless, so why does he still insist on it? Meanwhile, at the cemetery's most popular attraction, a man and a girl appeared. They looked on with disdain and released a dreadful aura. Is this the elite labor office that has got the whole sect abuzz? It hasn't been here for long, yet it's close to ruining the inner sect. They sure seem rich to be able to do it. A 17-year-old girl mocked them. The handsome guy next to her had an evil smile. Right you are, junior sister Yuan. They are rich but dare to fight the inner sect. It's time to teach them some manners and ingrain in their hearts the right place for laborers. Once here, you can never get out. No one here is worthy of becoming an elite, ever. Right? Yuan stuck out her chest. Where's their manager? Elites Yuan and Kai Feng are here to test you wretched laborers and see if you're worthy of something besides sweeping. The trial takers waiting in line for the doors turned around. No matter how rude and foul the couple was, they were elites of the sect. Steward Zhuo didn't lie. He has paved a way for us to reach heaven, out of despair and into a world of glory and promise. The crowd rushed the 2 with excitement, which only made the couple thicken their disdain. Gui Hu and the rest walked over. Senior brother Kai Feng, it's been a while. I heard the elite area will be coming to pick disciples from us, but didn't know it would be you 2 and not the 3 venerables. But the elders and venerables of the labor office are away, and I will have to accommodate you. Please tell me about your choices. Gui Hu, weren't you Grand Elder's prized pupil? What are you doing here? Such a shame. Kai Feng was stunned. Gui Hu waved his hand. Just some minor mistake, and Master threw me here, though calling it a fortunate mistake might be better. Labor office isn't what it used to be. It's filled with opportunities, with now even elites being picked from it. I should make the cut as well, ha ha ha. The couple only had mockery for him. Labor office with opportunities. Don't make me laugh. We'll make sure there won't be any labor office after today. The 2's eyes glinted. Chapter 582, Feud. As I live and breathe, Pang Yuan. Tai Ying roared with rage at her sight. Yuan scoffed. Senior brother Tai Ying, even you ran to the labor office. Well, you are made for this place. Of all the places in this world, this filthy place is the only one to accept someone like you. Pang Yuan, we all know exactly what happened. Just a 4th layer of radiant stage, yet got into the elite area. It only proves that you were up to something just like last time. Tai Ying snorted. Yuan mocked without a care. My grandpa is the 7th elder. No one will ever mess with me, no inner or outer disciple. Only an ignorant nobody like you, a mere top-outer disciple, would be dumb enough to mess with me. Yet look where that has gotten you. So you do admit it, you skank. Tai Ying, they're elites, the best of the sect. Try to leave that for later. Gui Hu cut his swearing short. Senior brother Kai Feng, how would you like to test us? Kai Feng grinned. Simple, we'll test your strength personally. Anyone who becomes an elite has to have some power. I'll go first. A tough guy came over excited, but all he got was a round of size at his cultivation. What are you doing here with just a 5th layer of profound heaven cultivation? It couldn't get you even to the outer sect. Gui Hu shook his head. Ma Sanpao, are you messing around again? You're no Steward Zhuo. Star Reader. The name lit. Means dull horsey. Crack, the noise jarred the ears of the others, and the next thing they knew was something red flying over. Ma Sanpao was flung into the ground, dead, even as his excitement remained in his eyes. Gui Hu squinted and turned to the source of that Yuan Kai. Kai Feng had a nasty grin while lowering his palm. What, didn't you used to do the same, Gui Hu? Kai Feng taunted. Gui Hu stood silent, forgetting about him and focusing on his heart, at the sudden rage coming over him, and he clenched his fists. Kui Lang shouted. Senior brother Kai Feng, how can you be so heavy-handed when you're just here to test us? Humph, what could a rejected laborer possibly amount to? Kai Feng patronized. Anyone else up for a test? The disciples flinched back twice, looking at the pair in fear. Are they really here to choose candidates? The two showed boundless ridicule, but no one stepped up, not with how one move killed someone already, not even Kui Lang's group. These two were definitely here to pick a fight. Yuan's twisted smile grew as her shifty eyes roamed the crowd before stopping at Tai Ying. Senior brother Tai Ying, you were such a mighty hero once, the best in the outer sect, so how come you're down here in the labor office? Are you suddenly a chicken too? Where's all that courage gone? Say that again. Tai Ying roared and raised his fists. Bastards, being elites doesn't make you the strongest. I'll fight you even in the profound heaven stage. Tai Ying, stop with the trash talk, will you? A profound heaven cultivator going against a radiant stage one. Who are you, Steward Zhuo? Don't waste your breath. Gui Hu shouted over him, while Kui Lang kept giving him signals not to fall for their taunt. Bro, they're riling you up. Don't let them get to you. Tai Ying grumbled and remained silent. Yuan's mockery never ceased to come. Ha ha ha, senior brother Tai Ying must be so scared of me. Tell you what, since you lost 3 years, I won't use any soul attacks. If you can't even take me on like this, then you're a hopeless coward. Shove it, bitch. No matter if it's 2 stages or 5 layers difference, I'll still take you. Tai Ying roared and clenched his fists. Pang Yuan, let's do this. Gui Hu's side sighed. Yuan and Kai Feng grinned. The dumbass fell for it at last. Under the tense gazes of others, Tai Ying exploded with power as he clawed at Yuan's throat. She merely giggled and pushed him back with her full cultivation. No matter how much nerve he had, Tai Ying knew 5 layers couldn't just be overcome so easily. The instant their attacks met, he slipped past her palm and grabbed her wrist. Crack Yuan wailed with pain at having it broken. Gui Hu's side approved with bobbed heads. That's the top outer disciple for you, well seasoned. The only difference between profound heaven stage and radiant stage was soul power. With that out, Tai Ying might stand a chance after all, obvious by his current advantage. They didn't get to rejoice, though, as Yuan's eyes raged with bloodthirst. Till a sudden wave sent Tai Ying flying, his head a mush and blood leaking from everywhere. That skank cheated. She used a soul attack. Kui Lang flew over to help, but then someone jabbed his chest. PFF. Spurting blood, Kui Lang slammed back down as Kai Feng snickered from above. You're actually dumb enough to believe a radiant stage expert wouldn't use soul attacks. Taking such a retarded bet will never make you elites. Ugh, Kui Lang raved. Is this how you choose candidates, by crippling them? Humph, choose candidates. From a bunch of rejected laborers dreaming the impossible. We came here to warn you to stop wasting your breath and know your place. Kai Feng's twisted smirk was ever present. Yuan got next to Tai Ying in 2 jumps. Her eyes shone with bloodlust, noticing his damaged soul, and struck his chest. Blood spurted from his mouth because of the heavy pressure. This palm might very well be the last he'd see on this earth. Yu Ling, though, had a say in this, meeting Yuan's attack. While the two separated, she took Tai Ying away. Yuan was annoyed at having her prey slip away, but someone blocked her. I'll do it. Kai Feng flashed before Yu Ling and Tai Ying with a creepy smile and pointed. Profound ranked martial art, flaming finger? Die. Yu Ling panicked. She had no way of blocking an 8th layer of radiant stage cultivator's attack. Profound ranked martial art, underworld fiend. Gui Hu popped out of nowhere, meeting Kai Feng's attack. Gui Hu fell back 10 steps and spat blood while Kai Feng stood still and taunted. Gui Hu, I wasn't your match back then, but I've been an elite for a longer time and my power control surpasses yours. Yours is just scattered, ha ha ha. Crack. The shockwave sent Yu Ling and Tai Ying into the ground, spitting blood. Gui Hu glared at him. What do you mean scattered? Ha ha ha, you'll never understand with that heart. Kai Feng mocked. Your savage energy used to scare me, but only in the elite area did I realize the truth. You just don't know how to use it, simply showing it off. Why else do you think I'm having an easy time beating you when you're a layer higher than me? Gui Hu gnashed his teeth. The heart again. On account of the Grand Elder, I'll leave you be. But get this straight, it is you who challenged us when we came to merely test you. This isn't on us but you. If anyone twists it—" Kai Feng exploded with bloodthirst, making the other disciples shiver. Kai Feng flicked and a few heads rolled onto the ground. Everyone nodded in panic. Kai Feng and Yuan cackled, while Gui, whose side could only stew in anger. "And another thing, as laborers, you are the filth of the sect, not worthy of being elites. Try it and you'll be squashed like a bug," Kai Feng threatened. Everyone lowered their heads, unable to retort. While sect leader wanted laborers to become elites, the elites came over to rob them of their courage. They knew they weren't welcome in the elite area, only surrounded by dangers. Laborers were the lowest rung, and nothing would change that. The inner and outer disciples who came here were gripped by remorse. They got the demonic treasures and pills, but lost a glorious future. A laborer was but an ant to an elite, even if it was an outer disciple in the past. The two took in their despair and grinned savagely before leaving. Yet Gui, whose side was filled with rage, the elite area and the labor office were at war. Chapter 583, let him handle it. And that's how we four went through hell and untold hardships before escaping with our lives. The grand hall echoed with Fiend Yang's pained voice, his eyes flickering with fear. And to prevent such disaster from ever happening again, as elders and venerables of demon-scheming sect, it is our duty and responsibility to raise a true figure to carry out the sect's burdens. To avoid needless casualties and to grow geniuses. Fiend Yang's speech had passion, had feelings, touching Zai Waiyu and Fiend Yin to the core, while the rest were just bored and nodding off. Not just Venerable Shi's faction, but even Venerable Bai's group was stiff with their eyelids twitching. Who could blame them? No matter how great a story, at least keep it short, not drone on for hours. The only reason Zai Waiyu accepted it is because he was there in the last Double Dragon gathering. But we, old guys, have nothing to do with it. Of course we'd grow tired of your prattle. Looking outside, for God's sake, it's evening already. Just how long will this tub of lard drag it on? Till morning, Venerable Shi had his limits as well and turned to the second elder. That ought to do it. Time to go. Yep, let's run for it. Venerable Shi is brilliant. Second elder said, excited. The two must have finished their job by now, and I don't want to hear one more word out of this guy if I can help it. You're not the only one, Venerable, she shouted. Fiend Yang, please hold on for a moment. I understand everything. Since this proposal has such great opposition, we will put a pin in it. Seeing as it's so late already, let us resume on another day. Venerable, she is right. We might argue for days here. It'd be best to do our own search before we convene again. Someone already had his back, and not just his faction, but Venerable Bai's side too. All of them were praising him to high heaven. Ugh. Fiend Yang's chubby face twitched and sank. Why is it always like this? I never even get to make half my point. Ha ha ha, we understand Fiend Yang's feelings, and he needn't explain it. Hearing Fiend Yang's retelling felt like reading for 10 years. Venerable, she laughed with a straight face. Sect leader, forgive my crassness today, and if there's nothing else, let us end the meeting here and discuss the labor office's fate another day. Zai Waiyu eyed him, unable to see through his thinking. That we shall. But don't go ringing the bell as you wish. Calling a meeting is the right of the sect leader. Yes, I will forever remember it. Venerable, she knew Zai Waiyu was just throwing his weight around and simply nodded. He and his gang left in a hurry, leaving Zai Waiyu unnerved for some reason. Alone with his allies, Venerable Bai mocked. Seeing Venerable, she so slumped feels so good, ha ha ha. It's all thanks to Fiend Yang's dawdle until the old fart couldn't take it. Fiend Yin chuckled and patted Fiend Yang's shoulder. Fiend Yang's face twitched. When did I dawdle? I am a smooth operator, mind you. He was clearly in the wrong, and our mighty righteousness shook some sense into him. And I have many, many more lessons to share. I can share them with you if... Oh, no, it's best if you tell the old fart. Our ears are clogged enough for today. We could never endure any more of your ceaseless drivel. Fiend Gui stopped Fiend Yang before he got into it again. The others agreed at once, doing anything they could to stop the fatty's mouth from opening. The fatty was crestfallen. Can't anyone feel my undying, righteous devotion? Zai Yu's frown never left him. Strange, what was Venerable she up to today? He was not his usual scheming self. Maybe he just came to flaunt his might to try and stop us. But look at him, losing it all, ha ha ha, Fiend Yang mocked. The others nodded without a care. Venerable Bai said, "The old fart must still think of himself as the boss of the inner sect. Look at him now, ha ha ha." While the others jeered at another's expense like winners, someone entered the hall and bowed. Laborer Yuling requests to see sect leader and master. What is up with this girl? Venerable Bai turned to Zai Yu. Zai Yu asked, "Enter." Yuling rushed deeper and bowed. Sect leader, master, elites caused a scene at the labor office, killing and hurting many. They warned us to not set foot in the elite area or we'll suffer for it. What? They all cried out. The elites and labor office had never once intersected, yet they suddenly went there. Fiend Yang stomped. Who's the punk with such gall to kill laborers? Has he no care for the rules? Venerable sirs, it's Kai Feng and Yuan, Yuling reported. All had a realization written on their faces. Yuan was the 7th elder's granddaughter, while Kai Feng was 2nd elder's. They were on Venerable Shi's side and doing his bidding. Zai Yu sighed. A great diversion, using the time High Venerable was in seclusion and we were in the meeting, he had the labor office and elites become bitter enemies. Choosing candidates from the labor office will be much harder now. The inner sect has the advantage. Humph, they can choose all they want. Last I heard, it's us 3 leading the elites area. Fiend Yang stuck out his folds. Fiend Gui shook his head. We can't interfere. And now there's the problem if laborers even want to become elites. Everyone has their pride, and after such humiliation, they'd be hard-pressed to still want to become elites. That will leave many crawling out of the woodworks to take those spots. We might not have even one laborer willing. They played us. Blast it all to hell, the punks ruined my great plan. I'm gonna set them real straight. Fiend Yang flared his nostrils, walking away to dole out punishment. Zai Yu called out, "No point. They'd be sure to have a good reason for doing it. Right, what's their excuse for messing with labor office?" Sect leader, they represented the elite area in testing disciples level. Using the disciples challenging them as an excuse, they slaughtered many. Yuling reported. Zai Yu nodded. With no third party around, no matter what we say, they'll just twist it in their favor. And with Venerable Shi at their backs, it will only do us harm instead. Our only flaw is that they came to test the disciples as representatives of the elite area. Did you 3 tell them anything of the sort? Zai Yu turned to the fiends to find them shaking their heads, all except the yellow fatty, choosing to look anywhere else but at him. I knew it was weird, and now they had a good excuse. Zai Yu shook his head. Fiend Yang and Fiend Gui raised an eyebrow, and sect leader asked, "What did you tell them?" "Nothing. Just Yuan was whining about how she wanted to represent us in testing the elite candidates and fulfill her duty as senior sister. I thought she was only playing around and agreed. Dumbass." Everyone sighed. Fiend Yin turned solemn. "With the labor office and elite area entangled, we can't touch the 2. How do we go about solving this mess? Where's Zhuo Fan? Why wasn't he around?" Zai Yu asked. Venerable Bai bowed. He was in a rush to handle some matters and hasn't been seen in days. Then let him handle it when he gets back. He's better at twisting the rules than Venerable Shi ever could. Zai Yu snickered and left the others puzzled. No matter how big of a genius Zhuo Fan was, he was but a disciple. He can do what we can't. They weren't just any elites, but the elites of some old-timers. Chapter 584. Emergence. The silent cave was a mess. Zhuo Fan was still sitting on the hard stone floor, his face no longer contorted with pain. After a bitter fight to the death against the 9th Heaven Dragon power, it ended in Zhuo Fan's favor, taming all its savagery in this prolonged battle. Zhuo Fan's soul was compressing now, bit by bit, with the dragon power roaming at its center in the form of a dragon, on the cusp of fusion. The fusion progressed as a hazy fog covered his soul, and the compression continued. Then, the hazy fog broke with the dazzling light coming from within, and unleashing a strong force making Zhuo Fan's soul bathe in the light. After his soul got covered by the 5 colored lights, Zhuo Fan's mind was still as grave as earlier. Zhuo Fan himself was sitting there like a statue. Roar. But then draconic roars came from within his mind, from within the colored light, followed by 4 claws and a 1,000-meter-long dragon. The prismatic light stuck to its body, forming its scales. Its mighty visage instilled power and dignity. Zhuo Fan opened his now draconic eyes and unleashed a howl at the sky. The mighty dragon power pulverized anything it touched, shaking even Impermanence 5's barrier. And with it, the elders themselves. Elder, she spoke for everyone when he relayed his shock. The power of the heaven dragon soul is so amazing even as it has just formed. The only reason Vicissitude's barrier still stands is because Sir Len's the earth dragon soul. The kid is a true gem. Ha ha ha, true. It's my first time seeing the heaven dragon soul as well, and I must say, it truly is one mighty force. Elder Yuan nodded. Zhuo Fan calmed down after that, feeling out the changes in him. His eyes wandered about the wrecked cave as the dazzling dragon soul turned them into draconic eyes. It only went to show that the fusion was a smashing success, and Zhuo Fan had remained himself. The dragon's soul fused with his soul and took its form. So even if his body would be crushed, plastered, or pulverized, his soul would just fly away to steal another body. The soul ability of ethereal stage, speaking of soul power, he had left radiant stage way behind him. It was like giving his soul an armor. But a radiant stage against an ethereal stage was like a 3-year-old against a 7-foot tower of muscle. Though in Zhuo Fan's case, it'd be like a tower of muscle inside a 3-year-old, destined to give one some nasty surprises, death included. Ha ha ha, first layer of radiant stage and first layer of ethereal soul. I'm an abomination in the truest sense. Zhuo Fan chuckled. Not even he fathomed that this advancement would bring about such bizarre changes. Then again, since he wasn't exactly an orthodox cultivator, it was a given. The space rippled, and a red glow came out from his dantian. The bloody glow shone everywhere and rotted anything it touched. Faltering, Zhuo Fan entered meditation at once, only to find his blood infant was in the radiant stage too. Blood infant was a spirit of this world, and in the radiant stage it had a dreadful soul power, exponentially better than your average expert. It could even turn into a blood blade, rending an ethereal stage expert's soul into nothing. Blood infant became more and more horrifying as it grew in cultivation. It was this sole reason that made Saint Patriarch Blood Demon such an awesome figure in the sacred domain. This surprise filled him with confidence in fighting an ethereal stage expert. With Dragon Soul by his side and the Blood Infant sneaking in a few hits, who could touch him? Elder Yuan made a sign, and the Earth Dragon Soul returned to him. He held his beard while chuckling. Now that the Heaven Dragon Soul has taken form, all is settled. Release the barrier. Yes, sir. The 5 bowed, but the flash of red beat them to it, slamming into the barrier and staggering them. Ugh. Shaking, Elder she groaned and earned Elder Yuan's odd gaze. What's wrong? The punk made a soul attack and took us by surprise. Elder she's face was twisted in horror. Elder Yuan shook his head. Ha ha ha, it's fine. He was just testing out Heaven Dragon Soul's power. That's not it. Elder she continued. The first wave was indeed the Heaven Dragon Soul's might, but the second one was filled with malice and darkness. It's like 2 opposite souls. Say what? Elder Yuan frowned, deep in thought. Does that mean the kid is hiding more secrets? Boom! A huge noise came from the cave and shook the Impermanence 5 into stepping back 5 times. Each of these elders showed their surprise in an odd way. Elder Yuan asked, "What is it this time?" Elder she needed a long time to gather his wits. The kid broke our barrier. Elder Yuan was flabbergasted. How? These 5 were 4th-layer ethereal stage experts that combined could handle a 6th-layer expert. How did it come to having their barrier pop like a balloon? Heaven Dragon Soul was strong and all, but not that outrageous. Just what kind of secrets are you still hiding? Kid Elder Yuan sighed, unaware that Zhuo Fan was stumped as he was by the effect. The place where he was had long since stopped being a cave. 100 meters around him, there was not a single thing. Everything had turned to dust the instant it got in range. Divine Eye of the Void's fourth stage, Absolute Domain, Space Crusher. Zhuo Fan's right eye had 4 golden halos flashing. He not only got a heaven dragon soul, his blood infant was upgraded, now having an unheard of soul power, and even his Divine Eye of the Void got an upgrade. It was a universal move, perfect for when one was in danger, annihilating everything within 100 meters with intense vibrations. He'd kill without leaving anything behind. No matter what armies were sent for him, nothing could touch him. Heavenly Emperor's power lived up to the legend. Zhuo Fan grinned, and his confidence soared in having one more ace to deal with experts. With his safety guaranteed, he'd have no fear left. It even tore through the barrier just now. In this 100-meter area, he was the king. God even. All Emperor-level arts are mystical and godlike. Ha ha ha. Cackling inside, Zhuo Fan strutted out. When he had arrived, it was a perfectly neat cave, and now it was an odd hole. As everything within was turned to dust. Chapter 585. Fury. Steward Zhuo, you're finally out, ha ha ha. Congratulations on your smooth advancement. Elder Yuan popped out of nowhere and cupped his hands. Zhuo Fan merely nodded. All thanks to you for giving me such a great place. It would have been a pain anywhere else. Elder Yuan smiled. Steward Zhuo, don't you want to know what happened these days? Like the barrier, with your wisdom, you should already have some guesses. Yeah, I have. What about it? Don't you care? No, should I? Zhuo Fan spoke. Elder Yuan was dumbstruck, then shook his head. Here I thought the first thing you'd do was to have me over a barrel over this. I even had an excuse ready. Sigh, now all that work has gone to waste. Ha ha ha, I thought as much. What's the point of asking if I don't get the truth? Zhuo Fan laughed. Elder Yuan, to be honest, my greatest gain in the demon scheming sect was meeting you. Expounding with Sir on the nature of the world has opened my eyes more than my entire life, especially about human nature's 4 realms. Which 4? Elder Yuan was interested. Zhuo Fan smiled. The first, ignorance, it is walking about aimlessly. Second, aware of oneself but not of one's place, defined by misplaced overconfidence and conceit. Third, knowing oneself and their place, allowing one to pierce anything but their hearts are filled with pain. Fourth, knowing the wise, opening one's eyes and clearing the fog within. Elder Yuan nodded. Zhuo Fan continued. Elder Yuan, I've been stuck at the 3rd realm with a sharp eyesight yet a heavy heart. I bore the whole world on my shoulders, fearing any misstep and holding myself back. But now that I'm in the 4th realm, who you are and where I am has lost its meaning. All that matters is your kind intentions. I don't even feel like knowing who those experts were that set the barrier. Or I'd be required to pay them an immense favor. Not knowing means not paying back, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, quite an idealist you are. Elder Yuan shook his head. Zhuo Fan, your mind is sharp and devious. You might look at things with a casual glance, but all of these are just tricks, of no use to the world as a whole. While peering into human condition, walking the path to the truth, that is the greatest wisdom of all. Steward Zhuo, you have finally ventured down this path, getting closer to the Tao. Your future is limitless. That's if Sir will keep on helping me. Of course, you are the hope of demon scheming sect. I will always have your back. Elder Yuan's eyes shone. The old and the young fellows grew closer in these rare moments, even as each of them had tons of secrets. At least they were frank with each other. An hour passed, and the two returned to the elite labor office at the cemetery, but the scene left Zhuo Fan dazed. Why are there just a handful of testers at the doors? It's been just a few days, and the trend has already changed. He'd be hard-pressed to topple the inner sect now. Zhuo Fan turned to see Elder Yuan mimic his surprise. While Zhuo Fan was in seclusion, the old guy had looked after him, and no one knew of the elite's trip down to the labor office. Kui Gang and Yuer rushed over in joy. Master, you're back. What the hell happened? It's only been a few days, so why is this place deserted? Zhuo Fan frowned. The two sighed and explained how the elites wiped the floor with them. Kui Gang gnashed his teeth. I and Yuer weren't here either, or he'd never touch my father. You will what? You'll only throw your life away. Don't think for a second that a set of 9th-grade demonic treasures can fight an 8th-layer radiant stage expert. Who is stronger or weaker comes down to one's own power in the end. Zhuo Fan sighed, teaching his disciple to shed his overconfidence, despite his own eyes flashing with killing intent. Yu'er lamented, "Master, the laborer's dignity has taken a heavy blow, with some outer and inner disciples even slumping into remorse for coming here. Naturally, after being trampled like that, they'd never get the nerve to meet them until they can settle the grudge." Zhuo Fan squinted and pondered. "Listen up and listen well. Invite the 3 elite area's venerables for an apology banquet." Yu'er asked curiously, "Apology for what? Didn't our disciple challenge them with a heavy hand? Of course we have to make amends." "To show my sincerity, I will even present them the demonic treasures they asked for everyone to see. Both sides will be at peace. Oh, and the labor office's venerables and elders must come as well, or the elite spots for the labor office will be fewer. They came here to pick a fight, and now we're inviting them for a drink." Kiwi Gang was fuming. "We are no longer the labor office they once knew. All inner disciples look at us with admiration. Why should we play the victim?" Zhuo Fan snorted and pointed at the ignorant kid while telling Elder Yuan, "See that? The second realm of human nature knows himself but nothing else, arrogant beyond reason." Elder Yuan nodded with a chuckle. Kiwi Gang was baffled. "What are you standing around for? Get on with it." "Am I the manager here or you?" Zhuo Fan eyed him coldly. Grumbling inside, he obeyed his master's order, cupping his hands and huffing away with an equally unwilling Yu'er. Elder Yuan chuckled. "Steward Zhuo, while I did say you just stepped on the road to Tao, you're still up to your old tricks. The banquet is destined to run red. Humph! All that wisdom only works for myself, while petty tricks are left for these swines. I kept my head down so far so that no ethereal stage expert came knocking. But now I don't give a rat's ass. Anyone that pushes me will find himself 6 feet under." Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed, and he boiled with a bloodthirst so thick the few disciples around the doors shivered and were knocked out cold. Elder Yuan nodded. This was where Gui Hu and Zhuo Fan differed. The former's power was scattered, his mighty savage energy not used to its full potential and left many openings, while the latter never gave off a whiff of bloodlust, like an average Joe, a pushover. But push him hard enough and all that fire inside would explode like an unstoppable flood. "I finally see you angry. That means you still care about something. Ha ha ha, go wild, knock yourself out. I'm behind you all the way." Elder Yuan smiled. Meanwhile, 3 fiends of hell and the sect leader were discussing how to handle the 2 problem disciples. With 2nd Elder and 7th Elder behind them and Venerable Shi on their side, they had no good excuse to use. But without putting these bastards in their place, how could the elite selection from the labor office could go on? While they were racking their brains, Kiwi Gang stepped in with Zhuo Fan's invitation. The 4 were dumbstruck for a second there. What apology? What is he up to? We've been on his side all this time, and yet he is wimping out going for some apology banquet, Fiend Yang asked. Fiend Yin ventured, "Is he trying to appease both sides? It still doesn't mean you have to be so meek. He'll turn into a joke for the inner sect." Slapping the table, Fiend Yang said, "I thought he was a genius only to find him garbage. What good is strength when you can't use it?" Zai Yu squinted and smiled. "I know his style. He must be up to something. He'll hold an apology banquet for your sake. Just let him have it and play along. And he wants to do is give demonic treasures. Oh, and don't forget about my share. Take along the 2nd Elder and 7th Elder as well. Since it's an apology banquet, we can't have the party's grandpas missing now, do we?" Ha ha ha. The 3 fiends were stumped at his laughter, with Fiend Yang saying, "What's with you? Do you really want to ease the tension? How are we supposed to handle those brats after this?" "Handle what when amends are made? Ha ha ha, now leave this matter be. I'm just curious how the kid is going to end it. Hope I won't have to step in." Zai Yu's eyes flashed. Chapter 586, Apology Banquet. A secluded valley was shocked awake from its peaceful mood, as an endless line of people went in carrying large trays filled with exotic dishes made of exquisite beasts like a work of art. "Well, sure. Cultivators were above the secular world, overcoming the human condition and its limitations, but they still had manners. Like joining friends and kin alike for a joyous or saddening occasion, they'd find joy within the joy and fight sadness with closeness. Yet the people coming and going with trays wore depressed looks and plain clothes, thinking the feast would blow up. Gui Hu, Kui Lang, Tai Ying, and Yu Ling sat glum at the first table. With such a scary look, even the waiters avoided them, lest their oppressive aura stiffened them or scared them to the core. Crack, Kui Lang punched the table. For God's sakes, has Steward Zhuo lost it? They're the ones in the wrong, yet we're making amends? This is outrageous. No matter how much compromise I've made in my life, I'd never stoop so low. Yu Ling huffed. Tai Ying shook his head. Why are you here then? Get off your ass and scram. And how exactly can we do that when it's Steward Zhuo's feast? We have to show our respect for all he's done for us. Kui Lang grumbled under his breath, then swore. I'm damn curious, though. Why are you here? You're both big-shot outer and inner disciples. I can't believe you're taking it so well with your styles. Those two have those elders behind them, and we can't even touch them, and now we're even saying sorry. Are you that eager to shame yourself? Tai Ying squinted and restrained his anger. I'm here for Steward Zhuo as well. Kai Feng's last strike left my core on the verge of being crushed, and I would have become a waste. It's with Steward Zhuo's help that I made a recovery and even entered the radiant stage. This is the least I can do. The heaven-reaching pill? Kui Lang gasped. Such a mystical pill, it saved my son and Yu Ling's sister like nothing. Steward Zhuo is divine to save the Forsaken. I don't think there's any elder or venerable in the sect capable of what he has done. Yet today, Kui Lang shook his head in sadness, following with, Senior brother Gui Hu, why are you here then? Zhuo Fan said I can follow him anywhere, so listening to him is basic. Gui, who spoke unconcerned, the others smiled. They'd gotten to know each other after so many days hanging around, each having their own reasons for sticking with Zhuo Fan. Kui Lang and Yu Ling did it to return the favor, and in no small part, because they felt he had the better offer for a brighter future. Tai Ying was here to get his revenge from 3 years ago by helping Zhuo Fan crush the inner sect. Getting the meat out of the oldie's mouth was the best way to do it. And sure enough, the inner sect was forced into action, sending their grandchildren to make a mess of things. From this rotten and dishonorable move, it was clear that their meat wasn't the only thing stolen, but their whole plate too. Tai Ying might be outraged by this feast, but was quite happy overall. The magnate Zhuo Fan had achieved the impossible, making the inner sect, that had withstood for thousands of years, wobble. While the simplest of the four, Gui Hu, was part of the winning crowd through his master, Grand Elder, but chose to stick with Zhuo Fan for one simple reason, to sharpen himself. His master warned him that only by following a resolute person could he improve his own heart. Which, funnily enough, the sect lacked very much. Dad, keep it together, those guys are coming in. Besides the elders and venerables, there are also outer and inner disciples. You all need to get a hold of yourself and not fall for their taunts. Kui Gang and Yuer came over with a sullen look and a warning. Kui Lang squinted and snapped. This is too damn much. Those old coots must have called them to make us look bad. That's the least of our problems. They're surely up to something vile to shame us and force our hand. They're looking for any excuse to get rid of us, like how they sent those 2 elites for us. Yu Ling warned with a glint in her eyes. Ganger is right. We must keep calm. Kui Lang snorted in anger and sat back down while the other 2 nodded. Venerable Bai watched the 4 of them with a sigh as he said to Venerable Kai, What's the point of all this? Zhuo Fan pulled the carpet from under the inner sect with a well-placed trick, attracting the disciples with heaps of resources. But now the other side has used disciples to crush the labor office's dignity, and holding a feast now will only make it worse for them. Sect leader said Zhuo Fan is a mastermind, so why would he make this dumb move? I'd have clobbered him by now if not for sect leader's order. Seeing the obvious smugness on the oldies filling in at their expense and the glum labor office's oldies, Venerable Kai couldn't tell if he had made the right choice or not. The crew goes down with the ship. The punk no longer wants to mess with the inner sect, and now he even wants to apologize. Everyone's heart burned with rage, but they had no place to vent. Venerable Kai sighed. They're all forced to come by sect leaders' orders. No one here is interested in shaming themselves for that brat. Venerable Bai sighed. Meanwhile, in Venerable Shi's cozy home, second elder and seventh elder wore fancy new threads matching their cocky grin. Venerable Shi, shall we go tog-header? Second elder laughed. Venerable Shi smiled. You two are the stars of today's show. I could never take your spotlight. Venerable Shi is too kind. With you being the leader of inner sect, how can it not include you? Ha ha ha, it's fine. How can I attend it if sect leader isn't there either? Won't I be called out as picking on the weak? Venerable Shi grinned. Seventh elder pondered and laughed. Getting Venerable Shi to help us in this show will be giving them too much honor. Come, the two of us are more than enough. Venerable Shi nodded, agreeing with seventh elder's idea. They're not good enough to make me appear. Second elder exclaimed. Right, we can't let them get smug by any means. But to think they'd come up with an apology banquet, I still thought we were in a deadlock with the labor office. Seventh elder said. Venerable Shi chuckled. It's out of my predictions as well, but it makes sense. Zhuo Fan is a wise and sharp kid and is only doing this for Zai Yu's sake. With Zai Yu unable to help, all problems land on him. With the labor office being Zai Yu's grand plan, if it goes belly up, he'll take the fall. Being under so much pressure forced him to reassess the situation and show his goodwill to us, even apologize. We shouldn't mock him for reaching out. But even if we do, he'd be smiling harder, making us smack him harder still? Ha ha ha, second elder mocked. The other two joined. Venerable Shi nodded. Exactly. Does he really think we're just gonna give up after a little chat? Humph. We're going to come on him so hard there'll be nothing left of him or the elite labor office. And he brought this upon himself too. Venerable Shi, we will definitely make the punk have no dignity to speak of after this. He might even commit suicide, ha ha ha. The two snickered on their way to the banquet. Venerable Shi's crafty grin only grew and grew. Chapter 587, Elite Strife. In a quaint pavilion, a girl was pacing around bored and kicked the water when the boredom got the best of her. It was none other than one of the culprits that had wrecked the labor office, Pang Yuan. Fiend Yang chewed her out the instant he got back, though he couldn't do much else, not with a good excuse in place and the elders on their backs. A mere slap on the wrist. The fiends didn't want to blow out and refrained from being harsher, only putting them on house arrest. In Yuan's case, she was so bored that she had nothing better to do than to kick water. Junior sister Yuan is so refined and elegant as she plays in the water. Yuan paused mid-kick and mocked. What else is there to do? While I am stuck at home for so long, it's either this or go stir-crazy. With a snicker, Kai Feng walked over and whispered in her ear. She perked up in an instant. You really brought your grandpa's halberd? He, grandpa gave it to me. He figured the three old coots will do something like this and gave me the 7th grade demonic treasure. And this heaven piercer can crush any barrier. The old coots might have set one up around the elite area, but we can now just walk out of it. Kai Feng raised a smug eyebrow. Yuan was giddy, jumping all over. What are we waiting for? Let's blow this barrier open and go have some real fun. Hey, junior sister, I'm not done talking yet. Why the rush? Kai Feng cut her enthusiasm by holding her back as his eyes glinted. He laughed at her perplexity. Junior sister, we're not out on a stroll. Grandpa gave me the heaven piercer and a mission. It's not just to get out of this boredom, but to do something as well. What? Tell me. You know we're like two peas in a pod. Your problem is my problem. She hit her chest with pride. Kai Feng nodded and smiled. Nothing hard, just go wilder this time. Do you know why the old coots have gotten us stuck here, or why they've forbidden elites from leaving the area? Why? Batting her big eyes, Yuan asked, engrossed. Kai Feng grinned. You wouldn't believe even if I told you. After we messed up the labor office, they are now holding an apology banquet. Our two grandpas and the old coots represent us in accepting the apology. If we go as well, we'd be sure to humiliate and taunt them until they can't hold it in. That will give our grandpas the excuse to crush the labor office, but the old coots want to avoid it at all costs. Really? Yuan laughed after a moment. Who the hell is that spineless elder or venerable running labor office anyway? He got smacked around the first time, and now he turns the other cheek forward. There's no way such a guy can match the inner sect's venerables and elders in ploys. Hi. Kai Feng nodded. I heard the one leading the labor office is just a disciple. No elder or venerable would just bend a knee like this. And the guy is even sect leader's aide, forcing the others to listen to him. But I bet that after this stunt, none of them will ever give him any attention. Aide. Hi, he only cares about elites, yet he trusted this important task to someone out of his circle. No way a disciple can match the elders and venerables, and now look at him, bowing down to apologize. Yuan giggled with a naughty glint in her eyes. Then she grabbed Kai Feng and ran outside. What are we waiting for? We have a job to do. I'm dying to see which cowardly disciple thought himself so high and mighty and now is about to get a beating. Kai Feng smiled along. A fool without a doubt. He must have got sect leader's favor to lead this job, and now he's in a sorry state from botching the job. All he can do is give up, ha. Yuan giggled as the two went for the barrier. Whoosh tilde just then, a white ribbon shot for their heads. They panicked and barely dodged it. The ribbon slammed into a cliff like a sword, right as a gentle lady floated down on it. Her smile was bright, but her eyes were deadly cold. The elite area is sealed. No one can get in or out, especially you two brats. Did you forget already? Oh, it's senior sister Bai Lion. And here I thought it's someone important. Yuan mocked. Just like how venerable Bai can't handle our grandpas, neither can you touch us. Bai Lion said, Grandfather may be a venerable and displeased with some people, but it has nothing to do with me. I have not come here to settle grudges, but to uphold the rules. Cool? Kai Feng gave his thumbs up. I do admire senior sister's civic duty. It's why I like you, but it's best that you turn a blind eye today. We're of the same cultivation, and Yuan is in the 4th layer radiant stage. With 2-on-1, senior sister can't handle us both. Well, aren't you confident? Her smooth eyebrow arched in a taunt. Kai Feng, you've not once beaten me. When did you get so cocky? Ha. Kai Feng laughed. Senior sister, that is because of my endless and undeniable admiration for you. But now that I have a job to do, I can't go easy on you anymore. So you mean you've always held back? Why else? You think some broad like you can ever match me? Kai Feng sneered. Bai Lion nodded. Then let me see what you're really made of. Bai Lion shot for the two as the white ribbon flew in her hand. The massive Yuan Kai made the couple tense up and dodge away. Boom tilde what was left behind was a dozens of meter-deep crater ruining the place. Kai Feng was startled while Yuan paled. He could put up a tough front all he wanted, but he knew fully well that Bai Lion was as strong as him. Even though he never went all out against her till now, he knew that even if he did that, victory wasn't certain, choosing instead to bide his time for the right moment to finish her off. He never thought that time would be now. Firestorm! Seeing the hundreds of ribbons coming at them again, Kai Feng swiped with his 2 fingers and a fire sea exploded forward. Yuan got to work as well, holding her palms together and unleashing a tornado into the fire sea to amplify its power. While weaker, the two made for a good match in skills and increased Kai Feng's move's power by 40%. Moon's wind embrace? Yuan shouted again. At this point, Bai Lion turned serious. The hundreds of ribbons shot like meteors, absorbing the fire and wind, then smashing into the couple. Meteor shower, feeling that great power upon them, the two were startled. Even women were capable of incredible feats. But then a cool breeze made the meteors fizzle out before they could hit them, ending up slumping on the ground. The grass withered and the earth turned black. Chapter 588, True Intent. Acid rain, Lu Zai, Bai Lion shouted. A laughter came. Junior sister Bai Lion, let's all take it easy so we might meet again. The 2 juniors are only going out to get some fresh air. What's the harm in that? Whoosh tilde a youth in green floated down, his smile twisted, and his power making even Bai Lion falter back 5 steps. He got even stronger, Bai Lion squinted. Kai Feng was overjoyed. Senior brother Lu Zai, you're out of seclusion. What great timing. Ha, I've been out for a while now, and I'm only here now to help. Luzai snickered. You do your job and I'll handle mine, and that's to get you out of here. Kai Feng bobbed his head. Ha ha ha, senior brother Luzai is venerable, she's prized pupil. We're on the same side. Luzai nodded and turned to the frosty Bai Lion. Junior sister, with me in the 9th layer of radiant stage and you being in the 8th, there's no way you can win. I'm not one to be lenient in my attacks, but out of respect for venerable Bai, I hope you won't fight me and will let them go. While each one of them had a big shot behind them, neither wanted to take things too far. As disciples, incurring the wrath of an elder or venerable, even when under sect leaders' protection, they would still suffer the consequences. The sect's rule stating they couldn't kill disciples might protect them if they went after some nobody disciples, while killing the precious kin of some elder would leave them with no place to hide. All that was left to do against a madman bent on taking you down with him was to give in and die. That being said, while all elites were savages and cruel, they knew when to stop. Like now, for instance, Luzai had Venerable Shi behind him, but killing Venerable Bai's granddaughter would render Venerable Shi's protection useless. Bai Lion took a deep breath and shouted, Luzai, the 3 venerables have asked us to patrol the barrier and stop anyone who exits it. You know me well enough to know that I'm not going to stop just because of a few words. Ha ha ha, true. Luzai chuckled. I'd have let this one go if it were any other time, but oh well. Luzai's eyes hardened, and he shot a green whirlwind at Bai Lion. The pressure took her breath away, even more so when the acid within could even melt her bones. The caustic scent spread its foul odor everywhere. Bai Lion faltered 3 steps, coming to an impasse. She knew Luzai was going easy or he'd be striking with something she couldn't cope with, without even giving her a chance to breathe. Luzai wanted her to get lost. If you can't even stop this, scram. Bai Lion felt even more morose. Just this first strike showed the gap between their levels. Luzai snickered at her difficultly, the mockery enraging Bai Lion. Luzai, your arrival won't change a thing. The shout announced the arrival of a yellow light shooting from the ground, meeting the green whirlwind and scattering it. Earth canopy, crack. Luzai was pushed 2 steps back with a dark face. Whoosh Tilda, a youth in gray with sharp features, blue eyes, pointy nose, and thick lips, as well as large ears, stood next to Bai Lion. The mood of the other 3 sank. Luzai gnashed his teeth. Kai Changlong, you're out too. Just in time, too. Who else can stop your murderous tendencies, Luzai? Kai Changlong snorted and barked at the pair. You too. I know what you've done, and Fiend Yin warned me that you'll be up to something. You won't get to touch Labor Office again. Big words for someone who's alone. You can't stop all of us. Luzai glared. Kai Changlong, it's time for me to take that best elite title from you here and now. Kai Changlong mocked. Luzai, you've been after it for a while now. A shame you'll never have it. We'll know after we fight. You're no match for me after my seclusion. I will take that best elite title, and after the Double Dragon gathering, I'll become the sect leader's successor. Go ahead and try. Kai Changlong snorted. The 2 were at odds, ready to come to blows at any second. Kai Feng and Yuan tensed. This was a fight to settle the next sect leader. Luzai was always 1 step short of beating Kai Changlong, but had always worked hard to overcome this small gap. The 2 ended up as Luzai's supporters. Give him hell, senior brother. Then they thought better of it. Wait, we gotta go humiliate laborers, not join this bustle. Senior brother Luzai, maybe you should first figure out how to get us out. Kai Feng began. A loud bang cutting him off was the answer for him as the barrier above them shook and broke, as the bright sun's rays shined on the 5 elites. Eyes twitching, the 5's hostilities ceased right away. Someone broke the barrier. Whoosh! A thin figure came over while they were still out of it. Pardon me, but could you point me in the direction of Kai Feng and Pang Yuan? After another round of eye twitching, they looked at the sloppy guy in shabby clothes, carrying a broom and smiling kindly. Who are you? Bai Lion sized him up, but all she got was a first-layer Radiant Stages vibes, and that made her relax. The guy scratched his nose. Ha ha ha, oh, where are my manners? I am the boss of Labor Office, Zhuo Fan. You can just call me the coolest, best laborer the demon scheming sect has ever seen, Steward Zhuo. We're holding an apology banquet, you know. With 7th and 2nd elders already present, how can we miss the stars of the show, Kai Feng and Yuan? Ha ha ha, the feast will never achieve its height without them. So you're that rotten waste Zhuo fan. Did you not get your face slapped hard enough that you thought to turn the other cheek forward? Yuan mocked. The guiding venerables feared that we'll make a scene at the banquet and had us stuck here. Yet you punk have just waltzed in. Ha ha ha, you've come right into my lap. You've really opened my eyes as well. Kai Feng pipped in. Zhuo Fan smiled back. I take it that you're the two brats. And what if we are? Are you going to bang your head and beg yours truly to go to that dump again and smack you some more? Pang Yuan snickered. Kai Feng laughed alongside her. Zhuo Fan grinned. Oh, you've understood it all wrong. This apology banquet is for 2nd and 7th elders in particular. Ain't that the same? They're our grandpas and we're the main stars here. Yuan stuck her chin out. Zhuo Fan shook his head with a smile. Oh, no, you've completely misunderstood me. We're apologizing to the elders alone, because you know their precious grandchildren are about to die at my hand. Zhuo Fan's eyes took on a savage glint. His face hardened as he looked at his prey with a grin. Chapter 589, Sweeping Elites. A dome-nearing wave swept everyone, like solidified bloodthirst, like an unending flood coming to drown them, like the world crashing down on them. Their hearts were stricken with utter disbelief at this display. Some fresh, radiant stage nobody laborer just released a more savage aura than their masters. Who the hell is this guy? The more they looked into Zhuo Fan's eyes, the worse they felt, like facing a peak radiant stage expert. Zhuo Fan, you two-bit filthy laborer would dare come to the elite area. Suicidal much? Kai Feng threatened while shying 2 steps away. His cawing had the same tone and attitude, yet even a blind man could tell that he was running away. Why else would he waste time prattling instead of outright fighting? Monologuing only cemented his cowardice, all bark and no bite. A true boss on his turf would not just stand by and attack at once. All this while, Zhuo Fan had a creepy little smile on his face and shook his head in utter disappointment. All of them were at a standstill with no one moving a muscle. What the hell? Whose turf is this again? Near-peak radiant stage experts are just standing by, instead of attacking a fresh radiant stage cultivator. Yet the ones affected by the flood of bloodthirst found it totally appropriate. Their instincts were screaming at them that this guy was no pushover. Kai Feng reacted the worst of them all. He was sweating like a pig from the eerie vibe that he was getting, that not even Gui who could match. Gui whose power wasn't focused, while this guy unleashed it all upon them with impunity. After fighting Gui Hu and meeting Zhuo Fan, Kai Feng came to learn the meaning of worlds apart. If Gui Hu was merely a wolf's pup, this guy was a demon having gone through thousands of killing fields. It's obvious now that this kid isn't the sect leader's aide for nothing. Kai Feng's heart was a mess. Zhuo Fan grinned as he watched them. You two made quite a scene a few days ago at the labor office and even said it was the labor office's challenge. So what? Aren't you apologizing for it? Yuan screamed her moral high ground, even while she shifted ever so slowly behind Kai Feng. Zhuo Fan nodded. True, I admit to everything. As for what comes next, it's not important. Ha ha ha, since you proclaim that the laborers disrespect their betters, here I am disrespecting you all. By sect's rules, when a low status fights another disciple of higher status, the capital punishment isn't pursued. So, are you coming at me all at once or one at a time? Zhuo Fan eyed the couple, holding the broom over his shoulder. Yet those eyes drove fear into the two's hearts. Fresh, radiant stage cultivation aside, that thick bloodthirst was a blatant sign of what was about to happen. Zhuo Fan, there may be such a rule, but since it's outside of any competition, they can refuse your challenge. And since you've burst into the elite area, you've broken the rules. It is you who has some answering to do, Lu Zai shouted. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and shook his head. Since he couldn't ascertain Zhuo Fan's capabilities, he tried shielding the couple. By saying this, he was actually alluding that Zhuo Fan would have to fight the entire elite area. Let's fight if you want, but can you take all of us? Would Zhuo Fan shake in his boots due to some scamps? Zhuo Fan put on his most condescending and demeaning smile as he taunted them. "Stop barking and fight already. Aren't there more of you? Don't worry, I will take full responsibility since this time it's the truth." Cocky prick. Their faces shook with annoyance, and this comment made them all see him as an enemy. Even the earlier infighting stopped. "We don't give a flying damn about those two, but how dare you come to challenge the elite area? What do you take us for, dirt? Though he is a weird one." Kai Changlong and Bai Lion looked at Zhuo Fan with hostility. Lu Zai had a smug smile. The fool has dug his own grave by challenging everyone. No matter how freaky he is, no fresh, radiant stage cultivator can take on all elites. And when those foolish laborers hear of this, they'll never set foot here. Ha ha ha, two birds with one stone. Lu Zai cackled in his delusions as his eyes shone with an eerie green glow. The couple now had some good shoulders to lean on and shed all their fear. Whoosh tilde, what came next were tens of people in fancy clothes surrounding the scene. One of them cupped his hands at them and said, "Seniors, this guy just broke the elite area's barrier. We were just about to capture him, but he moved too fast. Thank you, seniors, for holding him down." Breaking the sex barriers isn't how you challenge one's seniors. Lu Zai grinned, having found Zhuo Fan's weakness. "Even if we kill you now, the sect leader can't touch us." Zhuo Fan saw through him and laughed. "True, if you can kill me, that is. Ha ha ha, not me, but us." Lu Zai took it upon himself to share this responsibility with everyone present. On one hand, he'd finish the job Master had for him, to threaten the sect leader, and on the other hand, he'd get away scot-free. Don't just stand there, attack. Capture him dead or alive. The oblivious newcomers obeyed without second-guessing his motivations or the fact that he was using them. What good would come from shedding sect leaders' aides' blood anyway? Lu Zai knew it all too well and let others do the dirty work. Zhuo Fan snorted and his broom shifted. "I said I've come to challenge the elite area, so all of you come at once. Sending some nobodies won't even make me break a sweat." Whoosh tilde, a mere sweep of the broom, covered in a red glow of course, had the space whistling. Then came the bang. The dozens of radiant stage experts felt as if something slammed in their chests and coughed blood as they got flung into the air. They soon made intimate contact with the pavement, landing out cold. It happened so fast, they couldn't even figure out how they got beaten. SSS tilde, the main six, gasped in shock at Zhuo Fan's outrageous show of strength. Dozens of radiant stage experts defeated in one blow. No way. How is he just a fresh, radiant stage cultivator? The couple started shivering all over, incredulous that the worthless labor office would hide such a monster. Their knees softened, and they slumped to the ground. Zhuo Fan eyed the two with a creepy smile. "You came into my turf to harm and kill my fellow disciples. Today I will make you pay by taking your worthless heads with me." Zhuo Fan shot for the two, his overwhelming aura stopping them from even taking a stand. Like deers in the headlights, their minds blanked, forgetting they had a good pair of legs under them to run with. "Wait, they're elites like us. You can't harm them." Kai Changlong's sense of duty kicked in as he scrounged up the courage to face Zhuo Fan and struck by sending a yellow glow from his palms. It had the hardness of a rock and the power of the earth. And Zhuo Fan handled it with a broom sweep, crushing the glow and hitting Kai Changlong in the chest. PFF, Kai Changlong coughed up blood and was ashen. Chapter 590. Kill. Whoosh tilde, hundreds of ribbons came at Zhuo Fan, and he replied with another sweep as he went for his original target. He didn't even spare the attacker a glance. His sweep sent a suction force that got all the ribbons trapped in a quagmire, unable to escape. In that instant, his broom was covered in ribbons. Zhuo Fan flicked it and sent a powerful shockwave through them back at Bai Lion, sending her flying. Like Kai Changlong before her, she coughed up blood as well and paled. Zhuo Fan twisted his wrist, and the ribbons broke apart as he sped towards his quarry. Not once did the attack even make him pause. Bai Lion was overwhelmed by how useless she felt. The elite area hailed her as one of the strong ones, but reality showed there would always be someone out there stronger than her. How is he so freaking strong? None of us can match him. Lu Zai was dumbstruck. This laborer is perhaps too monstrous. The lucky couple shuddered as they shirked backwards while pleading. Senior brother Lu Zai, WW, what do we do? D, don't panic. I'll use poison to stop him while you run. Lu Zai was shocked as well, but was confident in his poison arts. Poison was a vile path to tread on, but not without its perks. It excelled in infecting one's core. You might have a huge Yuan Kai and a tough body, but poison will destroy you anyway. Lu Zai shouted, Poison dragon! Hutilda, a green wind shifted into a dragon as it went for Zhuo Fan. The revolting stench coming from it would send anyone's mind out of commission. Kai Feng was overjoyed as he took Yuan and ran away. Lu Zai grinned. He, let's see you fight something you can't touch, freak. Anyone who has ever touched it has died. Even if you can handle it, it'll at least buy them some time. Crack. With a loud sound, Zhuo Fan smashed the dragon with another broom swing. It didn't slow Zhuo Fan down at all as black energy covered his body like a true demon. The poison got sucked into the blackness and the attack was neutralized in an instant. Ugh! Lu Zai was tongue-tied as his prized art was rendered worthless. Crud, this freak is invincible in every way. Be a good dog and scram. Zhuo Fan got in his face and swept him out of the way. PFF. He did exactly what everyone else had done so far, coughed up blood and turned pale, though his eyes were filled with shock as he muttered, How? Just how? Hutilda, a heavy wind pushed Kai Feng from behind like death had latched onto him. He saw Zhuo Fan right behind him, bearing that creepy smile which froze his blood. He forced himself to act and pointed with 2 fingers. A huge sea of fire shot for Zhuo Fan, and Yuan helped by adding wind to the mix. Although against Zhuo Fan, they might as well not even try. Zhuo Fan didn't even need martial arts to deal with them. A mere sweep is all it took to snuff the flames. The sweep's shockwave slammed into the couple's chest till they coughed up blood again and again. Their meridians burned from the pain, incapable of using Yuan Kai ever again. Zhuo Fan made sure of that. Crack Zhuo Fan's charge stopped at last, right in front of them, bearing over them with his snicker, a god mocking these insignificant ants. To the two, Zhuo Fan looked like a demon made of flesh. So many experts tried to stop this monster, but all failed. Kai Changlong, Bai Lion, Lu Zai, Kai Feng, and Yuan attacked at the same time yet didn't even faze him. Zhuo Fan's power was beyond what their limited psyche could think of. In just a blink, all of the elites were lying down defeated from shock and unbridled power. It was like they were fighting an elder or a venerable, right, sect leader entrusted him with elite labor office. That's a duty reserved for elders and venerables. That proves he is no mere disciple, and we just kicked the hornet's nest by messing with him. He's got an elder's power, yet is still a disciple. Sect leader has really done it this time. Kai Feng understood it all at death's door and started crying. Yuan was too terrified to make a peep and only shook. Zhuo Fan grinned. What was it that you said in the labor office that laborers took advantage of you and challenged you? Ha ha ha. Well, here I am challenging you as well, satisfied. Pleased? Content? Bro, we're sorry. Kai Feng bawled like a baby. Bro, you are at the bottom a laborer, yet bear outrageous power. With the sect's rule, you can kill and challenge anyone and nothing will happen to you. That's totally cheating. Everyone else echoed his grief with a nod, hiding himself in the labor office with that strength. How many have died at his hands till now? Zhuo Fan shook his head. Ha ha ha. How is that unfair when you've got mountains behind you, elders and venerables? You think I don't have anything better to do than to dupe you and to make so many enemies? Yeah, Steward Zhuo is a new disciple and alone, so why would you need to make enemies? Let me go and second elder, Grandpa will owe you. Catching the hint in Zhuo Fan's words, Kai Feng showed off his status. Yuan did the same. My grandpa, 7th elder, will owe you as well and will leave you alone. We're only doing what we're told. Please let us go. The two begged, despite Zhuo Fan's twisted smile. You should have realized this from the start. Now it's too late for amends. Why? The two asked. Zhuo Fan said, a killer must pay with the same coin. You came to labor office to kill and harm my people. What will happen to my name if I return to them empty-handed? You're doing it for those rotten laborers, offending our grandpas just for that. Kai Feng cried, threatening again. Zhuo Fan, are you going to have elders hunt you down for a bunch of lowlives? Zhuo Fan raised a taunting eyebrow. Threatening me, is it? Ha ha ha, yes, those lowlifes are not worth a dime, but my reputation is worth mountains. Besides, you guys stole something from me, and it's about time you give it back. What? Yuan stammered. Zhuo Fan grinned. Dignity and foundation. You brats used the time I was gone to rob my laborers of their dignity, of their foundation. Without that, labor office will never stand tall in the sect. See, I have no choice. Now you can pass on with peace of mind. Zhuo Fan stepped on Kai Feng's neck, splattering blood everywhere. Kai Feng's eyes bulged out in shock from Zhuo Fan's cruelty, or maybe stunned that there was someone in the demon scheming sect going as far as to kill him despite knowing about his grandpa. Ah, Yuan shrieked next to Kai Feng's head. Zhuo Fan sent her an annoyed glance. Noisy. He repeated the act with her this time, and the shriek was cut short. All that was left was the horrified look in her eyes. Chapter 591. Killer Feast. The others were overwhelmed by the brutality. Besides Kai Feng and Yuan being elites, they were grandchildren of elders first and foremost. Not even sect leader could touch them. Yet an anomaly appeared and killed them right in front of their eyes. Is he not afraid of making the elders go crazy? The three looked at Zhuo Fan with fear. He's insane, a madman uncaring of anything. They all felt danger from how easily the two were murdered, fearing they would be next on this lunatic's bucket list. Zhuo Fan had no time to mind the extras, taking the rolling heads and stuffing them in his thunder ring. With a content look, he took off. What he left behind was mockery. And you call this the elite area? The trio hanged their heads in shame, burning humiliation. A nobody just taunted the entire elite area and got their asses handed to them for the first time in the history of demon scheming sect. Yet what was truly humiliating was that they, the peak of demon scheming sect's talents, were unable to take even a single hit. These elites were lower than even a laborer. Then again, that was no ordinary laborer. But that was not what the world would remember. All they'd ever say was how the elites were nothing. Lu Zai, do you still want to fight? Kai Changlong asked from a crater somewhere. Little Marshall Brother's face twitched, looking at the mess of the unconscious elites, and his heart sank. Kai Changlong shook his head. What's the point, right? Even if you become the best elite, it's just an empty title now. No, I will fight. I will have this title even if it's useless. It involves becoming the sect leader's successor. Lu Zai's eyes steeled. Kai Changlong shook his head. Bai Lion looked at the sky. Who was he? Is he really just a laborer? Ha ha ha, don't be silly. The labor office gave us only one high venerable and is under the sect and ancestors' protection. How can it just give us another disciple even more monstrous? Lu Zai mocked. Bai Lion, you disdain the inner sect's politics and hole yourself in the elite area to train, so you don't know what has been going on. Sect leader brought this brat from the outside. He established the elite labor office and took away the inner sect's foundation. Your two grandfathers are on his side as well, and now the two sides are at war over the elite spots. Kai Feng and Yuan went and made a mess at the labor office at Venerable Shi's orders. This kid wasn't there at the time, and the elders and venerables were in a meeting. That's why it worked. They thought that the kid was admitting defeat by announcing a banquet, but look at us now. You call this an apology? It's a killer feast. The labor office is out for blood. Lu Zai sighed. I wanted to notify the master about this, but that brat hit me so hard I can't even move. Bai Lion and Kai Changlong were stunned. Their two grandpas were on the kid's side, yet he was still so vicious to them. Then again, the guy didn't know them. Leaving them alive was already mercy enough. That cooled their jets. Bai Lion even felt safer knowing she was on that freak's side. Bringing him into the elite area and having him join the coming Double Dragon gathering would raise their hopes of coming out alive. A must-have godly teammate. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan went to the apology banquet where all the guests were seated. Be it invited or uninvited ones, all were bloody there. Why, one'd ask? To watch the show. Venerable Kai and Bai sat along with the labor office's oldies in a brooding silence. This had got to be the most humiliating situation even in their lives. The laborers weren't looking any better either. Since plenty of them were outer and inner disciples, they'd now come to regret their decision after being forced to endure such humiliation. In contrast, the audience was eager and thrilled to see this banquet blown sky high and to laugh at their misfortune. Who the hell told you to leave? And for what? A few baubles? Now look at you, no self-respect or dignity to speak of, ha ha ha. As for the main guests of today's show, second and seventh elders, oblivious to their kin's gruesome demise, were smug to high heavens, sitting there all cocky. Next to them were the elite's guidance venerables, 3 fiends of hell, followed by Gooey, whose group of 4. It had all started with them, and they were now here to make a public apology. That was the reason for staying so close, though their savage looks and stern faces seemed to say otherwise. Second and seventh elders got smugger the more they saw their bitterness. They were aiming for an explosive reaction, or how else could they finish them off? As for those inner sect oldies, they looked on with cold attitudes, waiting for the smoking gun. The stage was set, the curtain raised, ready to drop it on Labor Office for good. Venerable Kai, Venerable Bai, we've been waiting for a while now. Let's start. Second elder looked around with a smile. Venerable Bai dismissed him. Steward Juo has yet to come. Steward Juo, a nobody laborer. Seventh elder mocked. Oh, how the elders and venerables of Labor Office have fallen, needing a disciple to tell them what to do. That explains this banquet, ha ha ha. The inner sex oldies joined him in laughter, despising and jeering the Labor Office's people. Now that the Labor Office had lost its dignity, its people were tasting the humiliation as well, making even inner disciples disdain them. They would have slapped them dead at any transgression before, while now they had to stew in anger from having even these brats mock them. The humiliation was so heavy, they even came to regret defecting. Rotten Juo fan, you've just lost all our dignity in one night. The Labor Office's oldies cried injustice and cursed Juo fan. Venerable Kai was boiling with rage, yet said, Steward Juo established the elite Labor Office, and sect leader appointed him as the head of this establishment. We must all obey him. The feast cannot start without him. As an apology banquet, he should cater to our needs and wants. Yet a mere laborer has set up this banquet and still makes us wait for him. He has no intent to make amends. We don't answer to Labor Office and don't have to follow your rules. If you still want to wait, that's your problem, but we are inner sect elders. Get the banquet started or we're leaving. Second elder slapped the table as the inner sect's oldies chimed in. There's no point to such a fake apology banquet. Let's just leave. We'll report this to the sect leader as well for wasting our time. Venerable Kai and Bai shook their heads in defeat. Kui Lang's group was getting angrier by the second. Only the 3 fiends of hell were trying to lighten the mood, with Fiend Yang recounting his revolutionary history and great deeds. People, if you find this boring, I shall recount our days in the Double Dragon Gathering while Steward Juo is away. In those days, 4 fiends of hell led the brave elites to the Double Dragon Gathering. Wait, hold, stop. We're not bored, not one bit. You don't have to enlighten us. Everyone cried before Fiend Yang got too much into it. Damn rotten Fiend Yang has brought up this story for 800 times already and still calls it some frickin' secret. There's no one more outrageous than him for sure. Fiend Yang sulked at their obvious refusal and drowned himself in wine. Fiend Gooey and Fiend Yin chuckled. It was then that a disciple shouted, Steward Juo has arrived. Chapter 592, Apology Gift. All eyes turned towards the entrance of the valley. A thin figure skipped over with a humble smile on his face as he lowered his head each time he met people. Sorry, I'm a little late, ha ha ha. Second and seventh elders' eyes shone with disdain. Is this the guy that has the elite Labor Office in his grip? He might have shown power in the inner sect competition, but he won't get anything done without a backbone. He must be shaking in his boots to resort to such a humiliating banquet. Every oldie of the inner sect, and even some of their disciples, mocked him, while the Labor Office sides' faces were burning red hot. from shame and remorse of being humiliated with this guy. Even so, they did find it strikingly odd how the ever-decisive and oh-so-wise steward Zhuo had turned into a sap. Zhuo Fan sported the same warm smile all the way to the front table and bowed. "Many apologies. I got delayed and asked for your forgiveness." "Ha ha ha, it's all good. All that matters is that we're all here." Fiend Yang hated Zhuo Fan's wimpy attitude but still mediated. "One day elite labor office and inner sect shall be the pillars of demon scheming sect. We must put the past behind us." "Sure we will." Second elder scoffed inside along with the seventh elder, and they were both grinning from ear to ear. Second elder began with his standard humiliation. "Zhuo Fan, you've arranged this apology banquet, yet you're the one coming last. Do you call that being sincere? You better make it up to us or you'll never hear the end of it. Aren't we all here? Why are you being so stubborn?" Venerable Kai banged the table while the two elders bore the same jeering smile. "He, they're about to pop. It's best if you start the whole mess." Seventh elder jived. "Venerable Kai, it is your side that has come up with the apology banquet for the wrongs you've done to us. So elite labor office better kowtow with sincerity for their mistakes. Do you have the right attitude? Why can't I feel an ounce of sincerity from you? We will not stand for this outrage and arrogance, and we will go to the sect leader with this." "Why you?" Venerable Kai gnashed his teeth, ready to come to blows. Zhuo Fan dismissed the tense mood. Now, Venerable Kai, please settle down. We're the ones in the wrong. Seventh elder is right. We need to be earnest in our apology. Please sit back down." Venerable Kai glared at him and wished to thrash the punk. "Didn't you say it was their fault? Why is it that you are acting like it was our mistake?" Those old coots were smug on having a good excuse, and now they are after everything. There had never been a case where a grand venerable was shamed by mere elders. Sighing, Venerable Kai slumped in his chair while Kui Lang's group were fuming mad at Zhuo Fan. Who'd have thought Steward Zhuo would end up being such a coward in front of the elders? Their faith in Zhuo Fan was crushed, with the laborers hanging their heads in shame. This is taking the camp by defeating the general. Ha ha ha. The inner sect was laughing inside. Second elder nodded in appreciation, his grin so bright. "Steward Zhuo, we can feel your sincerity, but the real offenders? Not to worry, they will definitely give the elders a sincere apology." Zhuo Fan caught on and turned to Kui Lang's gang. "Don't just stand there, apologize." The four were shaking with outrage. Second elder grinned inside. "That's the pigheadedness I wanted to see." And he made sure to add more fuel to the fire. "Is this how you apologize? Humph, you better knock that forehead and adulate us too, and maybe, just maybe, we'll buy it." "Adulate your granny, you creep." Kui Lang banged the table, but Zhuo Fan stopped him from rising. Zhuo Fan squinted. To be honest, it's all my fault. I should apologize. It is the whole purpose of this banquet. If elders wish for adulation, then that is what I shall offer." "Steward Zhuo." Kui Lang shouted. Zhuo Fan waved him off. The two elders pondered as smugness festered on their faces. Well, he is the top dog of the elite labor office. Getting him on his knees will crush the labor office. This was way better than making Kui Lang's group blow out. He. Here we are racking our heads on how to make the punk submit, yet he does it of his own free will. Brilliant, serves you right for messing with fire. The two elders laughed and nodded. As long as you go all the way, sure. Now say that the labor office will never mess with the inner sect and elite area again, and we'll call it even. Sure, just don't regret it. There are many elders and venerables present. Zhuo Fan clapped back. The two elders nodded like winners. Of course, we are prideful elders who will never pick on laborers. I knew I could trust the elders' sincerity. Zhuo Fan switched tunes right then and there. His face took on a heavy look, like kowtowing was an ordeal. Kui Lang's side knew he was trapped in this humiliating scene, but still shouted. "Steward Zhuo, I'll do it for you. Sir is the head of the labor office. You can't lower yourself. What will it make of the rest of us?" "No, let me. Steward Zhuo saved me, and the least I can do is take Steward Zhuo's shame for myself." "No, me. You've looked over Yuer for so long." "Yu Ling, why is a woman fighting me over this? I'll do it." All of them were fighting to take Zhuo Fan's shame. The two elders were sullen, though, to find that Zhuo Fan was seen in such high regard after only managing elite labor office for a short amount of time. He could even make these proud talents fight over who was to take this burden. Inner sect lost against him in this regard. They only know how to kiss ass. This place must not survive any longer, the elders shouted. Quiet, will you? This is Zhuo Fan's matter, and he must take responsibility for it. I will not rest until I see him banging his head 3 times. The others shook, and their hearts sank. They figured out these two were out to get Zhuo Fan by all means necessary. They couldn't care less for some disciples. Zhuo Fan shrugged. See how much the elders care about me. Now don't fight anymore since I am the one to blame here. Zhuo Fan let a snicker slip out as he watched the audience before stopping on the elders with an apologetic smile. Elders, I deeply regret my actions and ask for your forgiveness. To show my deep sincerity, I've prepared a gift, and then I shall kowtow. I never knew such a masochistic and spineless fool existed. Wasn't it our 2 brats who challenged the labor office? How did it turn out in our favor? But if he insists on a gift, we can't just let his sincerity go to waste. That would be bad manners. The elders snickered. Zhuo Fan's hand shone and revealed 5 boxes. 3 he gave to the fiends and bowed. I hope this will help atone the harm that came to your disciples. We all know who's to blame here, so why must you debase yourself so much? 3 fiends of hell shook their heads, and Fiend Yang spoke. This gift is your promise to us, but we understand more than everyone. You don't have to apologize because you represent the entire elite labor office. Ha ha ha, I shall bear that in mind. Zhuo Fan bowed. 3 fiends of hell looked at the glorious light spilling out from the boxes, taking in the thick spiritual energy, and their eyes bugged out in shock. Everyone else cried, 9th grade demonic treasures? Chapter 593, both at once. 9th grade demonic treasure? The 2 elders' eyes twitched with greed and hope. The dazzling light show coming from the boxes blinded them. They had heard how the elite labor office was filthy rich, but seeing was believing. This kid took out 3 9th grade demonic treasures, and by the looks of it, they are top quality. The fiends traced the baubles in their hands, astounded. The elders' hearts skipped a beat, and they turned to Zhuo Fan's last 2 boxes. The brat can fake kowtowing if it means getting our hands on such priceless demonic treasures. It's all worth it. Zhuo Fan snorted inside and tapped the boxes. The 2 elders were dying to know what's inside those boxes by now. They just had to have those shiny and marvelous trinkets. Yet Zhuo Fan milked the suspense for all it's worth until they couldn't even sit straight. Only then did he say, Elders, I will ask you one last time. If I kowtow and apologize, will you leave this matter be? As elders of the sect, our word is gold. Now hurry up with the gifts. 2nd elder didn't do well with patience. 7th elder's eyes never left the boxes, his brain on the fritz. Zhuo Fan grinned and offered the boxes. Ha ha ha, then if you would please honor me, elders. The 2 were already eager to open them, but what they saw stopped them in their tracks. Everyone was curious too, while Zhuo Fan shed his humble smile to replace it with a more sinister expression to match the mood. What treasures could have them so lost for words? Fiend Yang asked. Peering over those boxes had him shocked as well. Now that baffled the audience even more. Just what divine items are those boxes carrying? Fiend Yang stammered. Heads? Kai Feng and Yuan's heads? Say what? Everyone was floored. Everyone knew those 2 elites, yet here their heads were served in neat little boxes for their respective grandpas. Is he suicidal? They turned a stiff gaze towards Zhuo Fan, whose savagery was laid bare. He did it on purpose. He is a lunatic and psychotic to taunt the elders so much. And to think we took him for a wimp before, when in fact he has the biggest testicular fortitude of all. Well, elders. Is my gift to your liking? Zhuo Fan drove it in like he had done them a favor. Zhuo Fan? The elders howled like wraiths, their eyes were bloodshot, and they exploded with power. The fancy decorations and gourmet food around them was pulverized. Gui Hu's side cried out as they were blown away. Venerable Bai and Kai rushed over to Zhuo Fan's side to shield him while giving him stunned looks. What's wrong with this kid? When he acts, he shakes the world. Just now they were thinking he was some poor sap, so puny they felt like beating him themselves. Though that persona was shed in an instant when he slaughtered others' kin. No elder or venerable of the sect would resort to this madness while he did it in passing. Just what is going on in that head of his? Everyone lost all contempt for Zhuo Fan, and their hearts were now filled with fear. He's deranged, the worst enemy to have. Now, don't tell me the elders find my gift short. Zhuo Fan scratched his nose as he smiled. After I poured my heart and soul into it, even went to great lengths for the elders to be able to hug their grandchildren. Or I'd have thrown those heads to the dogs. You, the elders roared, exploding with bloodthirst and desire for revenge. Fiend Yang intervened before things got more dangerous. Now hold on, we must first get to the bottom of it, he began. Zhuo Fan, tell me the truth, did you kill them? But they were in the elite area. Yep, what else did you think this apology banquet was for anyway? Zhuo Fan chuckled. I went to the elite area bright and early, snatched a couple of heads, then rushed back here. That's why I had to apologize to you, venerables. Forgive me for making a scene in your area, but since you've forgiven me, all is good. The second reason was to apologize to the elders. Sorry I wasted your kin, though I do hope you can look past this. Why you meant to apologize for this? Fiend Yang cried. Everyone was in shock. You mean to tell me Steward Zhuo ran late to the banquet because he was rampaging in the elite area? And he made it just in time to apologize, I mean taunt. Freaking crazy. None could believe their ears that a laborer would go so far. Zhuo Fan smiled at Fiend Yang. Ha ha ha, venerable, why ask when you know already? Didn't these brats cause a scene at the labor office? It was not our fault, so why would we apologize for it? I held this banquet for the sole reason to apologize to everyone. Haven't I been clear enough already? I'm embarrassed that I had to harm your disciples. But I thought you meant Tai Ying broke Yuan's hand. Fiend Yang was dumbfounded. Zhuo Fan snickered. Did I do that? I've personally come here to apologize, but since you said there's no need for it, the elite area matter is now closed. Don't tell me you're going back on your word, not with so many elders and venerables around. The fiends' faces twitched, and they looked at each other with dumb looks, thinking how they had played right into his hand. This brat challenged their elite area and killed their wards, yet now they've accepted his apology with smiles on their faces and a few trinkets in their pockets. What about them? What apology did you have in mind for them? Fiend Yang grumbled at Kui Lang's gang. Zhuo Fan lied on the spot. They're guilty of being weak. The only reason these brats could make a scene was because they weren't strong enough to stop them. But like I said, their fault is small while I'm the true criminal here. Don't you listen? Cut the crap. Second elder blew a gasket. You had planned for this all along, mixing both of them to gloss over your actions. Do you think your ridiculous excuse is gonna fly after murdering in broad daylight? I'll have your head for this. Oh, but you did promise that you'll let this slide with a few bumps on the floor. As if. I'll have you torn limb from limb for what you've done. Second elder roared, and the seventh elder growled as their power exploded. Venerable Bai and Kai were on guard, but Zhuo Fan merely shrugged. Couldn't be better. Now I don't have to kneel. Insidious rotten bastard, die. Second elder shot for him, with the seventh elder right behind him. The huge amount of power came at him in waves. Zhuo Fan squinted and put on a calculating smile. Venerable Kai and Bai interfered and pushed the two back, warning, "You're forgetting your place, elders. Think about the consequence of breaking the sect's rule for attacking a disciple. Your granddaughter didn't die, so of course you don't care," second elder glowered. "Do you think you can defend the punk forever?" Clap tilde Zhuo Fan gave a slow clap as he stepped forward from behind the venerables with his trademark evil smile. Well put. I feel for the elders' love for their grandchildren. Why don't I give you two a shot? As per sect's rule, a lower status person can attack a higher status person without fearing the consequences. I killed your grandchildren within the purview of the sect's regulations. Now it's your turn to be challenged, so if you manage to tear me limb from limb afterwards, no one will get to say a thing. The two were stumped and the audience was in shock. A disciple challenging an elder? That has never happened before. No one in their right mind was that suicidal. Venerable Bai and Kai were floored by Zhuo Fan's decision. Deal! The two elders agreed before anyone else could interfere. Zhuo Fan snickered then, both at once. Chapter 594, 2 against 1. Have you lost it? Everyone watched Zhuo Fan in shock. The damn punk doesn't give a rat's ass about anything. Doing and saying whatever he wants. Those right there are ethereal stage experts while you're just a fresh radiant stage laborer. Is death that enticing? Zhuo Fan, Venerable Bai started, but Zhuo Fan chuckled. These poor elders just lost their kin. The least I can do is get their hopes up. Venerable Bai sighed. You're not giving them hope, but your life. It's fine. Besides, everyone here can attest to my integrity and kindness. It all comes down to having what it takes to take it. Zhuo Fan grinned. I just love getting these pesky coots, who always keep butting in my affairs. Hopes up. Then crushing them, ha ha ha. No matter how much Venerable Bai and Kai were against it, there was no point crying over spilled milk. Since he was so cocky in his skills, why not just let them sort it out themselves? The fiends were still annoyed that Zhuo Fan went over them and challenged the elite area. It was a wonderful contradiction with their fondness for talent, as they hoped he'd grow up to his potential. However, the sect's rule left them hopeless once the challenge was made. None could interfere in this battle. All watched on with eager looks. In one corner were two very influential elders, in the second and third layer of ethereal stage that could pop a radiant stage cultivator with a snap of their fingers. The challenger was the ineffable founder of the elite labor office, Steward Zhuo. He had them wondering what act he was playing this time. From the moment he threw the heads at the elders, some astute oldies noticed he was taunting the two to this exact moment. But what good would getting them berserk do? Which made this fight all the more interesting. He against a pipsqueak, 2 is overkill. Second elder spat. Seventh elder, may I take revenge for your granddaughter? Having you join in will give him too much credit. Seventh elder was totally against this idea, but he still nodded. Fine, just make it quick. Obviously. Second elder saw Kai Feng's head once more and roared. Fenger, I will have your revenge. Second elder flicked his hand and unleashed a terrible soul wind. The audience tensed. That's an ethereal stage expert's soul attack which no Yuan Kai or body could withstand. Kui Lang's group knew what Zhuo Fan could do, but even that fell short against a soul attack of this magnitude. Then again, Zhuo Fan didn't care. He just gave a dismissive wave like swatting a fly and the attack was no more. Second elder was dumbfounded. How the hell? The audience even more so. Since when could a fresh radiant stage cultivator just shirk off a high and mighty ethereal stage expert's soul attack? Unless he has a soul form too. That's the only explanation he's still alive. But that's even more impossible. He just reached the radiant stage. Everyone peered at Zhuo Fan to find his secret. The two elders noticed Zhuo Fan's creepy smile and their hearts jumped. Seventh elder, this kid's strange. While I attack again, you take his head. Second elder sent. Seventh elder nodded as second elder shot for Zhuo Fan with an even bigger soul pressure. Common sense dictated a radiant stage cultivator would have died by now from having their soul crushed. Yet, Zhuo Fan took it like a champ. He just stood there, as if second elder's soul pressure was but a cooling spring breeze. Second elder turned serious as he waved his hands, and a fire sea ignited around Zhuo Fan. Inferno! Venerable Bai cried. Second elder's soul is the fire element, and that is soul fire. Nothing physical can affect it. The only way to withstand it is with a strong soul. What do we do? Isn't Steward Zhuo just a radiant stage cultivator? How can he withstand a soul fire? Yuling panicked. Kui Lang's side was tense. Just as a cool voice came from within the raging fire. Divine Eye of the Void's 4th stage, Space Crusher. Hum-tilde the shockwave ensued, clearing up 100-meter sphere around him with a bang, everything crushed to nothing. The soul fire stood no chance in this absolute domain. Second elder faltered 2 steps, shocked and blood coming out of his mouth. The appearance of Space Crusher annihilated his soul fire and in turn gave his soul a deep scar. Yet he could hardly believe a punk was capable of such a feat. How did he? The rest were too out of it to react. A fresh, radiant stage cultivator just wounded an ethereal stage expert. That's unheard of. They gulped as they watched the smug Zhuo Fan within the fire. He's a monster with total confidence in dealing with the elders. That means the challenge was made on purpose to target them. He's after. Everyone shivered. The labor office's steward didn't do it to get back at 2 disciples, but to get the elders' heads. SSS Tilda with a gasp. The audience realized the sheer scope of his ploy. Everything had been done to bait them, including this so-called apology banquet, to kill the elders in plain sight. They saw Zhuo Fan's right eye glowing with 4 golden halos and shook. Since they were elders, not any challenge would be accepted on the spot. These 2 were victims of circumstances, forced into a corner without realizing that gave Zhuo Fan the moral high ground in dispatching them for all to see. All held Zhuo Fan in fear and respect, not just disciples, but elders and venerables as well. The kid's mind was more twisted than the oldies. Grinning from ear to ear, Zhuo Fan only cared about one thing: killing. His right eye shined golden once more. Divine Eye of the Void's first stage, Shift. He bamfed right in front of his quarry and unleashed a palm attack. With a draconic roar, the palm felt like a dragon claw of outstanding might clawing at Second Elder's chest. His attempt at using his soul fire to defend proved feeble as the sheer pressure left him gasping. How am I feeling soul pressure? Why you formed your soul? Second Elder's heart cried out in disbelief. Just a radiant stage laborer and yet had a soul form like an ethereal stage expert. And to make it worse, the soul form was even stronger, putting pressure on his own chapter 595. No one's going anywhere. 7th grade demonic treasure, Soul Eater. Second Elder figured out he was getting the short straw when it came to using his soul to attack, which rendered the ethereal stage's defining ability useless. Left with no choice, he'd fight the old-fashioned way. There was no way his larger Yuan Kai, thanks to his ethereal stage cultivation and the help of the 7th grade demonic treasure, couldn't chop the punk up. Fighting with fists against a radiant stage cultivator was utterly ridiculous for an ethereal stage expert. However, everyone here knew he was forced by circumstances. But if there was one thing Zhuo Fan prided himself on, it was his body. Coupled with his sturdy killin arm that no tool could scratch, that 7th grade toy was nothing but a toothpick. Grinning from ear to ear, Zhuo Fan said, "Second Elder, allow me to send you off to your grandson." Hi, ghostly dragon claw. Roar. The draconic roar added to the killin's glowing arm, amplifying the strike. Suddenly, dozens of wind blades came for Zhuo Fan's back. The soul vibe from them spoke volumes. The attacker was an ethereal stage expert as well. Glancing beyond the wind blades at 7th Elder, Zhuo Fan smirked, uncaring as his claw continued. Clang! The claw and sword clashed, letting out sparks, followed by the sound of the sword cracking. With a bang, the 7th grade demonic treasure broke like a twig under Zhuo Fan's attack, and as it reflected in Second Elder's horrified eyes, it struck home. PFF. A simple groan came as blood and gore spurted from smashing Second Elder into a pulp. The area reeked of blood within seconds, staining the ground and sending a shiver down the audience's spine. It was one thing to guess Zhuo Fan's master plan, and another to see it executed with such ease. The brat went and frickin' done it. Whoosh. A blaze came from the pile of red goo, flying as fast as it could from here. Having cooled down, Second Elder knew he'd been duped. Everything Zhuo Fan did was a meticulous effort to take their lives. It hadn't even been 5 exchanges, and he was already down 1 body. He was filled with regret now for his raging temper. It only spoke volumes of how insidious and cunning the kid was. Now, his only chance was to get the hell out of here and under Venerable Shi's wing. One day, he would have his revenge. He noticed Zhuo Fan's cold eye behind, his intent to chase, though the wind blades had to be addressed first. He'll have to choose between getting wounded and chasing me or defending himself. Second Elder's soul regained his confidence, finding the time to monologue. "You haven't seen the last of me, brat." "Oh, but I have." Zhuo Fan smirked and fixed his eyes on that red flicker flying away as his right eye shone golden. Divine Eye of the Void's second stage, Void Annihilation. Whoosh. Second Elder was struck by something invisible, piercing his soul and tearing him apart from the inside. He was gone before he could even announce the agony he was in. The red flicker was gone from this world. Second Elder's dead. Thanks to having formed his soul, Void Annihilation affected the metaphysic as well, soul included. Zhuo Fan's pearly white smirk was chilling to the core. Rip! The sounds came from his surroundings as the wind blades found their target. They tore his clothes and were just a hair's breadth from striking his body. With Second Elder taking his focus, he had no time to spare the attacks any attention before they were upon him. Second Elder's death came as a great surprise for Seventh Elder, of joy. He used this tactic to attack while the kid was busy with Second Elder, so there'd be no way to cope with two sides coming at once. Yet the brat was so vicious, he forewent the sneak attack and went to deal with Second Elder for good, though in this way left himself open for the soul wind blades. No matter how tough he was, it was bound to hurt him good. Second Elder, die knowing you helped me get revenge for you, he he he. A bit too soon to celebrate, however, since Zhuo Fan was still alive. He wasn't about to let the guy have his way, or the great steward would be ridiculed to no end. Zhuo Fan spoke. Blood blade. The sharp wind blades and their sharp ringing stabbed him with pain, but then a red light came from his body and crushed the wind blades before they touched him. It then sped straight for Seventh Elder with impunity. What the hell is that? The old man was startled by it and sent another wind blade. Yet it just kept coming. It entered his body and made him shiver as blood leaked from his mouth. This isn't a soul form, just a radiant stage soul attack. He never knew such an insidious soul attack existed, so strong it matched his soul form. What kind of monster is this kid? Seventh Elder was racked with fear. Zhuo Fan was an abomination shrouded in a thick fog of mystery. Everything he got from Zhuo Fan till now only scratched the surface, and he bet it was all bait to lure the fools and conceited idiots. Seventh Elder shook at the sight of Zhuo Fan and ran. Second Elder got done in like nothing even in the third layer of the ethereal stage. He stood no chance only in the second layer. Without any preamble, Seventh Elder threw away his dignity and bolted, all to save his life. It always paid to live and die another day. He understood this saying the best, especially now, caring about nothing but fleeing. Didn't he just see Second Elder monologuing in his flight only to get cut short? Respect mattered, sure, but even that paled in favor of keeping one's poor little life. So he ran, though Zhuo Fan was even faster. Whoosh. Zhuo Fan was barring him in a flash, thanks to a nifty little golden halo in his eye. Ha ha ha, Seventh Elder, aren't we fighting? Why are you running away? Zhuo Fan grinned and struck his chest. Seventh Elder put up a tough front. Zhuo Fan, you dare kill an inner sect elder. I got the sect's rule on my side. Killing you is nothing, so take it like a man. Besides, I already killed one, so what's one more? Zhuo Fan sent another ghostly dragon claw to splatter him on the ground. Seventh Elder learned from Second Elder's misfortune and knew resistance was futile, so he abandoned his vessel as the attack came. He used his meat suit as a shield to fly away unharmed in soul form. Chapter 596. Pep Talk. Bam. While Seventh Elder was fleeing, he smacked into something out of the blue. It was a bloody infant, though the creepy aura and the faded body made him shiver. What the hell is this? Seventh Elder sent dozens of blue wind blades in response. A fierce whirlwind formed, one that could rip a soul apart, and it shot for the Blood Infant. Blood Infant's only reaction was contempt. Hi, hi, hi. With a burst of creepy laughter, Blood Infant glared back at the incoming attack. A sharp blood ripple shot forth and crushed the wind blades like they were nothing. Seventh Elder's blue soul shook. This is the thing that helped Zhuo Fan last time. But what is this thing? How precious must it be to unleash soul attacks? The kid has many tricks up his sleeve. Seventh Elder got nowhere in figuring it out as the Blood Infant charged for him. Blood Infant was as fast as lightning, swallowing him under the shocked eyes of everyone. He scrambled around Blood Infant's stomach to get out, but each time he made the skin bulge, it would just return to normal. Blood Infant was a spirit of this world and capable of unimaginable things. Seventh Elder was now in it, and even as a soul, he had no way out. It was just like a soul prison. The audience was freaked out. Some of these demonic cultivators reared their own demonic creatures, but they were all physical beings and unable to harm one's soul. But Zhuo Fan's Blood Infant showed them how mystical demonic creatures could be, and what gave him confidence. It was like having an able partner all the time, with both him and the demonic creature unleashing deadly attacks. This display earned everyone's envy. Just how many gadgets is this guy hiding? How is it he keeps taking out greater and greater things? With a freak like him, the only thing he'd come with is freak demonic creatures. Whoosh, Blood Infant flew back to Zhuo Fan, and like a good hunting dog, it spat out Seventh Elder's soul before going into Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan grabbed the blue glow and snickered. Run! Run as fast as you can. That's why I let my demonic creature out earlier to intercept you. So did you get far even after ditching your body? Steward Zhuo, please let me go. I will never come at you again. Ha ha ha, I'm sure you won't. Seventh Elder was at his mercy, and he could do nothing but beg. Though not like it worked on Zhuo Fan, at the kid's killer smile, Seventh Elder resorted to threats. Do this, and you'll make an enemy of the inner sect. Enemy? Humph, you're sadly mistaken. It's you who made an enemy of me. He paraded the soul before the labor office's people. This is our turf, and this old coot is threatening me with that. Tell me, are we pushovers? No, no, no. Venerable Kai and Bai shouted, taken by the mood as all the resentment dripped off them. The entire labor office roared with one purpose, one mind. This was their Steward Zhuo of the labor office. A disciple with more testicular fortitude than anyone, killing elders and anyone in his path. This is a hero to follow. The oldies from the inner sect alternated from blue and green, about to flip against Zhuo Fan. But the sight of the entire labor office roaring had them threatened. Zhuo Fan's victory brought back the dignity and glory the labor office lost. Attacking now when morale was high was suicide. To say nothing of the devious Zhuo Fan playing by the rules, or more like making sure the rules were on his side. All they could do was walk away in silence, engulfed in the flood of shouts coming from the labor office. The outer and inner disciples were stumped. The labor office was like a dead fish just now, yet Steward Zhuo injected them with courage with just one win. They watched Zhuo Fan in awe at how he flounced Seventh Elder's soul around, a mocking smile on his lips. It was one image they wouldn't soon forget. Zhuo Fan faced the soul again. Seventh Elder, what do you think? Is the inner sect reliable? Ha ha ha, all of us are selfish. The labor office now has enough people to stand up to you all. None of them would stand up to fight for you either. Do you know why? They fear me. Today I challenged you and killed you, and tomorrow I will go for them. I am just a laborer and the rules are on my side. Tell me something, do you think they'll accept my challenge? Zhuo Fan's smile turned sinister. Ha ha ha, you two were fated to die to make a statement. Now those fools won't be so jumpy. Inner Sect Elder is just an empty title, it won't protect you at all. Once it loses its worth, you'll be thrown away. The blue wisp shuddered and fell in abject despair. Inner Sect Elders were respected, but that applied only when alive. They lost everything the instant they died. At the end of it all, the only one reliable was yourself. Unable to understand this simple truth, these two were sent to the slaughter. Not that anyone foresaw this apology banquet would turn bloody, or that a fresh, radiant stage laborer would kill them like lambs. Demon transformation art. At the downcast blue wisp, Zhuo Fan knew Seventh Elder had lost all motivation. Zhuo Fan enveloped the wisp in black energy and refined him. It was then the prismatic heaven dragon in his mind opened its dazzling eyes. By forming his soul, Zhuo Fan could use demon transformation art on souls to increase his own. It would speed up his cultivation a lot. Easing a breath, Zhuo Fan watched his empty palm and revealed a grin. He turned to the labor office's people. Are you still down now? They all shook their heads, bearing excitement on their faces. Ha ha ha, you're on my side. Your loss is my loss, and I am one who will get back at them for it. Zhuo Fan nodded. The people looked at Zhuo Fan with starry eyes. However, Zhuo Fan changed tunes. You're weak. You just got challenged once and look at you, crying all over like children. I've decided that all laborers shall do what a laborer does, sweep and clean. Don't think about running, not even the ones from the elite labor office. For God's sake, you got too cocky after just a few days and forgot who you really are. Eh? The disciples were startled, but their smiles still remained. Venerable Bai's group chuckled. An expert should know when to retreat, lose, and win. They wouldn't achieve anything losing their heart after one setback, especially now when some of them wanted to leave the labor office. It had to be removed and not let it fester. Zhuo Fan had them learn humility and determination, to not break in the face of adversity. Though it only worked after Zhuo Fan's pep talk, no one would have listened to him before his win, not even the elite labor office. The venerables saw the inner and outer disciples watching the thrilled laborers and smiled. Zhuo Fan has great charm and is meant to do great things. He will become the next sect leader. Chapter 597. Worth. What are you all staring at? You saw them ask for it even after I went to such lengths to apologize. I even had their well-being in mind when I challenged them to not get the sect's punishment. How is it my fault they were too weak and died off? I've done it by the book and in an open manner, so glare elsewhere. Zhuo Fan noticed the stink eyes he got from the inner sect's oldies and shouted, "Keep this up, and I'll challenge you." Whoosh tilde, the threat worked like a charm, and all those malevolent glares lost their target. They all saw what Zhuo Fan could do, and from the looks of it, he had it easy just now. Zhuo Fan didn't even get to take his soul out to play, giving them no way of guessing his limits. The unknown held the greatest fear, especially when a soul showed its true power when it came out. So no one was about to mess with a freak that left two elders as nothing but smears on the ground, though it didn't save them from resentment. So damn strong, yet only a freakin' laborer is outrageous. One just had to look at him the wrong way, and he'd smash them dead. It was the least this law-abiding disciple could do to uphold the rules. Hey, that rule about challenging a superior holding no consequence for both parties shouldn't be left gathering dust. There will be tough times ahead of us. These oldies' conflicts were all handled within reason. Now this freak showed up, and he was just a mere disciple whom no one wanted to do anything with. It was a guillotine hanging over them, waiting to drop. They sighed. It was the inner sect's turn now to be humiliated, to be pissed on, and no way to be able to deal with it. The labor office looked at them with scorn, and even the outer and inner disciples had contempt. The labor office is still the best by the looks of it. The inner sect is off its game. Whoosh tilde Zhuo Fan landed, and Kui Lang's group came over with glee. Steward Zhuo, you're so strong. You're truly the best disciple in the sect to even swat ethereal stage experts like flies. Kui Lang gave a thumbs up. The others bobbed their heads. Zhuo Fan dissed them with a smile. First, cut the ass-kissing. I saw your long faces before. Did you actually think I'd apologize for their fault? Ugh, they all sheepishly scratched their heads. Ha ha ha, Steward Zhuo, since you didn't tell us. You'd have let it slip. Zhuo Fan cut Kui Lang off. This great scheme of mine was all psychological. To make those two take the bait, I had to unbalance them. It worked to allow challenging and weakening them easier. Consumed by anger, I bet they didn't even give half of what they could do. You think it's that easy to kill an elder once his soul is out. Playing mind games is the best solution. The swift shift from glee to anger to grief did them in. Thanks to you, I had them reach the highlight of their happiness, setting the stage for me to come in and smack them down to earth and fall for my ploy. Demons come from the heart, always remember this. Yes, the four bowed, Gui who was still frowning behind them. Steward Zhuo, you should know why I've come to the labor office. Where am I to begin training my heart? It was first Kai Feng that told me I was weak because of my weak heart. Then you come and tell me one grows weaker as their heart's in chaos. How then? I'll tell you here and now, the heart isn't trained, but tempered. Zhuo Fan's tone was serious. Zhuo Fan saw his doubt. The heart isn't cultivation, using spiritual energy to train your soul and body. All its levels come from insight and experiences. Without experience, there will be only ignorance and no way to come to gain insight into the world. That is the meaning of enlightenment. The world is filled with people going through a wide range of experiences, which makes everyone's hearts different. Does that mean I'll never be able to train it? Gui, who didn't want to give up. Zhuo Fan pondered. I'll be honest with you, I never cared much for you, so never mention this little secret. You are the product of your environment, the same applies to your heart. Following wise people will give you insight, but how much depends on you. You should stick closer to Elder Yuan instead. What could a bone-tempering old coot possibly do? Gui, who was stumped. Zhuo Fan's finger moved left and right. Ignorant fool, Elder Yuan is a man with a vast wealth of experiences. He is wise and thoughtful. Here I am going to him many times to debate the world's meanings, and you're just taking him for granted. Learn to appreciate things. Besides, do you really take him at face value? Humph, the only reason I'm kind enough to explain his worth is that you're on our side and did so much for the labor office. Gui, who tried to blink the confusion away without avail, though one thing he did get. The old man is more than he seems for even such a great talent to speak of him like that. Senior brother Gui Hu, the old guy is quite nice. Go to him. Kui Lang spoke. Gui Hu asked, how do you know? Because nothing he says makes sense to me. Gui Hu's face fell. That makes him more of a wise guy than a wise man. How is that logical? Though Kui Lang made him exclaim, though Steward Zhuo can understand it, that's why I think we're far from the level of these two. Gui Hu gave a solemn nod. Master told him Zhuo Fan's heart was in high places, and since Elder Yuan came at his recommendation while Kui Lang bearing witness, the old guy ought to have some use. He might have something that can help me with my heart problem. Gui, who ran for the labor office. Steward Zhuo and everyone, see you later. The others chuckled, and Zhuo Fan laughed. This guy's so simple, quite like Elder Lai. I knew ages ago he wasn't cut out to be a spy, yet I still watched him all this time. Tilda, I still have a long way to go to reach the 4th stage of human nature, or I'd have seen through his worth at a glance. I'll need to get more experience under me, ha ha ha. Don't be modest. More experience? Any more and you'll become a demon. Fiend Yang laughed, coming over with the other fiends. Gone was his grumbling hearing Zhuo Fan messed up the elite area and was now beaming with joy. Sonny, you're a tough one. Facing 2 elders alone and still killing them. Becoming an elite and joining the Double Dragon Gathering will definitely get us among the middle 3 sects. Your feats will become legends. Fiend Yang patted his shoulder, though Zhuo Fan's face was cold. Sorry, I don't do well with being elite. How can? Fiend Yang was stumped. What are you playing at? This fight alone sets your status in the sect. Now no one will object to you entering the elite area, yet you refuse. Isn't this the whole reason why you brought you? Zhuo Fan smiled. Zai Yu had me over for Double Dragon Gathering, not to be an elite. How else are you supposed to participate? The elite area's sole purpose is to rear disciples for the Double Dragon Gathering. Then you'll just have to change the rules. The disciples going to Double Dragon Gathering will only be from the elite labor office. None of the others will come from the elite area. Zhuo Fan shouted his conviction. Everyone was baffled by him. Zhuo Fan scratched his nose. When all is said and done, it was the elite area that taunted us, even if instigated. I've said that I'll take back the labor office's glory, and I will. First was the inner sect, and now all that's left is the elite area. Didn't you all say we're not worthy of becoming elites? Fine, then, to join the Double Dragon Gathering, you'll just have to come to us and do menial tasks, though it's up to me to see if you're worthy of being a laborer. How can you say that? We didn't say anything like that. Why should we pay the price for those 2 brats' crimes? And aren't they dead already? Fiend Yang advised. Zhuo Fan, your amazing talent has us on your side, but learn when to back down. I need to be tough since it concerns my disciples' dignity. Zhuo Fan said, tell Zai Yu if he accepts, I'll join Double Dragon Gathering, and if he refuses, I'll just stay here as the laborer's steward. The fiends' faces fell while Kui Lang's side was awed. He's the best manager the labor office has ever seen. going as far as to talk back to the powers that be for them. That's why those 4 scheming demons follow him. It's not just their interest in him, but his worth too. Chapter 598. Worth. The trio turned apprehensive, not wanting to accept Zhuo Fan's request, yet unable to refuse. Zhuo Fan was an irrefutable participant in the Double Dragon gathering. It was his worth none of them could ever replace. Steward Zhuo, congratulations. This time the entire sect will hum with your name. I bet tomorrow will be busy for the labor office with its new recruits. Ha ha ha, even becoming elite will be a cinch. None of those inner sect oldies will make a peep. Venerable Bai praised. Venerable Kai said, I bet there's no one else like you in the 9 sects to kill 2 ethereal stage elders as a disciple. You've topped them all. The disciples must be worshipping you by now, their role model. They'll all want to get closer to you. We had to work hard to get those that left back so they wouldn't offend you, he he he. The other oldies of the labor office nodded, all a smile. Zhuo Fan gave a thin smile back, turning to the fiends. As I said, I won't enter the elite area. Though venerable sirs can do what they think about my conditions. Zhuo Fan grinned, spun on his heel and walked away, not before flipping a nasty smirk back a few steps after. By the way, your elite disciples are in a world of pain, you know. Shouldn't you be hurrying back? What? They all cried out in shock, noticing Zhuo Fan's gaze. Oh, shoot. They forgot the kid burst into the elite area, and there was no way he'd take it easy on anyone. Venerable Kai and Bai's grandchildren were still there as well. Everyone was anxious. Steward Zhuo, were you that hard on them? The 2 were even more concerned than the fiends, but they also grew nervous at the prospects. While no one liked those leeches, they were the strongest disciples of the sect meant to go to Double Dragon gathering. Zhuo Fan just shrugged. Ha ha ha, lighten up. I'm not one to get rid of anyone I do not know, or I'd be making too many enemies for nothing. Though not too easy either, or they could have just gotten up and reported me. Whoosh tilde Venerable Bai and Kai shot for the skies in panic, followed by other venerables and elders with kin in the elite area. On the other hand, the fiends eased a breath the minute Zhuo Fan assured them they were still breathing. Fiend Yang-eyed Zhuo Fan, we will consider your condition. The rules the sect has been built upon for thousands of years aren't changed overnight. No matter how great a display you pull, some rules just won't bend. Ha ha ha, people make the rules, and they will change as long as the people want them to. Zhuo Fan threw a box with a snicker. Venerable Fiend Yang, take this to Zai Waiyu with the words a favor for a favor. If he can't do it, return it. Fiend Yang's face twitched. This is plain bribery. Is it that bad? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. With you at the top of the sect, you have priority in taking your pick from the pile of wealth. Who can ever bribe you? You finally have me, the magnate, here to get a little something at long last. If you don't want it, then return the earlier demonic treasures as well. Take the elite labor office as the enemy of the elite area. I don't need peace. Now wait a sec. These matters aren't the same. You beat our disciples and apologized. That ends that. The fiends glanced at their storage ring and the trinkets they got and didn't quite feel like giving them up, rethinking Zhuo Fan's proposal and the demonic treasure within this new box. It was part of Zhuo Fan and Zai Waiyu's agreement to annex the elite area and make the labor office the only faction, though it didn't come with outright acceptance from the 3. When he fought the inner sect, they didn't give a hoot no matter how many burned or how many fell, since the cream of both parties would end up in the elite area. Now Zhuo Fan wanted the elite area abolished, aiming for their bread and butter. No matter how much they cared for the sect's future and liked Zhuo Fan as a talent, no one would be that happy to throw away their livelihood. We're digging our own grave. Should we just take these treasures for ourselves and leave Waiyu to decide? The trio pondered a good while, then nodded with a sneaky smile. They not only came out one treasure richer, but they also had a way out. We're not as selfish as the inner sect to block the sect's growth. We will leave it to sect leader to be fair and just in his ruling, to avoid despicable methods such as bribery. Zhuo Fan grinned. Sugarcoat it with as many excuses you want. It's still selfishness. You need but take this single step, and you'll be falling in the inner sect's footsteps. I held my end of the bargain, and it's up to him to decide what to do with you when you stole his gift. The trio shuddered and faltered, covering the fear with anger. Are you a mind reader? Ha ha ha, of course not. All I see is your greedy eyes, oblivious to anything else. Zhuo Fan added. No gain satisfies a greedy mind. One wrong move and death awaits. It's best you think this through, sirs. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan left with a laugh, the trio lost at what to do and looking from the box to themselves. Are we just going to give this to Zai Weiyu and dig our elite area's grave? While they were at an impasse as to what to do, a mile out, Zai Weiyu saw everything. The kid just entered the radiant stage and already formed his soul, so strong too, an abomination. Since I last saw him in Tianyu a decade ago, he has become a new man in character and strength. But this will only make the demon-scheming sect's rise come faster. He's a true gem. Zai Weiyu was full of praise for him, but scowled as he eyed the three fiends of hell. Don't tell me the fools are going to take Zhuo Fan's respectful gift for me for themselves. I even came over to see if the kid could handle the elders, lest everything would go to waste. You better be damn sure you three bring me that gift, or else. Zai Weiyu squinted before leaving. Venerable Bai's gang stepped into the devastation around the elite area, and the disciples were strewn about. Each of the oldies found their target and breathed easier the next second. They're only hurt. If they died with how savage Steward Zhuo is, the sect will run with blood. Lioner. Changlong, Grandpa were here. As Bai and Kai called out, Bai Lion and Kai Changlong replied, the two went over and breathed easier too. Inner organs are shaken up and only sealed vessels. You'll be back on your feet in a few days. The kid was truthful. He only killed Kai Feng and Yuan. Bai Lion hugged Bai Lion. Venerable Kai nodded. Old Bai, should we have these two go to him? He has to know his allies or the next time he flips. With his glorious reputation now, making friends is the best thing for these children. Venerable Bai's eyes flashed. Bai Lion asked. Grandpa, you mean that wild beast? The Venerables nodded. Venerable sirs, he wrecked the elite area and breached the rules. You should uphold the sect's laws and not let him off. Lu Zai was outraged. 2 elites are killed, and the 3 Venerables won't stand for it. Venerable, she will surely make use of it and fight. Sirs will do well not to make the wrong choice. Venerable Bai laughed. What a foolish disciple. What do you think the rules are for? To raise the strong? With enough worth and strength, the sect itself will pave your way. As for the 3 Venerables, they must be grinning right about now from the demonic treasures they got from the kid. As for Venerable Shi, his 2 prized helpers, the 2nd and 7th elders were challenged and killed by the kid, in plain sight too. There's not even the chance of getting revenge. With the inner sect's elders and Venerables cowering, who will stir up more trouble? No way. Bai Lion, Lu Zai, and Kai Changlong gasped in disbelief. Venerable Bai shook his head. Disciples all the same, yet so much above everyone else. He twisted the rules to his will, and there's nothing you can do about it. His worth trumps anyone else's. You better sit down if you know what's good for you. The 3 were speechless. Chapter 599, Pave the Way. Venerable Shi, this is horrible. Venerable Shi enjoyed some fine wine under a pavilion, a smile tracing his lips as his plans came to a head. That was until the shout ruined his mood. Grand Elder scrambled over in a panic. Venerable Shi dissed him. Grand Elder, you've been through a lot at your age, yet a trifle riles you up. Trifle? Taken aback, Grand Elder asked. You know Venerable Shi? Venerable Shi grinned in pride. I planned for it. Ugh, Grand Elder stammered. You had those 2 go to their deaths. Grand Elder, how can you still not understand? Venerable Shi raised an eyebrow at his dumbstruck face. Think about it. The 2nd and 7th elders went to make a mess of things in the labor office. I bet the place must be in turmoil right about now. But it's all fine with how loose they are. Giving them some incentive will have most of them back with us. We'll then use the excuse of disturbing the sect to crush the elite labor office for good. Since they held the apology banquet, the chaos ensuing will be on them. Grand Elder nodded. Oh, that's what Sir means. Isn't that why you're here? Venerable, she sipped his wine. Grand Elder scratched his nose. These matters are different, yet surprisingly the same. How come? The two elders did make a scene at the banquet per your orders. Grand Elder began, Venerable she nodded all naturally, and Grand Elder softly continued, though they ended up killed. Bang. The wine cup slipped and scattered to pieces on the floor. Venerable she turned an incredulous eye to Grand Elder. Gee, Grand Elder, see, can you repeat that? I said the two elders ended up getting killed at the banquet. Grand Elders repeated disillusioned, Venerable she. How? Who had the gall to do such a thing? No Venerable has such a right. A Venerable would have been much better, at least would give us an excuse. But, Grand Elder shook his head in sorrow, the one to do the deed was a disciple, in plain sight too. He used the rules to challenge and kill them so that we can't touch him. Venerable she trembled like a leaf. A disciple? Who was it? Who can kill ethereal stage elders? Since when did our sect have such a disciple? Who else but Zhuo Fan? Grand Elder shrugged as he explained everything. Venerable she slumped in his chair. A bloody feast, it was premeditated, a trap all along. There's no such thing as apologizing in advance. This was done with full intent of the crime. In regards to this, Zhuo Fan planned on killing the two from the start, but he did it flawlessly. Grand Elder sighed. He first went to challenge the elite area using the same rule that states in a duel between different statuses there are no repercussions. No matter how much damage he caused, it'll be those three Venerables dealing with it, not us. But Zhuo Fan soothed them as well. Then the kid challenged the elders, and under the eyes of everyone, they died, all for nothing too. We can't use this to get to him. Venerable she's face sank in rage. That devious punk played us, but that pales when he has the power to threaten us. He even killed 2 ethereal stage elders to prove it. This never happened in the history of the sect. It will make him the single most important figure in the sect. And with the double dragon gathering on our doorstep, he'll have the sect at his whim. He is a great genius that might even get us in the middle 3 sects at the double dragon gathering. Grand Elder sighed. Venerable she's eyes glinted. What's the point if it's not on our side? We'll only suffer for it. Then, Grand Elder probed. Dang Tilda, the meeting bell answered for him, and Grand Elder's words were drawn out. It's the inner sect meeting. The sect leader must have called for it. Who the hell else is there that would have the gall to mess with me and strike the bell? Venerable she felt more and more suffocated. Yu saw his dog got some awe under him and wants to promote the punk for it. He wants to send him to the elite area. What do we do? Grand Elder asked. Venerable she sighed. Nothing. By killing our 2 elders, he established his worth and might. Now even some elders and venerables from the inner sect see hope for the sect in him. The brat has earned great merit and advancement is imminent. All we can do is bide our time. Grand Elder's brow shook. Venerable she spat. I know Yu like the back of my hand. He's uplifting Zhuo Fan for the double dragon gathering. But once it passes, Zhuo Fan's talent will threaten his status. We just have to wait for when they'll be at odds and each other's throat, while we will be laying low until they do. Grand Elder pondered and nodded with glinting eyes. An hour later in the Grand Hall, Yu was on his throne bearing a majestic vibe, with the elders and venerables on either side of him. Even 3 fiends of hell were among them. The sour venerable she looked at Yu's wide grin, laughing in the end. Something amazing happened today, the new replacing the old. A disciple challenged 2 inner sect elders, a testament to the promising new generations, to the demon scheming sect's great new future and glory. The oldies' faces twitched on cue. We just had 2 of our elders killed in cold blood, and you call that an achievement? It's brazen humiliation is what this is. While the labor office's oldies were smugger than ever, joining in sect leader's joy. Yu saw Venerable she was still brooding and continued. Now all of you know of Zhuo Fan's might, and I can assume there'll be no objections in having him participate in double dragon gathering, will there? No. The labor office's side echoed, and the inner sect remained silent, their eyes converging on Venerable she. Yet Venerable she was like a stone. Zhuo Fan doesn't want to be elite while requesting for the double dragon gathering's participants to be from the labor office. That is the only condition for joining the gathering. Zai Yu eyed Venerable Shi in doubt. The entire hall exploded with noise. The labor office's side supported Zhuo Fan, of course, while the inner sect was totally against it. Sect leader, it's against every rule. Sect leader, the brat is conceited and should rein him in instead of indulging him. Sect leader, the rules are clear and must be upheld. They all voiced their strong objections to this outrageous proposal. Enough. Venerable Shi sneered, and the hall was silent. Venerable Shi's eyes flashed. The rules have always been made to pave the way for the strong. Since it was Zhuo Fan's request, I agree. No way everyone was slack-jawed, Zai Yu included. What is the old weasel up to this time? Chapter 600. Relocating, silent as the grave. Did Venerable Shi wake up on the wrong side of the bed today? Why is he on Zhuo Fan's side? Allies and enemies alike were stunned, watching the old-timer as a cow looked at a new gate. Have I said something wrong? Venerable Shi smiled at the rest. Only a blind man can't see Zhuo Fan's talent. He is the best chance our sect has in Double Dragon Gathering. We have to remove all obstacles for him to join it, including this quaint rule. Ugh, the stunned silence persisted for a good while. Yu had to blink again and again to gain some semblance of reasoning back. Venerable Shi is quite right. I agree. The Double Dragon Gatherings candidates shall be chosen from the elite labor office, with Zhuo Fan in charge. The inner, outer, and elite areas are to cooperate. That is good and all, but we guide the elite area's disciples for the Double Dragon Gathering. With how the candidates are chosen from the elite labor office, do we still hold our posts? Fiend Yang asked. Having received Zhuo Fan's good-natured gifts, they never opposed such a decision, and Zai Yu had planned for the kid to be the team leader from the start. All the more, since Zhuo Fan had such a wild reputation and everyone's side. No matter what ruckus he stirred, it'd be swept under the rug. He even got the right to choose his teammates. All this old fiend could do was fall in line. As long as there was no conflict of interest or principles, Zai Yu would be behind him all the way. This was the power of bribes. Why else would a sect leader accommodate some guy by even changing the rules? All rules were, at the end, made by the strong for the strong. Zai Yu scratched his nose. The kid can take you in, and it'll be all the same. Having the three of you in the labor office where there are already so many more venerables won't harm it. The trio shrugged. The day had come that these venerable coaches had to balk at the whims of a disciple. It never happened in the history of the demon scheming sect. Not once. While the inner sect's oldies' hearts jumped. No matter how godlike Zhuo Fan was, he was still a disciple. With such authority behind him, he could even affect the other oldies' fate. That was a bitter pill to swallow. Though a glance at Venerable Shi told them they had nothing to worry about and sighed in the end, if their boss was silent, all they could do was follow. The decision came to pass, and after ironing in some more details, the meeting came to a close. Ha ha ha, how times have changed. The lowest rung of a sect, a mere labor office, has now become its center, even above the elite area. Yet those rotten laborers are still sweeping the disciples and mine lodgings. What's so hard to accept? That side had sported a sudden monkey that even challenged the elite area. The entire sect sees him as the apple of their eye, even fonder than their ancestors, and all to regain the sect's dignity and interests in Double Dragon Gathering. I reckon you'd be flaunting him by now if he was your disciple. When all is said and done, might makes right. The elders and venerables gossiped in groups of 3 or 5, grumbling and complaining as they left the hall. Left alone with Venerable Shi, Zai Yu turned a quizzical eye at the old man. Did the world flip, Venerable Shi, to take my side? Ha ha ha, sect leader, you jest. When have I ever gone against you? I only ever argue for the good of the sect. I hope sect leader is kind enough to overlook my past transgressions. Zhuo Fan is beyond anything anyone could expect, earning the public's favor. I only hope he can take our sect higher. Venerable Shi bowed. Zai Yu eyed him with the complete skepticism his position came bearing. Venerable Shi chuckled. If that is all, sect leader, I shall take my leave. Zai Yu had never said anything all this time, but the old man turned just as he was about to cross the door with a crafty smile. Ha ha ha, sect leader, you were right about one thing. The new replaces the old, but his drive may be too strong. Today he has the sect change the rules for him. Tomorrow he'd have a certain someone's chair. What's that supposed to mean? Zai Yu roared. Venerable, she grinned. Just the ramblings of an old man, sect leader. Venerable, she left laughing with another bow. With the new replacing the new, I wonder just how far it will go. How decrepit will the old become? Ha ha ha. Damn geezer. Zai Yu spat, his knuckles white. The more he thought about it, the more he saw Zhuo Fan's power within the sect taking root. His speed was too fast even for this sect master's comfort. The decision spread to the entire sect, leaving inner and outer disciples dumbstruck. The elite labor office had only been a lure so far for a shift in power in the sect, yet its status was still in the lowest rung. The only reason disciples forewent its bad name was because of free stuff. Yet it hadn't been long since it formed, and it already stood above the elite area, holding the right to judge Double Dragon Gatherings candidates. It meant there was no getting into the elite labor office without strength any longer. Only the best of the best entered the elite area, but now that the elite labor office had authority, the entrance would be all the harsher. The chances were next to nothing. The ever-spectating inner and outer disciples were now hating their guts for the previous indecision of joining the elite labor office. It took just a couple of months for the lame elite labor office to become all the rage. While laborers grew cockier and more confident, especially when the three coaching venerables led a gaggle of elites to join elite labor office after passing Zhuo Fan's strict testing. If they were any more stuck up, their heads would reach their ass. It was they who used to resort to any means to get into the elite area. But lo and behold how the tables had turned, with the elites turned to do the same thing. And all of this came to be by the grace of one laborer, Steward Zhuo Fan, the manager of the elite labor office. His popularity spiked then and there, to the point of being worshipped. But while the labor office was enjoying the high life, the inner and outer disciples were down in the dumps, all because of Zhuo Fan's order. Even elite laborers are to sweep the floors. The entire sect couldn't afford to mess with him. Bam! A vase crumbled to pieces as it made intimate contact with the hard, cold floor. Kui Lang picked up the broom and swept the remains while looking sullen at a corner. Your vase. That's a high-class china worth a hefty sum, the youth cried. Kui Lang barked. What's a damn cultivator wasting spirit stones on these damn decorations? You've soured my mood, now get out and let me clean. Oh no, senior brother Kui Lang, this is my fault. I could never have you. Shut it. Steward Zhuo gave us a job and we're to sweep the sect clean. Are you trying to make me slack on the job and get punished? Scram! Kui Lang glared. The youth ran like the wind, though just outside the door, watching in anxiety and nervousness. The room ended up eliciting a wondrous symphony of sounds, from the dullest to the sharpest. In under 15 minutes, Kui Lang strutted out with the broom in tow. Now it's spotless, I'll leave the rest to you. Thank you so much, senior brother. The youth bowed and Kui Lang left with a puffed-up chest. The youth went in to watch a horror show. The table was only good for tinder now, and the walls sported extra-large breathing holes. This is not sweeping, but demolition. Thinking about how he'd get his room cleaned every day brought a dark cloud over his face. The guy was on the verge of tears. Is there no presentable laborer out there? Well, the good ones were sent to the oldies, while the best of the best, the elite laborers, went to inner and outer disciples' homes. Having never done this, they tended to put too much oomph into it, resulting in this wonderful work of art, yet unique every time. Though the demolition men knew full well no inner and outer disciple would dare make a peek as they went to work. Since the elite labor office was the cream of the crop in the sect, everyone was dying to join. No matter how they grumbled, they couldn't even fight back, not when it would only get them killed. Laborers had the sect rules at their back, yet the power of elites. It was so ridiculous that not even oldies messed around. I will definitely get in the labor office tomorrow. The youth couldn't take it anymore, but then recalled his meager strength and sighed. With so many vying to get in, the labor office now holds a test to take in only the best.